Marvel with ZANPAKUTOU. Chapter 401, Immortal Beast. Y'all wet for a time. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the wind howled. The whole world of Helheim was shaking violently, setting off endless violent gales, carrying a strong force, and running for thousands of miles in the air. Wherever the countless forces passed, space was torn apart, crisscrossed like a dense spider web, spreading to any corner in the field of vision. All tangible and intangible substances were annihilated by the bombardment of the lightning spears, and the towering mountains and glaciers collapsed one after another amidst the cries of unbearable pain. As time went on, the huge storm that connected the heavens and the earth gradually became more and more intense, and even the people on the spectator stand could not avoid being dragged into it. Lod waved his hand and set up several layers of spiritual powers barriers so that the weaker Valkyrie would not be swept away by this terrifying storm. When the storm gradually stopped, the deafening thunder calmed down, and the hot heat wave rushed over, mixed with a pungent smell of burnt. It was like a dish made by Nemu, which made Lod subconsciously frown. The rest of the Valkyries were dumbfounded at this moment. They were still immersed in intense shock. All the images in their minds were the dark green spear that cut through the sky and the terrifying destructive power it created. Yvette quietly lowered her head. For a moment, she felt a little ashamed and her beautiful face became red. Thinking about how she had taken the initiative to fight against Fenrir, she felt slightly uncomfortable and even faintly hoped that the person would be defeated. Now it seemed that they were the ones who had overestimated themselves. Looking at the subordinates of the Lord Spirit King, each one of them had strength that was no weaker than Odin. This caused Yalwet to worry about her gains and losses, afraid that her sisters would be abandoned. Brunhild noticed this point. She pursed her lips and chuckled. Her eyes were like ripples of water, rippling like a lake under the night sky. She gently pinched the palm of the former, indicating that she didn't need to care too much. The hearts of the sisters were linked. Yalwet quickly understood her meaning. After putting down her worries, she felt the itch in her palm. Her eyes couldn't help but show a touch of blame. Hee. Brunhild mischievously laughed and stuck out half of her pink tongue, quietly holding on to Yalwet's hand. Yalwet didn't struggle free and allowed Brunhild to fool around. However, the two patches of red on her face seemed to have disappeared. The two of them thought that their little actions were extremely secretive and no one else had discovered them, but in reality, everyone knew about it, but they didn't expose them. Interesting. Lod's eyes flashed with flames of gossip. He really did not expect that the two of them had such a relationship. However, what made him feel even more amused were the two captains who also noticed the small movements. The corners of Taoshiro's eyes twitched and his pupils slightly enlarged. He must be the youngest captain in history. His young and pure heart suddenly suffered a huge blow. His 10,000-year-old ice face almost could not hold back. On the other hand, Swafon's expression is a little interesting, vaguely showing a touch of envy, and may think of Yuryuki. It can't help but make Lod recall the past. He had once seen the book about Swafon and Yuryuki on the internet, and now when he thought back, he could only praise the artist. In the time when everyone was thinking about it, the storm had gradually stopped. Although the dust was still very big, at least they could see the situation clearly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Amidst the roaring wind and dust, a pair of demon wings appeared before everyone's eyes. It was the Ulquiorra's resurrection. He had clearly experienced a great battle, but his white robe was not stained with any dust, still as clean as new. The fierce battle just now seemed to be easy for him. It was just a trivial matter. Everyone looked down, only to see Ulquiorra's right hand holding a head several times larger than his body. It was the head of the giant wolf, Fenrir. As for its body, it had already been destroyed by the Lanza del Relampago, and it also left a huge abyss about 1,000 meters in diameter on the surface of Helheim's ice. The abyss could not be seen at a glance, and the hot air rising from the inside erupted into the sky with the magma after the rock was melted, forming a rain of fire. In the boiling magma, the huge black bat wings and the pure white slim robe showed a different kind of beauty of destruction. Hiss! When Yalwet and the other Valkyries saw this scene, they suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. They allowed their lungs to spasm from the cold air. They widened their eyes and couldn't say a word for a long time. Fenrir's dead. Although they had already thought that Fenrir would lose this battle, they had never thought that it would be so simple. Instead of saying it was a battle, it was more like a one-sided crushing. From beginning to end, Fenrir was unable to show the slightest chance of defeating that person. Ulquiorra removed the resurrection and turned to Lod, throwing the huge wolf head on the ground. He lowered his head slightly and said coldly, "Lord Lod, as you wish, I brought this beast here." The behemoth that devoured the gods now only had one head left, and it was casually thrown to the ground like a transaction. This scene, in the eyes of the Valkyries, gave them an inexplicable feeling of irony and absurdity. "Well done, very fast." Lod nodded and smiled. He was very satisfied with Ulquiorra's performance. As expected of the Vasto Lord-level Arankar, the combat power is really terrifying. No, the speed is still too slow. I have made you wait for a long time. Ulquiorra was expressionless. This level was not even a warm-up for him. Swafon and two hero. The two people snorted and turned their heads away, pretending not to hear Ulquiorra's words. "Don't pretend to be dead, Fenrir." Lod looked at the head on the ground and said with a faint smile, "How does it feel to only have head left?" Fenrir glared at Lod and said hoarsely, "You won't be able to kill me." "I know, so what?" Lod smiled. He already knew this. In Norse mythology, Fenrir was a giant beast destined to devour god King Odin, so before the mission was completed, no existence could kill it. Even if there was only one head left and it looked like it was on the verge of death, it would revive in a few days. This was the mysterious fate in Norse mythology. In any case, based on the current situation, there was no way he could kill Fenrir. However, it was only limited to this. There were many ways to make Fenrir submit willingly. For example, in his previous life, a manga called Ryūjin, Demi-Human could provide Lod with many different ideas, specifically targeting this type of undying enemy. Sometimes, even courting death was an extravagant hope. Chapter 402, Returning to Norway. Fenrir was actually very special. It was so much so that Lod was willing to waste time and energy to conquer this irritable beast at all costs. Because the meaning of its existence was for the Ragnarok in Northern Europe. On one hand, it symbolized the destroyer of Asgard, but on the other hand, it symbolized the creator. In Northern Europe, it meant to end the era of the gods' rule and return the power of freedom and struggle to humans. It could be said to be a contradictory and harmonious existence. But more importantly, the existence that had given Fenrir the mission to destroy Asgard and devour Odin, Lod speculated that to a great extent, it might be the unknown and mysterious Yggdrasil. Looking at the entirety of Marvel World's Asgarda, no matter how glorious its history had been, it would ultimately face the fate of the Ragnarok, and in all the timelines of the multiverse, it was an inevitable established fact. Any myth related to Asgarda could not avoid the existence of Yggdrasil. Lod vaguely remembered the comic he had read before. Thor had sacrificed an eye and hung himself upside down on the Yggdrasil for 9 days and 9 nights. In the end, he obtained the most powerful rune power and became the strongest god king in history, the god king of runes. How is it? Is this story very familiar? It felt familiar because Odin had done the same thing. When Odin was young, he hung himself on the Yggdrasil and sacrificed an eye as a price. He obtained the rune and supreme wisdom and used a branch of the Yggdrasil to create the famous artifact, Gungnir. Even Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, after losing the position and magic of the Sorcerer Supreme, regained far more power than before from the Yggdrasil, defeated the supreme mage Loki, and regained his glory. From this, it could be seen that the Yggdrasil was very powerful. Therefore, the existence of Fenrir was very important. It could help Lod analyze the information about the Yggdrasil in reverse. As for whether he could successfully analyze it, Lod was not worried about that. Although the current scientific research team only had Kisuke Urahara and Tony Stark who were about to enter the pit, he believed that in the near future, after gathering Kuratsuka Mayuri, Aizen and other scientists, he still could not analyze the Yggdrasil. Fenrir, I give you two choices now. Lod collected his thoughts and looked at Fenrir's head on the ground. He raised two fingers and said with a smile, you either choose to submit to me or choose to live a life worse than death. You want me to submit? Stop dreaming. Fenrir, who only had one head left, sneered and scolded, with just the few of you, it's impossible for you to kill me. How can you threaten me? Ulquiorra frowned slightly, and a touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to go forward to teach Fenrir a lesson, he was stopped by Lod. You're right. I really can't kill you. Lod nodded disapprovingly and said with a smile that was not a smile, but I'm very curious about one thing. If you were cut into thousands of pieces, I wonder which one you started from. Fenrir's eyelids suddenly twitched violently. He did not say anything but stared fiercely at Lod. Or, cut your head in half. Lod smiled and said the most chilling words, then one is placed in Helheim, and the other in Midgard. Can you guess which head over to regenerate first? Swafon's eyes lit up and interrupted, Lord Soul King, it is better to put it in our second division. It can be used as a tool to practice interrogation and assassination. It only needs to be injected regularly with the medicine to corrode the body. Ulquiorra looked at the two people and instantly understood the meaning, followed by a cold tone, and said, I think this is too wasteful. Why don't we throw it into Hueco Mundo and use it as food to feed those low-level Minos? This should be able to give birth to a lot of Ajichas. Chwirhitshugaya's mouth twitched and he secretly took a cold breath. I don't know why. Looking at the three people who were enthusiastically discussing how to deal with Fenrir, and how to maximize the benefits, the surrounding Valkyrie and Chwirhitshugaya could not help but feel cold in their hearts, and their backs were wet with cold sweat. The more Fenrir listened, the more shocked he became, and the more he listened, the more terrified he became. In the end, the three of them discussed and said that they would split its head in half. One was used as a training tool for interrogation and assassination, and the other was used as food for the Minos. The orange pupils suddenly expanded to the limit, taking up the original position of the whites of its eyes. Brunhild's pretty face was pale, and she mourned for Fenrir for 3 seconds in her heart. Demons. The three people in front of him were definitely the most evil demons in history. Any normal person would not be able to come up with such a sinister and cruel move. It frightened Fenrir so much that the wound stopped bleeding. Looking at its widened eyes and heavy breathing, it knew how terrified it was now. Finally, the three of them finished their discussion. Lod waved his hand impatiently and said, Since you don't want to submit, then we'll do as you wish. Ulquiorra and Swafon lips raised a smile, pulling out Zanpakuto at the waist, slowly walking to the frightened Fenrir. Wait, I am willing to submit to you. Let me do anything, just don't take me as a fodder, and don't take me as a practice tool. Fenrir almost had no hesitation, no longer the previous iron-boned and unyielding attitude, shouted the words of begging in a humble tone. Lod raised his eyebrows. I want you to be a dog. Fenrir, woof. Chwirhitshugaya covered his face and sighed, his mood complicated. Yalwet and Brunhild were speechless, as if they had been shocked by the shamelessness of Fenrir. 10,000 horses galloped through their hearts, creating a mess in the wind. The god-devouring Fenrir? Perhaps it should be changed from today onwards, and the name should be changed to Fenrir, the god-devouring giant dog. Very good, I'm starting to like you. Lod reached out and stroked Fenrir's head. He tore out a soul fragment and placed it inside. He smiled and said, From today onwards, you will be my pet. As long as there was a soul separation, contact treatment, there was no need to worry at all that Fenrir might betray in the future. Now that the matter was settled, Lod also planned to go back. Norway, Scandinavia. On the edge of an unknown cliff near the sea, the space presents strange violent fluctuations and ripples. A pale white skin suddenly stretched out a slender hand. The surrounding space cracked like a broken mirror, revealing the dark and deep turbulence inside the space. Then a white figure walked out. Lord Lod, we have arrived. A head of messy black short hair was fluttering, and his dark green eyes were as calm as water. It was Ulquiera Schiffer. From the dark and deep space turbulence, several people came out one after another. It was Lod and others from Helheim. This is Norway. X. Chapter 403, Aurora. Norway, Navia Peninsula. This was the largest peninsula in Europe. The entire island was surrounded by the sea on all sides. It was a place that was far away from the hustle and bustle. Especially during winter nights every year, one could even see the aurora in the sky. However, it was currently summer. The aurora that should not have appeared suddenly appeared in the sky of Norway night. The beauty of the aurora was something that no phenomenon in the natural world could compare to. They were like fireworks blooming in festivals. Sometimes they were like a colorful ribbon, sometimes they were like a burning flame, sometimes they were like a huge silver screen, full of the most beautiful colors in the world, lightly floating in the night sky. If one counted carefully, they could find dozens of different forms of aurora. They were as light as ribbons, floating in the stars and Milky Way in the night sky. Under the illumination of the two, they presented a kind of beautiful scenery that could not be described in any language. Even the usually calm Ulquiera was inevitably attracted by this beautiful scenery. There were faint ripples in his eyes that were like a pool of stagnant water, staring deeply at the gorgeous light above the Milky Way. Chwerhit Shugaya and Swafon have never seen aurora, and are deeply attracted by this beautiful scene. Legend has it that polar light is the light of the armor shining when the Valkyrie rode on the Pegasus in the night sky. Lod thought of this ancient legend and turned to look at several Valkyrie, laughing, so the appearance of this polar light should be your credit. Something's not right, Lord Spirit King. Yalwet's face was slightly solemn. She lowered her head and said, according to common sense, the appearance of the aurora is indeed related to the Valkyrie, but this aurora was not created by us, but a kind of call. Lod raised his eyebrows. Who is calling? Yalwet frowned and looked at the dozens of aurora lights in the sky. She said in a deep voice, Aurora is the flag of the Valkyrie when she went to war. The color of the armor when the Pegasus crossed the sky is only one possibility. Here, there was once a Valkyrie who went to war. Brunhild added, moreover, it is the aurora summoned by the remnant will of Valkyrie after she sensed the appearance of her companions. That's right, this is a signal. Yalwet looked at the aurora and said meaningfully, or is it a warning? Swafon immediately recovered from the beautiful scenery of aurora and said thoughtfully, if that is the case, you can imagine in what kind of situation will Valkyrie use aurora as a signal or warning. I remember, there is only one situation. Yalwet and Brunhild looked at each other and said in unison, when they encounter an irresistible great crisis, that might even threaten Asgarda. When the Valkyries are completely annihilated, they will use the aurora to warn Asgarda. In other words, they encountered a very powerful enemy. Before they were defeated, they left behind the aurora to warn the later war Valkyries. Swafon frowned and analyzed. There was a hint of confusion on Yalwet's face, and she said in confusion, but how can I not remember, there is still a Valkyrie that has come to Midgard. Brunhild was also very puzzled. Yes, we are the original Valkyrie. Perhaps you have forgotten. Lil Shiro crossed his arms in front of his chest and tilted his head. Or perhaps, after your death, Asgarda built another Valkyrie Legion. There is no second Valkyrie Legion. At this moment, Lod interrupted and shook his head. Ever since Yalwet and the others were buried in the underworld, Asgarda has never formed a Valkyrie Legion. Now, the one who inherited the title of Valkyrie, is the first Valkyrie that Odin had created. Tisk tisk. That's strange. Lil Shiro's childish face was puzzled. He asked doubtfully, since there is no second Valkyries and Brunhild does not know about this, where did the Valkyries come from? Just as everyone was confused, another Valkyrie, Skuld, walked out after a moment of hesitation. She carefully raised her hand, bit her lips, and whispered, "Well, I seem to know where they came from." Seeing the puzzled gazes of everyone, Yalwet introduced, "She is called Skuld. Although her combat ability is not outstanding among the Valkyries, she has another name, one of the three goddesses of fate." The three goddesses of fate? Hearing this, Lod and others all looked surprised. A goddess of fate ran to become a Valkyrie, and was reduced to becoming a puppet of Hylra in Helheim. Looking at all the gods in all myths who were connected to fate, was there anyone who was as miserable as her? Yalwet saw through everyone's thoughts and said bitterly, Skuld was once the three goddess of fate, but she symbolized the future, and there was more than one future. Therefore, she was demoted to the Valkyrie Legion by Odin when the prophecy failed again and again. Everyone suddenly realized that this was the reason. The past and the present were constant, but the future was not set. Skuld could only predict one of the future. It was not so important to Asgard, so she was reduced to being the Valkyrie. Skuld was obviously very introverted. Her face turned red from being stared at by everyone. She subconsciously hid behind Yalwet and whispered, "I once heard from Sister Erd that before we existed, there was a female Valkyrie. However, for some reason their existence and history were forcibly erased by Odin." Yalwet and the others were stunned. They were not the original Valkyrie. There was another Valkyrie that was born before them. However, due to some unknown reasons, Odin personally erased their existence and history. They were abandoned in Midgard. They were only discovered after thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Interesting. Hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Lod's eyes. He said with great interest, "The Valkyrie whose existence has been erased from history. I want to know what exactly can make Odin hide their existence at all costs." He found that what he gained the most on this trip was actually the black history of that old man, Odin. In the future, if the first prince of Asgard knew the black history of his old father, would he feel the gap between ideals and reality and completely collapse his mind? Chapter 404, Strange Town. Aurora, Odin, Valkyrie. Between these three, there was a history that had been erased. According to what Lod knew, Odin had ruled Asgard very early, and it could be traced back to the ancient times a million years ago. Moreover, Odin was also the veteran who formed the prehistoric Avengers Alliance, and wore the destroyer armor to fight against the gods, and finally defeated the gods who planned to destroy the Earth, and successfully guarded the blue planet. However, Yalwet and the other Valkyries had only appeared for a few thousand years. Therefore, it was absolutely possible that there had been an unknown Valkyries during this period. However, what made Lod feel suspicious was that since there was such an army, why did Odin erase it from history and ignore the aurora signal left on Earth? There must be some great secret in this. Although Lod was not an overly curious person, he could not let go of the secret in front of him. Therefore, he decided to follow the source of the aurora and go to the nearby towns to find out if there were any related myths and legends. Perhaps they could find some clues from it. They were in Norway to the west of the Navia Peninsula, while the origin of the aurora was in the north. This place was close to the Baltic Sea, and the north was the same species of Scandinavian, one of the 5 northern countries, Denmark. If they wanted to go to Denmark, they had to go through the Baltic Sea. This sea was more than 190 kilometers wide. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to cross the Baltic Sea on foot, but for everyone present, it was just a small matter. Through the stars in the sky, Brunhild roughly identified the location. Lod directly used the ability of the Quincy to solidify the Rishi and create a giant flying ship, carrying everyone toward Denmark in the north. They flew directly into the clouds, passing through the night sky at several times the speed of sound, following the origin of aurora, and soon crossed the Baltic Sea, coming to a remote town on the border of Danmai Kingdom. The overall architectural style of this small town was still in the medieval period. The style of all the buildings was biased towards the ancient European style. Most of them were sharp wooden buildings. Moreover, there were many sculptures standing tall. All of them exuded a strange and gloomy aura. They were very different from modern buildings. It had to be said. In this era, it was not easy to see such buildings again. In particular, Denmark, a country known as the top 3 in the world, had not been demolished and replaced. It could be called a miracle. In order to avoid causing panic, Laud landed the spirit boat on the edge of the town and gave the portable jigai to everyone. After putting all of them on jigai, he walked into this ancient town. An old man with grey hair was sitting on a stone outside the town with a crutch to rest. When he saw Laud and the others who suddenly came in, he blinked his turbid eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Brunhild walked forward and spoke in Danish. "Hello, old man. We are tourists. We suddenly saw this town and felt that it was very beautiful. We wanted to come and live here for a few days." "Sorry, beautiful lady." The old man leaned on his cane and shook his head. He slowly said, "This place doesn't receive outsiders. You should go to the nearby Dragai. The scenery there is much more beautiful than here." Brunhild had already expected this, and she pretended to be embarrassed. "But we walked over on foot. The food and water supply are almost exhausted, and it is already very late. If we set out again, we might encounter danger." The old man hesitated for a moment, but he still gritted his teeth and refused. "No, you can't stay here." Originally, Laud didn't think much of it, but the old man refused again and again, which aroused his interest. It was clear that the small town in front of him wasn't as simple as it seemed. The boy was the grandson of the old man. He had just heard the conversation between the two people. Seeing Brunhild's beautiful appearance, he couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy. He pulled the old man's arm and advised, "Grandpa, why don't we let them stay for a night? It is too late today. If they go out, they might be eaten by bears. Grandpa, let us stay for a night. Tomorrow morning, we will leave this place, okay?" Brunhild took the opportunity to speak. Of course, even if that was the case, wouldn't it still be up to them to leave tomorrow? "Grandpa, just promise them." The boy shook the old man's hand, his face full of expectation. "All right." The old man couldn't stand his favorite grandson begging, so he could only sigh and shake his head helplessly. "Just stay for one night. When tomorrow morning comes, you will replenish the water and food, and then leave here quickly." After saying that, the old man stood up with his walking stick. With the support of his grandson, he trembled as he led everyone to his residence. Coincidentally, it was at the entrance of the small town. It was a 2-story wooden house. After entering the house, everyone sat in front of the fireplace. Through their conversations, they learned that the old man's name was Axel Kleiner, and the boy's name was Jens Kleiner. Jens' parents had already died because of a snowstorm. Now, only Axel was left with his grandson. He relied on fishing or other people to help him survive for days. The old man's biggest wish was that he could send Jens to Copenhagen in the future. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost ready, Brunhild took the opportunity to change the topic to the aurora. "How strange! It is clearly summer now, but why would the aurora appear?" When they heard the 2 words aurora, the expressions of Axel and Jens instantly changed under the illumination of the flames. "Your complexion doesn't seem to be too good." Brunhild noticed this scene and pretended to be curious. "Did I say something wrong, sister?" Jens forced a smile and kindly reminded, "Don't mention polar light here, because it is a bad omen." "Aurora? Bad omen?" Hearing this, Laud and the others raised their eyebrows slightly. It seemed that their transportation was good. There was indeed something wrong with this town. Brunhild was deep in thought. She tilted her head and asked, "Why? Aurora is clearly so beautiful. Why is a bad omen?" "I don't know either, but the adults all said so." Jens scratched the back of his head and said in distress, "There is a legend that has been circulating in the town for a long time. As long as the aurora appears, bad things will happen." "Shut up, Jens." The old man opened his eyes wide and said angrily, "It's already very late. You should go back to sleep." "Oh. Okay, Grandpa." Jens shrunk his head and obediently stood up to bid farewell to everyone before going upstairs to sleep. "Guests, sleep in the other room tonight." Axel had an ugly expression on his face. It was obvious that his eyes were gloomy and terrifying because of the matter with the aurora. He lowered his voice and said, "Do not talk about aurora here. If you understand, you should leave early tomorrow morning." Chapter 405, Beowulf. Aurora, ominous, legend. In this small town located in a remote mountain area, there was an indescribable strangeness everywhere. The matter that the old man of Axel and Jens concealed was obviously linked to Aurora. It seemed that if they wanted to find out the truth of the matter, they had to stay here for a few more days. Lod pondered for a moment and said, "Lil Shiro, I might have to trouble you for a few days." Chwirhit said seriously, "Lord Spirit King, please tell me, I will do my best to do it. Create a blizzard and seal this town until we find out the truth." Lod said with a smile. For Chwirhit, it is easy to change the weather climate in a certain area with the high Aran Meru. Although it was summer at this time, the climate was not hot, and the rain was sufficient, so it was not difficult to create a blizzard. The only thing that was slightly difficult part was that the duration of this blizzard was that it might be a big challenge for Chwirhit and his spiritual power. "No problem, Lord Spirit King." Chwirhit expressed that there was no problem, and he also considered the duration. The blizzard didn't need to last for a long time. It only needed to seal off the road outside the town. Because the snow that fell before wouldn't disappear, it was still possible to seal the town for 7 or 8 days. After resolving the reason for staying, Lod looked at Brunhild and smiled. "Next, it's up to you. Find out about the legend of Aurora from them and see what secret this small town is hiding." The reason why he gave this task to Brunhild was actually because the little boy called Jens had a very good impression of Brunhild. Using the identity of the big sister next door to get the little boy, the success rate was much higher than them. "Leave it to me." Brunhild nodded and accepted the mission. "Others." Lod looked at the remaining people and said, "Swafon, take a few people to the edge of the town and see if there are any other clues about polar light." As for Ulquira, it was better to stay by his side. Anyway, with his temper, it was not suitable for him to go out and communicate with others. After assigning their respective tasks, Chwirhit went out to create a snowstorm. The rest sat around the fireplace, waiting for the next day to come. The next day, this remote town welcomed a rarely seen blizzard in 100 years. Thick dark clouds surged like ink, covering dozens of miles of sky. All the roads that went in and out of the town were covered by several meters of thick snow. Even the nearby mountains were wrapped in a layer of silver. The only strange thing was that only this small town was not covered by a blizzard, as if there was some kind of special power protecting this small town. In fact, this was intentional by Chwirhit. Otherwise, if the blizzard buried the town, it would inevitably cause some innocent casualties. But for the people in the town, this was no different than adding snow to the frost. Almost everyone had a thick layer of fear on their faces. The old man Axel woke up early. He stood at the door of the town with a cane and looked at the snow-covered scenery outside. His expression was deep and gloomy. "Grandpa." Jens looked at the blizzard and revealed a trace of uneasiness and fear. He supported the old man and said worriedly, "Could it be because of Aurora?" "Jens, don't talk nonsense." The old man with a vertical eyebrow stared at the surroundings carefully. After making sure that there was no one else around, he warned him, "Don't mention this again in the future. I have something to do. Go home obediently and tell those people not to run around." Obviously, the old man with Axel also knew that it was impossible for those people to walk out of such a huge snowstorm. They could only stay in this small town for the time being. "Oh, okay," Jens pouted and walked home. After the old man sent his grandson home, he shook his head and walked toward a building near the sea of the town. SwaFon, who has trained to become the chief of Onmitsukid, intuitively told her that she might find something if she followed, so she quietly followed the old man. The old man with the cane took more than half an hour to come to the building near the sea with difficulty. Unlike other architectural styles in the town, this building near the sea is a tall tower, a bit like a lighthouse on the sea, but there is no indicator light at the top. Axel took a deep breath and slowly walked up the stairs paved with stones. He raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door. Dong! The wooden door made a dull sound under the knocking. "Wiglaf, it's me, Axel." Axel shouted through the wooden door, as if he wanted to wake up the man inside. After a long time, the wooden door creaked open and a rough middle-aged man with stubble all over his face, dressed in the typical Viking style, appeared. "What are you doing here?" Wiglaf seemed to be still asleep. He opened his sleepy eyes and yawned. "It will be the day of the fire festival in a few days. Why aren't you looking at the entrance of the town? Why are you here? The town has been cut off by a blizzard," Axel said with a serious expression. "Blizzard?" Apparently, Wiglaf hadn't woken up yet. He was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Then, when he saw the mountain covered in snow, his expression couldn't help but change. How? How is this possible? It's summer now." A deep worry appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. "Do you think it's because the legendary aurora appeared?" "Impossible." Wiglaf suddenly became very excited, his eyes widened like an angry lion, but then quickly like venting, his eyes repeated, "This is impossible. This is impossible. This is impossible." Seeing this situation, SwaFon, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but frowning. "Aurora? Another aurora? What secret was this aurora hiding that made people in a small town so afraid of the aurora and the legend?" The old man Axel hesitated for a moment, and then his eyes unconsciously glanced at a bulging mound by the sea. He asked carefully, "Perhaps the appearance of the aurora was really warning us that it was coming back?" Wiglaf was silent for a long time. His expression was extremely solemn, and his faintly trembling pupils showed that his heart was not so calm at the moment. Wiglaf clenched his fists tightly and said in a deep voice, "Axel, it's time to gather everyone." You want to?" The old man was shocked. He couldn't even hold his walking stick properly and fell to the ground. However, he didn't care about it at all. He just stared at the rough man. 1,000 years have passed. Wiglaf puffed out his chest, his entire body exuding an aura of battle. His eyes were like those of a proud lion as he said domineeringly, "It's finally about to wake up, and it's time for us to stand out. Like a valiant ancestor, we can defeat and seal it once more." The old man Axel recalled his grandson, and a hesitant expression flashed across his face for a moment. He did not respond to the man. "Axel, don't forget that our ancestor is the famous Beowulf," Wiglaf roared, startling the hesitant old man. "Yes. I know." Axel let out a long sigh, sadness appearing in his eyes. "We are the descendants of heroes and have inherited Beowulf's glory and bravery. We must complete the unfinished business of our ancestors." Chapter 406, 1200 Years of Waiting. Beowulf. SwaFon silently wrote down this name. Although it is not clear at the moment, what is the connection with the whole thing? But the intuition of being in Onmitsukid all year round tells her that the Beowulf mentioned in the mouth of Axel, this ancient legend may be hidden, and the truth of what they want to pursue. After Wiglaf finished speaking, he turned and walked into the tower. Leaving Axel alone, holding a cane, he looked up at the sea and looked deeply at the mound. His eyes revealed an indescribable feeling, as if he was mourning. After a long time, the old man of Axel was holding a cane. His originally hunched back was straight like an unsheathed sword. His turbid eyes were full of determination and murderous intent. He walked back to the town with heavy steps. At this moment, Swaifon could clearly feel it. In the salty sea breeze, there seemed to be a murderous aura brewing. Since the intelligence has been investigated, Swaifon, in order to avoid being discovered, took a step first, returned to the house, and reported this important news to Lod and others. Lil Shiro naturally does not have to say much, and like Swaifon, he does not understand these foreign myths at all, looking at others with a blank face. Valkyrie is not much better. They used to only be responsible for fighting and killing. Where do they have the time to understand Earth's myths, especially a human story, so they do not know the story of Beowulf. Ulquiorra skipped it directly. Only Lod remembered some things about Beowulf. After organizing his thoughts, he told everyone. The hero, Beowulf. It was an ancient poem that described the heroic deeds of the hero of Navia. Most of the people who were familiar with history knew this story. It was the Song of Roland in France, the Song of Nibelungen in Germany, and it was also known as the three great hero poems in European literature. Beowulf in the narrative poem came from Sweden. In the end, he completed the epic feat and could be called a hero in Denmark. He once led 14 warriors to eliminate the two monsters that harmed Denmark with brute force and wisdom. Then, decades later, he fought a greedy fire dragon and died together with it. At this point, the story of the hero Beowulf came to an end. It was rumored that one of the warriors who followed Beowulf inherited his armor and sword and became the hero of the new generation. That's all. What do you want to say? Lod rubbed his temples. At most, he remembered this. This was the impression left by watching a movie when he was in primary school in the previous world. Now, he had already forgotten what the other two monsters that Beowulf was fighting were. In the conversation between Wiglaf and Axel, they mentioned that they wanted to inherit the will of their ancestors and win and seal it again. Ulquiorra's eyes moved slightly and said indifferently, so the appearance of Aurora is likely to warn us, one of the three monsters in the legend of Beowulf, or all. Yes, it should be like that. Swaifon nodded to agree, and then said, moreover, they claim to be the descendants of Beowulf. Combined with the fact that this small town has been closed all year round, it is very likely that they are guarding the monster's seal. Hearing this, Lod pondered for a moment and said, it is indeed very possible. Yalwet frowned and asked, but the timeline doesn't match. Beowulf's legend is only about 1,000 years old, but the time that Valkyrie disappeared should be at least 10,000 years ago. This is a problem. The time that the original Valkyrie disappeared should have been at least 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, it was impossible for Arbeit and the others not to know. However, Beowulf's legend only lasted 1,000 years. Then how did the aurora of the Valkyrie and the legend of Beowulf form a connection? While everyone was deep in thought, the old man, Axel, finally returned. As soon as he entered, he ignored the people sitting around the fireplace and shouted upstairs, Jens, come down quickly. Thump 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 thump. When Jens heard his grandfather's call, he hurriedly ran down the stairs. When he saw the old man's solemn expression, he couldn't help but scratch his head curiously and ask, what's wrong, grandfather? Axel didn't say anything and just waved his hand to signal Jens to come over. Although Jens was puzzled, he obediently walked over and stared with a pair of big eyes full of curiosity and confusion. Axel held Jens's hand and walked in front of Lod and the others. After a few seconds of silence, he made a move that was beyond everyone's expectations. Dong! The rotten wooden board made a loud noise and the old man, who was holding Jens, knelt in front of everyone. This sudden action was beyond everyone's expectations. Lod was slightly dazed for a moment. He got up and wanted to help the old man and the child up, but Axel did not appreciate it at all. He firmly knelt on the ground and refused to get up. His muddy old eyes were filled with expectation and begging. "Mr. Axel, if you have something to say, you can get up first." Lod's eyelids twitched. Generally, the movie would develop according to this kind of plot. Next, it was time to rely on me. As expected, the old man of Axel had a sad expression. "Mr. Lod, I want to ask you to take Jens away with you." "Grandfather." Jens's face changed, shocked by the sudden words. However, the old man ignored him and just stared straight at Lod, his voice carrying a hint of pleading. "I don't ask you to take care of Jens. I only ask you to take him away from here. As long as he doesn't stay here, no matter where he goes, it's fine. I can agree to your request." Lod forcefully helped the old man up with one hand and said, "But you need to tell us the reason. Why are you in a hurry to send Jens to other places?" Acker's expression changed slightly. "I'm sorry. The reason? I can't tell you. Is it Beowulf? Or Aurora?" At this point, Lod did not intend to hide it anymore. He simply laid out his cards and said, "No matter what the reason is, if you want to send Jens out of here, I can do it for you. However, the premise is that I want to know the reason." The old man of Ixa trembled and his face trembled. He subconsciously took a few steps back. "You? Who are you?" Lod gave the Valkyrie a look, and the latter nodded to express his understanding. Yalwet took a step forward, her body transformed into silver armor. She wore a holy helmet with wings, and a blood-red battle robe fluttered behind her. She held a silver gorgeous sword in her hands, and her entire body emitted a god-like radiance. The other Valkyries all transformed into divine armor. Under the god of light Baldur's gift, it was as if the light of hope had pierced through the darkness, sprinkling a warm and gentle light, exuding a heroic and valiant aura. Axel and Jens were almost stunned. "We are Valkyries." Yalwet raised the sword in her hand and announced, "Aurora is the light of when we cross the sky. We grant the enemy death on the battlefield and send a wonderful song to the brave warriors who died in battle." But unexpectedly, after a moment of shock, Axel burst into tears. "You are finally here." Like a child, Axel sat on the ground and cried. His voice was filled with indescribable sadness and endless pain. We have waited for you, for 1200 years." Chapter 407, Grendel, Banshee and a Dragon. 1200 years. Ancestor. Did you see that? They have finally arrived. They have finally returned. We did not break your promise. For a whole 1200 years, we have finally met the Valkyrie. They have finally come to find us. The old man of Axel cried bitterly, as if he had endless grievances, rushing out of his eyes with tears. The loud cries of the old man could not be cut off by the rotten wooden house, which attracted the other people in the town. At first, the villagers were still shocked why there were more than a dozen outsiders here. However, after the little boy Jens explained, the villagers learned that it was the Valkyrie, and they were as excited as the old man. They all cried and howled into the sky. For a time, the cries shook the sky. Yalwet was very upset. From these voices, one could tell how much depression these villagers had accumulated. As time passed, several people ran around to tell the news. Almost all the people in the town gathered outside the wooden house, and the room was full of people. The scene of hundreds of people crying and howling, even Lod, who was used to wind and waves, couldn't help but feel his eyelids jump. "Don't cry!" A thunderous voice sounded and suppressed everyone's crying. They saw that they gathered outside the old man's house. In the vast crowd, they consciously separated a road, walked out a rough man with disheveled hair and slovenly appearance, which was exactly what Swaifon mentioned. "What a disgrace, all shut up! Wiglaf's deep voice rang out like thunder. Wiglaf clearly had quite a bit of prestige in the small town. He swept his lion-like eyes around, and the agitated villagers obediently shut their mouths. Seeing that the villagers had clearly calmed down, Wiglaf frowned and waved his hand. "Everyone, don't gather here for now. Let me talk to these Valkyries." Although the villagers were unwilling, they did not dare to go against his words. One by one, they slowly left the small wooden house and crouched outside the house. The house was empty in an instant, and Lod breathed a sigh of relief. His buzzing mind finally calmed down at this moment. "Are you, really the Valkyrie?" Valkyries looked at the numerous Valkyries and found it hard to believe. He took a deep breath and asked. "Yes." Valkyries nodded. "We are indeed Valkyries. So, can you tell us the truth about the Aurora? And that 1200 years of waiting? What is going on?" There were too many questions in their hearts, and they couldn't wait to know the truth. "Before that, answer one of my questions first." Wiglaf straightened his back and placed his hands on his knees. His entire body emitted a domineering aura, as if he was a lion that was glaring at them angrily. "Sure," said Yalwet. "Well, what I want to ask is..." Wiglaf nodded slightly and asked, "According to the agreement, you should have come back a long time ago. Why are you late for 1200 years? "Because..." Yalwet sighed. "We have been dead for 1000 years. Our souls lingered around Helheim, and we have only been freed recently." Brunhild was afraid that he wouldn't believe her, so she added, "Before this, we didn't know anything about this place. All the information was hidden. If not for the fact that we accidentally came to the vicinity of Norway and saw polar light, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known about it even after 1000 years." "You mean, you came back from the dead?" Hearing this, Wiglaf looked surprised. It seemed that Valkyrie was not lying, so he could only believe this explanation. "You just said that you don't know what this means." Brunhild was just about to answer when she was grabbed by Yalwet. "I'm sorry, but we can't tell you about this." "Is that so?" Wiglaf took a deep look as if he had understood something. He didn't pursue the matter and only let out a long sigh. Urt said, "May I ask if you can tell us about polar light now?" "Since you don't know, then let me tell you the real story of our ancestor, Beowulf." A wisp of memory appeared in Wiglaf's eyes, and then he slowly told the story. Around the 8th century of AD, a prince with natural strength appeared in the country of Kit, modern Sweden. His name was Beowulf. When Beowulf was young, his martial arts had reached its peak. At that time, no one in the country was his match. Thus, under his mother's suggestion, Beowulf decided to travel around to increase his knowledge and experience. After going through untold hardships, crossing the Nivea mountain range and crossing the Baltic Sea, the young Beowulf arrived at the modern Denmark country. He heard that the king, Hrothgar, was offering a large reward to hunt a swamp monster that could harm the citizens. Beowulf was young and vigorous, and he thought that he was peerless in martial arts, so he volunteered to accept the reward. He took the 14 warriors gathered by the king and went to the swamp in the depths of the forest to find the terrifying monster that could harm the world, Grendel. Grendel was born in the swamp. It was said that he was the descendant of the son of Adam, Cain, and because he also had the curse of God, everything withered and rot wherever he went. He was jealous of all the beautiful things in the world, so he wreaked havoc in the Denmark kingdom for 12 years. Every time he appeared, dozens of lives would die. The king of Denmark suffered a great deal of pain and had sent troops to suppress him several times. However, due to the huge size of Grendel and the fact that he was immune to all poisons and sharp blades, the army of mortals was no match for it. Finally, with the assistance of the 14 warriors, Beowulf broke Grendel's arms with his bare hands and stabbed a javelin deep into the giant's chest. Grendel panicked and ran back to the deeper parts of the forest. After arriving at his mother's nest, he exhausted all his strength and died. Therefore, in order to avenge his son, the forest banshee led countless poisonous sea snakes to invade the human world. Beowulf went to the depths of the forest again. He found a silver sword in the nest of the banshee and cut off the head of the banshee. After completely dealing with the two monsters that caused the disaster, he returned to his hometown and inherited the throne of the mainland. 50 years after killing Grendel and the banshee, a powerful fire dragon suddenly appeared in the territory of the mainland. It roared and spat out endless flames, turning the world into a living hell, and countless people died because of it. Beowulf, who was already old, resolutely embarked on the journey to hunt monsters for the country and the people. He followed the traces left by the fire dragon and went all the way back to the forest where he killed the giants and the banshee when he was young. He found the nest of the fire dragon and found that it was full of broken silver armor. There were even many blades that were similar to the sword style in his hand, but had long been damaged on the outside. The fire dragon he was searching for was on a hill made of countless armor. At the same time, there was a remnant of the Valkyrie's consciousness in the broken armor, telling Beowulf a shocking secret. In fact, the giant dragon was the giant Grendel who he had personally killed 50 years ago, but now it was possessed by another evil force. If they could not defeat and seal this evil fellow, then the entire world would be destroyed by that evil force. After a painful battle, Beowulf finally stabbed his sword into the dragon's abdomen. His neck was also pierced by the giant dragon's fangs, but unfortunately, the giant dragon would not be destroyed. It was only temporarily sealed. Thus, Beowulf and the Valkyrie made an oath that before the next generation of Valkyries came to Midgard, they would guard this place for generations to ensure that the giant dragon would not break through the seal and descend again to destroy this world. Before he died, Beowulf gifted the armor and the sword to a young warrior who followed him. Under the advice of Valkyrie, the young warrior drank the blood of the dragon and obtained a life as long as the god race. He built a small village near the mountain range that sealed the dragon. In the name of Beowulf's descendants, he guarded this place for generations. At the end of the story, everyone suddenly came to a realization. The young warrior who inherited Beowulf's armor and the sword was Wiglaf in front of him. Chapter 408, Valkyrie's Farewell. 1,200 years of waiting. That once young warrior, Wiglaf, had never abandoned his duties in this long period of time that spanned across several centuries. He was stationed alone at this desolate border, far away from his hometown and all his relatives, just to abide by the promise of Beowulf. After listening to Wiglaf's description, all the Valkyrie and others were deeply shocked by this persistence. The lifespan of mortals was only 100 years, and this group of people had actually waited here for a full 1,200 years. According to the current standards of the United Nations, most people only had a lifespan of about 80 years. After a brief conversion, it was easy to tell that they had waited here for a full 15 generations. Moreover, the ancient times were limited in all aspects. Especially since the Vikings had very short lifespans and were likely less than 40 years old, this number would only increase more. The youth and life of dozens of generations was just to abide by such a promise that spanned thousands of years and centuries. At this moment, everyone's hearts were deeply touched, and their eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of respect. Yalwet bit her lips, and her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, as if indicating how restless her heart was at this moment. There were thousands of words, but when the words reached her mouth, they only turned into an apology. Except for this apology, there was no other sentence that could soothe sacrifice and dedication of dozens of generations. You don't have to apologize to us. Wiglaf was expressionless, but his eyes were burning. This undoubtedly showed that in the depths of this man's heart, he was not as calm as he appeared to be on the surface. If there wasn't any resentment in his heart, it would probably be a fake scene. But even so, Wiglaf didn't say a single word of resentment. After taking a deep breath to calm down the restlessness in his heart, he said in a deep voice, "This is the story between King Beowulf and me. It is also the truth of Aurora that you are pursuing. Now, it is your turn to fulfill your promise." However, Yalwet was silent. From all angles. She should not hesitate at this moment. That was the letter left behind by the Valkyrie, and it should be inherited by them to complete this heavy promise that had lasted for several centuries and buried the youth and life of dozens of generations, killing the evil dragon that had brought disaster to the world. But as time went by, they were no longer Valkyrie. Since Helheim was saved by Lod, they had drawn a clear line from the past and decided to dedicate all their lives to this Lord Spirit King. Whether they agreed to Wiglaf's request to kill the evil dragon, the decision was not in their hands, but in the hands of Lord Spirit King. Yalwet slightly turned her head and looked at Lod, who was sitting behind. She was asking for the opinion of this Lord Spirit King. Because this was important, it was related to the standpoint and attitude problem, so she could not be careless. Yes, I agree. Lod knew what Yalwet meant, and he thought in his heart that he was indeed sensible. He nodded and said, besides, there is still a problem that we have not figured out, so no matter what, we have to meet this evil dragon that destroyed the world. Although he hadn't finished speaking, the others had already understood what he meant. According to the legend of Beowulf, Grendel was controlled by some evil force and forcibly transformed into the appearance of the giant dragon. It was obvious that this evil force was the target of the first batch of Valkyrie's crusade. However, for some special reason, the Valkyrie and that evil force perished together. Only a trace of consciousness remained in the armor. Later, for some reason, that power suddenly revived and invaded and transformed the dead corpse of Grendel. Then the question is, who exactly was the evil force that invaded Grendel that could make the king of all gods, Odin, have no choice but to erase the records and existence of the original Valkyrie, and even turn a blind eye to it for the next thousands of years? When Wiglaf was telling the story, a flash of inspiration flashed through Lod's mind. It was as if he was vaguely hinting at him that he had forgotten a crucial clue, but when he turned back to think carefully, he could not remember what he had forgotten. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. There should be an even bigger secret hidden behind this legend. However, the content that he knew so far was too little. He could not connect these scattered clues together only because of what Wiglaf had said. When can we set off to the cave where the giant dragon was sealed? Yvette sounded a little urgent. It was not just for the Valkyrie, but also to complete the promise as soon as possible. We have to wait for 2 days. After he finished speaking, he did not forget to explain, only on the day of the fire festival that happens once every 10 years, the cave that sealed the giant dragon will appear. Now, even if we go there, we won't be able to find it. The many Valkyries looked at each other, revealing looks of surprise and confusion. Only the 3 goddess of fate, Skuld, said in a low voice, someone must have used the rune language to set up a shield and hidden magic outside the cave, so they couldn't be found normally. Rune language? Yvette was shocked again. She stared at Skuld and said, I remember that only Odin can use this kind of text, right? Yes. Skuld was a little shy from being looked at by her sisters. She nodded and whispered, rune is a gift from the Yggdrasil, and only Odin can use it. So the person who laid the seal can only be him. Ha, it's getting more and more interesting. Lod couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old man's dark history had increased once again. Aren't you guys Valkyrie? After Wiglaf heard the conversation, his expression suddenly became a little strange. Isn't it a little disrespectful to call the king of all gods by his name? Our identity as a Valkyrie is a matter of the past. Yalwet looked calm and her eyes were cold. Since we were resurrected from Helheim, we have abandoned our previous identities. So why can't we call him by his name? Wiglaf was dumbfounded, his expression was a little complicated. As an ancient Viking, he was a little unable to accept this fact. The Valkyrie who had led the warrior to the Valhalla had actually betrayed the great king of Pantheon, even calling his name without any respect. You don't need to know the details. We will fulfill our promise. Yalwet was too lazy to explain to him. She waved her hand expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, similarly, this is also a farewell to our past. From now on, there will be no more Valkyrie in this world. So, this was a farewell that belonged to them, to the Valkyrie. After completing this promise that lasted for 1,000 years, they would completely draw a clear line from the past. Chapter 409, God of Symbiotes. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the day of the fire festival that was held once every 10 years arrived, regardless of whether it was male or female, old or young, all of the people in the small town were gathered in the square. The 3 floors in the middle and 3 floors in a circle, and everyone had excited expressions on their faces. In the center of the small town square, there was a tall tower that was piled up with dozens of thick logs. After igniting the wooden tower, raging flames soared into the sky, emitting a surging red heat wave. Among them, the young men, wearing Viking-style armor and horn-style helmets, held a solid round shield in one hand, and held a long sword with a high edge in the other, as if they were warriors going on a war. Boom! Roar! 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 As the sword struck the shield, a thunderous rumble echoed. The Viking men's faces were flushed red, and their veins bulged. They roared in a deafening roar. And in the middle of everyone, under the burning wooden tower, was the immortal who had drunk dragon blood. He had inherited Beowulf's will, the second-generation Danish hero, Wiglaf. He was wearing an ancient armor that was covered in scratches. His hands were holding a sharp blade that was as red as blood. His messy long hair and beard were disheveled like the hair of a lion king. His eyes were filled with a strong domineering aura. A huge flag that was as red as blood was fluttering on the spire in the middle of the square. The flag depicted a sinister and evil dragon. It was pierced from top to bottom by an exquisite and gorgeous long sword. Around it were eagle wings that looked like they were spreading their wings. There were also some patterns that were inlaid with golden threads. This small town would hold a fire festival every 10 years. Every man who had been married and had given birth to a young man would wear the Viking battle armor and gather in the blazing tower. They would hold the red flag that depicted their ancestors and head towards the cave where the evil dragons were buried. The evil dragons had tried to revive in the past 1,200 years. If not for Wiglaf and this group of people trying to stop them, they would probably have broken through the seal by now. For example, the son of Old Man Axel. Yunsi's father died in the cave where the evil dragons were at the day of the fire sacrifice 10 years ago. Not long after, he died of sorrow and sorrow. And that day of the fire sacrifice was also the one that suffered the most casualties in the town. Almost all of them died in the cave, and only one person survived. That was Wiglaf. Now, in this small town, there were still people who were still alive and had a family. The men who had given birth to their Seireitei could be counted at a glance. There were only 20 to 30 people left. 20 to 30 men. One had to know that this was this small town. There were thousands of people. Among them, more than 60% of the women occupied. The most left were the elderly and Seireitei. From the number of people present, it could be seen just what kind of painful price this small town had paid to seal Grendel. However, this was worth it. They had finally waited for hope. Today, 1,200 years later, they could completely end this blood feud that had lasted for dozens of centuries. Brunhild was the kindest, so she suggested, "You only need to lead the way. There is no need for so many people to go over. We can take care of Grendel." The neatly dressed men all revealed angry expressions after hearing her words. Some even cursed a few times. No. Wiglaf glanced at her and then refused. There was no fear in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "We must personally witness the destruction of that evil dragon, Grinsi. This is our clan's greatest wish for thousands of years." Brunhild still wanted to persuade him, but she was stopped by Yalwet. The latter slightly shook his head and said, "Don't say any more. Just let them follow. After all, they have paid a heavy price for this promise." Brunhild was slightly startled. Only then did she realize why those men had glared at her. This was a promise that they had held onto for 1,000 years. If they retreated at this final juncture, wouldn't it be a great humiliation to their predecessors and ancestors? So, they had to go. Not only were they going to witness the death of Grendel, they were also going to personally settle this grudge and make a perfect ending for their ancestors' promise that spanned 1,000 years. Warriors, drink this cup of wine. Bring the bow of the ship into the ocean, and charge under Odin's blessing. Do not fear death and pain, because this is our long-cherished wish. In the singing of his wife, mother, and daughters, the men solemnly picked up the cups made of bull horns and drank the blood-red wine in the cup in one gulp. Let's go! Wiglaf raised his broken sword high and let out a thunderous roar. Roar! 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 The men roared at the sky, raised their shields and swords to follow Wiglaf, and advanced towards the mountain range covered in snow in the distance. Lod ordered Swafon, Chwirhit and Ulquira to stay in this town, in case the dragon suddenly rushed out of the cave, causing casualties to these residents, and then followed Valkyrie. Although these Vikings were wearing armor, the feasible speed was not slow at all. Under the leadership of Wiglaf, they quickly followed the rugged path and crossed the mountain range. After passing through the mountain range, everyone arrived at a swamp with dense vegetation. Towering trees surrounded by several people could be seen everywhere. The dense branches and leaves overlapped, covering the sky. It was obvious that this was the legendary forest swamp where Beowulf defeated the giants and the Banshee. Wiglaf had already been here countless times. Even in this huge forest swamp, he still led the group through this ancient swamp with ease, arriving at their final destination. At the end of this forest swamp, there was a dark tunnel that could accommodate several people moving side by side. It extended downwards diagonally, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. Standing at the edge of the tunnel, one could faintly feel the bone-chilling wind coming from the bottomless abyss. It was as if the evil dragon was gasping for breath, making one feel a heavy sense of oppression. The few young men who were slightly weaker were already sweating profusely. Wiglaf took a deep breath and was about to bend down to lead the way when he was stopped by Yalwet. "Let our Valkyrie lead the way." After saying that, regardless of whether he agreed or not, Yalwet and the other Valkyries pulled out the silver swords at their waists and formed a line of 2 or 3, protecting Lod in the middle. Then, they slowly leaned over and entered the tunnel. Wiglaf was silent for a moment. He understood what Yalwet meant, so he waved his hand to signal for the others to follow, and followed the Valkyries into the cave one after another. There was no light in the entire tunnel, and the road under their feet was quite rugged and steep. In order to take care of the mortals following them, Yalwet raised her hand and cast a spell, illuminating the entire dark tunnel. Chapter 410, God of Symbiotes. The tunnel extended downwards, as if it was heading to the abyss. With everyone's speed, they walked for more than half an hour. After about 1,000 meters deep into the ground, their field of vision suddenly changed from a narrow tunnel to a large square. "This is it." Wiglaf pointed at the giant door and said in a deep voice, "This ancient bronze door will only appear here on the day of the fire festival every 10 years. Everyone looked in the direction they were pointing at. A huge ancient bronze door blocked their way forward. The ancient bronze door was about 2 to 3 meters wide, enough to accommodate dozens of people. It was about 10 meters long and was almost equivalent to a building. A heavy and ancient feeling assaulted their faces. Moreover, the overall structure of the bronze door was natural and there was no trace of artificial carving. It made people have an illusion that only the supernatural work of nature could create such a huge door. To be able to see it from 1,000 meters underground was simply a miracle. What was worth noting was, there was a strange symbol carved in the middle of the closed bronze door. The shape of the symbol was similar to some ancient text, which made Lod feel vaguely familiar, but she could not remember where she had seen it before. Yalwet also noticed the mysterious symbol on the bronze door. After carefully examining it for a moment, she frowned. "That symbol, is not the rune language we know. It is another strange power we have never seen before. Skuld, do you know that symbol? Sorry, sister. I don't know that symbol either. Skuld shook her head in distress. I have never seen any records of this strange symbol in the history of Agard. Laud's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that this trip was really the right one. A mysterious symbol that had a history of tens of thousands of years that had never been recorded. There must be a huge secret hidden behind it, especially the special feeling that this symbol gave him. He must have seen the same symbol somewhere before. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Laud suppressed the doubts in his heart. He planned to cut down the entire bronze door after he dealt with Grendel. He would take it back and study it slowly. Sooner or later, he would remember it. Wiglaf gripped the sword with his left hand and slowly cut open a bloody wound. Then, he pressed his bloody palm against the symbol on the bronze door. After the symbol came into contact with the blood, the surface of the entire bronze door rippled like a stone thrown into a calm lake. In the blink of an eye, waves were stirred up. As the symbol was filled with bright red blood, the bronze door was accompanied by a heavy sound. The entire underground cave shook violently, as if it were being pulled by some invisible force. The giant door slowly opened from the inside. When the bronze door was completely opened, an extremely evil pressure spread out like a tsunami, covering the entire cave in an instant. Other than Valkyrie and Laud, the rest of the people, including Wiglaf, were all forced to kneel on the ground by this pressure. There were even some who fainted on the spot with their eyes turned white. Even those with strong willpower who were still barely holding on, had their bones cracking as if they were crying out hysterically. A pair of extremely scarlet ferocious beast eyes, without the slightest emotion, were as cold as a glacier. They were penetrating through the thick black fog inside the door, faintly watching the people outside the door, revealing a terrifying and tyrannical aura. It was as if they would be torn to pieces by the terrifying giant beast in the next second. Formation! Formation! Wiglaf's pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, he thought of a terrifying result. He clenched his sword and shouted at the top of his voice, "No one is allowed to retreat. Evil dragon Grendel has been resurrected." Roar! 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 The brave Viking men actually forcefully endured the pressure that was enough to crush their bones and stood up from the ground. They raised their battle blades and shields and charged at the evil giant eye. After dying at the hands of the hero Beowulf and being buried for dozens of centuries, the evil dragon, Grendel, had finally been completely resurrected. Although they were not sure what the reason was, it had caused Grendel to suddenly revive. However, these people knew that their mission was to seal the evil dragon, Grendel. "Valkyrie, draw your sword!" Brunhild roared, and the dazzling sword in her hand pointed at the pair of scarlet ferocious beast eyes. "Follow me and charge, and cut off the enemy's head!" Clang! All the Valkyrie had a solemn expression as she pulled out the sharp sword at her waist. Dazzling and blazing rays of light burst out, rising like beautiful meteors one after another, almost illuminating the entire dark cave, reflecting a group of valiant and heroic Valkyries, setting them off as sacred and inviolable. Laud did not choose to make a move, but watched quietly from the back. This was a promise battle between the descendant of Beowulf and Valkyries that had lasted for 1,000 years. He would not interfere unless necessary. Boom! 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 The intense light seemed to provoke Grendel, and a huge shadow slowly walked out from the bronze door. Everyone used the dazzling light emitted by the sword blade to see the true face of this evil dragon. They all sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time and were all shocked by that terrifying and peerless posture. The surface of Grendel's body was covered by a pitch-black reverse scale. The sharp edges of the scales were like swords' blades. It was enough to mercilessly tear apart any living being that came into contact with it. Its head was like a giant curved horn formed from countless dragon horns. It was so sharp that it seemed to be able to pierce through the entire world and easily tear apart any body that was protected by armor. The black dragon's overall form was strange. It was like a sharp sword blade that stabbed towards the sky. As for the thick limbs that were comparable to the embrace of several people, they had ferocious and sharp claws growing out of them. It was no doubt that just a light strike would be enough to tear open a huge crack in the ground. Holala! The sharp, spiky tail with reverse scale simply waved and the air exploded like thunder. When Grendel opened his broken black wings, a huge shadow instantly covered the entire cave. As his wings flapped, a tidal wave of air surged, and he roared as he spread out, almost overturning everyone to the ground. Evil dragon, Grendel! Just standing on the ground, it seemed to have a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The scorching white breath that came out from its nose burned the nearby ground and the rock wall into a sand-shaped crystal. You ants, how dare you imprison me for 1,000 years? The huge black dragon raised its horn that reached into the sky, and its tyrannical vertical pupils revealed boundless killing intent. I'll let you lowly ants experience the power of the god of symbiotes, Null. Chapter 411, God of Symbiotes. The god of symbiotes, Null. The moment he heard this name, Laud's originally calm expression suddenly sank as if it were forecovered by dark clouds. There seemed to be thousands of bolts of lightning rolling down in his heart, rumbling and reverberating in his mind. It turned out that he had taken over and controlled Grenade Throwing's body, and had transformed it into this terrifying murderer. It turned out to be the most ferocious and tyrannical god of symbiotes, Null. When the concept of symbiotes was mentioned, most of the people who were familiar with Marvel World would think of Venom at the first possible moment. Thanks to the earliest Spider-Man movie, the Venom was one of the most familiar symbiotic creatures compared to the huge symbiotic family. Later, it broke away from Spider-Man in the movie universe and attached itself to the body of reporter Eddie Brock, becoming an anti-hero who was both good and evil. But in fact, symbiotes was a very large family. Symbiotes was an alien life form with self-awareness. It generally existed in the form of liquid and needed to be combined with the host to survive. It would give the host a power far beyond that of ordinary humans. The only drawback was that it was afraid of high temperature and ultrasonic waves. In addition to the many child separated from the venom, all symbiosis came from a planet. And the creator of that planet was Null, who claimed to be the god of symbiotes. In the manga settings, Null was born earlier than the universe, but it was still asleep at that time. Later, Null, who was asleep, was awakened by a strong light that pierced the universe and found that it was the Celestials who created all things. He questioned and angered the Celestials, thinking that they should not create those creatures and let the original pure universe be contaminated. However, the Celestials ignored him, so the angry Null took out a big black sword and took advantage of the moment when he was unprepared to launch a sneak attack and cut off the head of a Celestial member. However, when facing the furious Celestials, even though Null held the big black sword, he was still not a match for the Celestials, and he almost died. In the end, Null was still lucky to survive, so in order to take revenge on the Celestials, he used the head of the Celestials member and his own abyss power to forge the big black sword again and named it the Necrosword. After devouring the body of the Celestials, the Necrosword evolved into the first symbiotic body. However, the high temperature and ultrasonic waves produced during the forging process had become the common weakness of all symbiotic descendants. After rebirth, the Necrosword was extremely powerful. There were many titles left in the universe, including the God-Killing Sword, World Slicer, Sword of Annihilation, and so on. Perhaps one could see something extraordinary about it. After possessing the Necrosword, Null's confidence swelled, borrowing the characteristics of the symbiotic body to host other creatures. In a short period of time, he created a large army and giant dragons, and then he began his path of conquering all the gods in the universe. In Null's eyes, the universe created by the Celestials was full of filth, so it had to be destroyed. But unfortunately, Null obviously overestimated himself. When he was defeated in the universe, the symbiotic ancestor's Black Death Sword fell on an unknown planet. After hundreds of millions of years of evolution, it became the home planet of all the symbiosis. Now that things have come to this, Lod finally understood why the God King, Odin, wanted to block the news and even erased the relevant records with his own hands, not letting anyone know of the existence of this place. The god of symbiotes, Null, the most ferocious and brutal existence from billions of years ago, could even cut off the head of the group of gods. It could be seen how terrifying his strength was. Even Dormammu was not his match. However, what was even more terrifying was that Null was killing all the gods and clearing out the lives created by the group of Celestials as his ultimate goal. Once it was awakened by carelessness, it would definitely stir up a storm of blood in the entire universe, and the degree of terror was several levels higher than that of Thanos. Now, it was already too late. The living god Null had already awakened, and it was about to set off a storm of blood, a huge crisis that enveloped the entire universe. But at this critical juncture, Lod remained calm in the face of danger. A light suddenly flashed in his mind, and he remembered a crucial piece of information. The real god of symbiotes, Null, had been destroyed by an unknown powerhouse hundreds of millions of years ago. The countless remaining soul fragments were scattered in the bodies of the symbiotic beings in various parts of the universe, waiting for the day of reunion and resurrection. In other words, now that it appeared in front of them, this black dragon who claimed to be the god of symbiotes, was essentially just one of the fragments that were scattered on Earth. The reason was actually very simple. If the black dragon in front of him was the complete living god Null, how could it be imprisoned in a cave by the Valkyries and the human beings together for 1,000 years? After figuring out the joints, Lod calmed down slightly and tried to coax him, living god Null. I have heard of it. You should have died a long time ago. Why are you here on Earth? The black dragon seemed to be affected and became a little crazy. It directly told him about its origin. It turned out that after that great battle, Null's consciousness and soul were completely shattered. He had no choice but to follow the meteor that the symbiotes had turned into and drift aimlessly in the universe until he landed on Earth, which was still in the ancient era 1,000,000 years ago. After landing, Null saw that there were many lives here and wanted to devour this planet to recover its strength. However, his luck was extremely bad, and he happened to meet the Valkyrie who was patrolling. Null, who only had soul fragments left, was gradually unable to fight against the charge of the Valkyrie at the beginning. In the end, both sides died together and fell into the depths of the ground, sealed within a bronze door. The world had changed, and time had changed. The continent had shifted the world, and the world had changed. The blood of the corpse of Grendel permeated the surface of the earth and flowed into the bronze door along the tunnel. It just so happened that the consciousness of the sealed Null was awakened, and it took this opportunity to rush out of the door and devour corpse of Grendel, turning it into this terrifying state. The story ended here. However, after listening to this description, Lod's pupils suddenly expanded and contracted violently. In the narrative of the living god Null, there was a creepy message, which was that this bronze door had existed millions of years ago. Millions of years ago, although I don't know exactly how long it was. But at that time, it was the period when humans were just born. The age of stone and bronze was the age of stone and iron. The degree of precision of metallurgy was far less advanced than modern technology. Then the problem came. Who built this natural bronze door and placed it here? Chapter 412, God of Symbiotes. Compared to the living god Null, Lod was more concerned about this ancient bronze door. Whether it was the mysterious symbol carved on the door or the history that was older than the existence of human beings, there was obviously a shocking secret hidden behind this bronze door. And the existence of this secret itself was more valuable than the broken consciousness of the living god Null, which was attached to the body of Grendel. At this time, the rest of the people on the field had solemn expressions when facing this ferocious and terrifying black dragon. Roar! I'm going to kill you! Damn it, it's the group of gods! The dirty things you created, pollute this originally pure universe. It was unknown if it were for because of the incomplete soul, but the mind of the god of symbiotes Null was very chaotic, and it seemed extremely violent. It actually mistook the Valkyries present as members of the Celestial. Phew! The white heat that came out of the black dragon's nostrils made the Viking warriors feel as if they were melting even though they were dozens of meters away. Looking at the ground near the black dragon, which was made of sand under the high temperature, it was not difficult to imagine that if they dared to approach, they would probably become braised meat. Null slowly leaned down. His huge body gave people a great sense of oppression. His eyes, which were as big as copper bells, emitted a nearly solid cold killing intent. In an instant, everyone felt cold all over. In particular, Yalwet and the other Valkyries could feel the terrifying pressure brought about by the living god Null. Weiblin, quickly take the others away from here. Yalwet gripped the silver sword tightly with both hands. His expression was solemn, and he assumed a standard offensive posture. He said without looking back, "This is not a battle you can interfere in." In the following battle, they no longer had the strength to care about these humans. They had to use all of their energy to face this terrifying black dragon. Good. Although Weiblin was unwilling, he still had to know how serious the current situation was. He could only bite his lips and agree. Even he, who had once drank the dragon blood, could not help but feel two tremors when facing the black dragon Null. He could not raise any fighting spirit, let alone the group of ordinary people behind him. Rather than staying here to drag him down, it would be better to be sensible. Escape as soon as possible and don't cause trouble for others, lest an accident occurs. On the issue of major issues, Wei Groff could still tell. He resolutely turned around and roared at the group of Viking men who had already turned pale and lost their will to fight. "Don't just stand there, all of you, run to the surface. Use your fastest speed to leave this place." When faced with the threat of life, the potential that humans had stimulated was enough to surprise any race. After receiving Weiblin's consent, everyone ran to the tunnel they came from without the slightest hesitation. If the world champion of speed came, they would probably be at a disadvantage. "Don't even think about leaving this place." Null's tyrannical pupils moved, and he noticed the human attempting to escape. He growled, "In front of the god of symbiotes, no one can get out alive and bear the wrath of God." The huge overlapping horns were like sharp blades that pierced the sky. As the ferocious and terrifying dragon head was raised, the mouth of the crisscrossed teeth gathered and brewed, and a burning flame. Not good. Yalwet's pupils contracted slightly, and he instantly saw through Null's attack intent. He shouted almost for a few seconds, "Everyone, listen up. Form a defensive formation immediately." The moment she finished speaking, Null swung his neck at the people in front of him and spat out a scorching flame dragon breath. Fortunately, with Yalwet's reminder, the Valkyries were prepared in advance. They conjured a maple light shield in their left arms. With the tacit understanding of their comrades for thousands of years, they instantly formed an Asgardian defensive formation, blocking the fleeing mortals and Lod. The shields were tightly connected to each other like bricks and tiles. In the dazzling and warm light, it was like a majestic immortal great wall. It drew an inviolable absolute domain between the scorching dragon breath and the people behind it. The next second, the blazing dragon breath attacked. Rumble! The dragon breath flame fiercely collided with the great wall of light, making a loud sound as if the sky and earth were collapsing. The raging flames that covered the sky and the earth pressed down like a tsunami, enveloping all the corners in his field of vision. Endless flames rose up, causing the temperature of the entire underground cave to suddenly increase. Every breath of air that he inhaled was accompanied by burning pain in his lungs. Null's dragon breath was not only terrifyingly high temperature. The huge impact force that it possessed was no less than that of a meteorite crashing down. In an instant, the power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas and almost caused the towering city walls of the light shield to collapse. If not for the Valkyrie gritting their teeth and persisting with all their might, they would have collapsed long ago. The terrifying storm created by the impact was wreaking havoc in an unstoppable manner. The surrounding rock walls shook violently. The earth was overwhelmed by the shaking, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Countless rocks fell down like rain, and the entire cave showed signs of collapse at any time. The shaking lasted for dozens of seconds before it gradually stopped. Behind the majestic city wall built by the goddess of martial arts, Wei Groff, and the Viking warriors looked at the scorched earth with shock and horror. Without the protection of this city wall, they would have become a pile of charred bones. No one wanted to die, especially the way they died was so miserable. Hucky! Hucky! Weiblin's eyes widened, and he tried his best to lick his cracked lips. He took several deep breaths of hot air until his entire lungs felt a burning pain. Only then did his blank brain recover a little. It was only at this moment that he realized how big the gap was. Evil dragon Grendel, who had been completely resurrected, had displayed the power to destroy the world with just a breath attack. Even if the number of people here increased by tens or hundreds of times, even if the hero Beowulf was reborn, it would still not be able to fill up this huge gap. This was a heavenly chasm that lay between humans and myths, a heavenly chasm that could never be crossed. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and run to the surface. Weiblin looked deeply at the back of Yalwet. Without hesitation, he turned around and woke the others to run towards the depths of the tunnel. The only thing they could do was to not cause trouble for others. Laud asked lightly, Yalwet, can you get rid of him? Yes, Lord Spirit King. There was a heroic air between Yalwet's brows. He puffed out her chest with a proud and determined expression and said in a clear voice, don't worry, leave it to us. If we can't even pass this stage, how can we still have the face to be your guards? I look forward to your performance. Laud smiled and said indifferently, then I'll leave him to you. I'll go take a look inside the bronze door. Chapter 413, Valkyrie's Fighting Style. Then, I'll leave this place to you. After Laud finished giving his instructions, he walked towards the bronze door. From beginning to end, he ignored Null, as if he was nothing but air. This arrogant attitude completely infuriated the god of symbiotes. Thinking back to how high-spirited he was back then, with tens of millions of symbiotic demons under his command spreading the name of fear and slaughter throughout the entire universe, wherever he went, even the celestial would tremble. Now, he was being looked down upon by an ant-like human. What kind of humiliation and contempt was this? Null, who was already in a state of confusion, was now filled with rage. I'm gonna kill all of you! Null roared at the sky, and the dark scales covering his entire body stood up one after another. The raging flames were like liquid substance that slowly seeped out from under the scales, continuously releasing terrifying heat waves, raising the temperature of the entire underground cave by several levels. The next moment, the furious Null roared and flapped the broken wings behind him. Whoosh! For a moment, the earth shook. Like the wind sails of a giant ship, Null drove an unimaginable violent hurricane, leaving an afterimage in everyone's vision at an unbelievable speed. Ear-piercing sonic booms exploded one after another, as if there were thousands of thunder rumbling, echoing in the empty and silent underground cave, making people feel as if their eardrums were about to be shattered. Boom! Almost in an instant, the scenery in front of the Valkyrie was occupied by Null, who opened his mouth and bit at them. The distance between the two sides was suddenly shortened. They could even clearly see the strange dark lines flashing on the inverted black reverse scales. A tyrannical aura filled with cold killing intent, mixed with a blazing flame wave that could melt rocks, and an endless flood of power surged over. Valkyrie, led by Yalwet, felt like a lone boat, placed in the midst of a tsunami that could destroy the heavens and earth, and could be smashed into meat paste at any time. Retreating was impossible. Because the Spirit King was right behind them. Retreating at this time was no different from abandoning the glory. In a thousandth of a second, countless choices flashed through Yalwet's mind. Then, 2 rays of cold light shot out from her eyes, and she suddenly made an astonishing move. She bent her knees slightly, then leaped high into the air. She pulled out the round jade legs under her armor skirt, and in a flash, she ruthlessly kicked at Null's lower jaw. Bang! A dull sound of flesh colliding rang out, and Null, who was as big as a hill, was forced to close his open mouth. His head buzzed, and he fell back uncontrollably. After Yalwet landed, she dived again and came to the abdomen of the unsteady Null. Took the opportunity to form an impressive form, and condensed all her strength under her feet, as if to overturn Null. On the ground. On one side was the delicate Valkyrie, and on the other side was the colossus Null, forming a sharp contrast. Get up! As expected of the Valkyrie, Yalwet erupted with shocking power in an instant. With her as a fulcrum, she forcefully stirred the behemoth in front of her. At first, Null was still struggling, but his center of gravity was already unstable. Coupled with Yalwet's terrifying strength, a scene that shocked his chin appeared. A giant dragon that was as large as a hill was held up by the petite Valkyrie and fell to the ground with a toe over her shoulder. She even dragged it and threw it to the other side of the rock wall. Boom! Null crashed heavily into the rock wall, and his huge body sank into it. The entire underground cave shook violently, and the cracks became bigger and bigger. Null shook his muddled head and noticed that Lot had already walked into the bronze door, so he vented his anger on the Valkyrie. After sending Lot into the bronze door, the Valkyrie no longer had any worries and could finally completely let go of their hands and feet to deal with the enemy in front of them. Formation. A heroic spirit appeared between Yalwet's brows. Her silver armor shone brightly under the fire. A silver, gorgeous long sword pointed at the giant dragon in front of her. Her cold voice echoed in the cave. Follow me to suppress the evil dragons. It was a crusade, and also a dragon slaying. This was the highest achievement of all the heroes in history, and today, they were going to accomplish this magnificent feat. Clang! 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 A clear sword sound rang out, and the sword shone with a dazzling light. The 7 heroic and elegant silver-armored Valkyrie had a solemn expression, officially reopening the curtain for this battle that had lasted for 1,000 years. Rumble! The underground cave shook violently, and Null raised its ferocious and terrifying dragon head. On the horns that were like sharp blades that soared into the sky, black lightning suddenly flashed, emitting a terrifying destructive fluctuation. At the same time, a blazing flame was brewing in its mouth. Flame breath incoming, hey! A light flashed in the eyes of Yalwet, and she instantly determined Null's attack intent. Helvel, protect everyone. Skuld, magic blessing. The moment the order was given, the tacit understanding of thousands of years of fighting side by side drove Helvel to instinctively stand in front of everyone and thrust the broadsword that was several times larger than her own into the ground. In front of her, she used complicated magic runes to draw a defensive barrier. In the name of the goddess of fate, I grant you an indestructible blessing. Skuld chanted an ancient song and gave the magic blessing to her companions. Boom! Along with a loud roar, Null leaned forward and breathed out. In the next moment, a massive amount of violent thunder was suddenly released from the horn that was like a sharp blade. As the pitch-black thunder crackled, terrifying cracks appeared in hollow space. They wrapped around the flaming beam that was spat out from his mouth and shot towards Valkyrie. In the name of Helvel. Helvel's eyes were firm and resolute. Facing the terrifying beam of light, she did not retreat at all. She poured all the magic power in her body into the giant sword and shouted, "Guardian City of Giants, Grisesville!" In an instant, it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were shouting. Amidst the roars of countless mortal soldiers, an ancient city of giants slowly rose from the ground. The mottled and pale walls seemed to have experienced the baptism of time, emitting an ancient aura that crossed time. Guardian City of Giants, Grisesville was the domain ruled by Helvel when she was still alive. After becoming a Valkyrie, Helvel had become famous for being the protector of the army. She relied on this kingdom that she had ruled before her death, a mighty city wall that could resist the attacks of ancient giants. After the constantly crumbling city walls, Yalwet calmly gazed at the living god Null. Brunhild, Serial, aim at the dragon's throat and heart. That is its weakness. Every Valkyrie possessed a divine seat that matched her experience when she was alive. Although she wasn't like the orthodox gods like the god of thunder and god of fire in Asgard, she still had some special effects. Brunhild was the god of victory that had been bestowed upon her. Hermes was the god of army protection. Skuld was the goddess of fate. Zero, the god of spear. Hryst was the god of duel. She was the goddess of war. As for Yalwet, she represented the god of all-knowing. Unless the difference in strength was too great, it was impossible for any enemy's weakness and the next move to escape her eye of omniscient. The living god Null was residing in the body of Grendel. Although it gave it the ability to move again, it could not change the weakness of the swamp giant. It was the two key parts of the heart and throat. Once these two parts were broken, no matter how terrifying the power of Null was, it was still unable to escape death. Chapter 414, Akkadian Ruins. The moment he stepped into the bronze door, Laud suddenly noticed something strange. At the border outside the door, Hollow appeared to be covered in folds. He did not expect that this bronze door, which had 1,000,000 years of history, was connected to an unknown mysterious space. This discovery really surprised him. It seemed that there was a great secret hidden in this bronze door. Interesting. I am more and more curious about what is hidden in this door. Laud wanted to figure out this secret more and more, so he continued to walk inside. However, after walking for a while, he found that the space inside the bronze door was not much different from the outside. The only thing that could barely be considered a new discovery might be the armor and weapons scattered all over the place. Other than that, he did not find any clues in the entire cave. Strange. After searching for a while, Laud couldn't help but frown. Is it really just a bronze door? Is there nothing inside? But, was this possible? Laud thought that it was impossible. He only needed to put himself in the shoes of the creator. If he forged a bronze door and opened up another space, what would he use it for? A bronze door that has been sleeping for thousands of meters under the ground and has been immortal for millions of years. There is an independent space inside. It is likely to seal something or use it to preserve something. Wait, don't make such a decision. Maybe I have missed something. Laud pinched his chin and pondered for a long time. He decided to search carefully again. This time, he was going to search personally instead of borrowing spiritual power. Sometimes, spiritual power was not omnipotent. Perhaps it was not as good as eyes in this place. It was impossible that there was nothing inside an ancient bronze door. There must be some clues that he had missed, but he had not found them yet. He followed the entrance and searched inside. Laud was highly concentrated and did not miss any suspicious traces. When he arrived at the deepest part of the cave, where Null was previously entrenched, Laud's eyes suddenly lit up. He found a circular depression the size of a palm on the wall. He hid it really well. Laud couldn't help but smile. The circular depression could be said to be quite hidden. It was surrounded by dark grey rock walls, and there was also the fierce battle between Null and the Valkyries, leaving behind a huge collapse mark. That was why he didn't discover it at first. Laud walked forward a few steps and reached out to feel the rock wall. He wanted to see if there were any special mechanisms, but he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something vibrating in his shadow space. The vibration frequency was very fast, and it was getting more and more intense, accompanied by some inexplicable call. Laud took out the vibrating object and took a look at it in his hand. He couldn't help but frown slightly, and surprise appeared in his eyes. It's it. The object that was vibrating and calling out was an ancient circular stone. It was engraved with unknown mysterious words, and it was similar to the symbol on the bronze door. The moment he saw this stone disc, Laud's sealed memories suddenly woke up. He subconsciously cried out, "I remember the symbol on the bronze door is the Akkadian language that Constantine and Gabriel called the Divine Decree." The origin of this stone disc could be traced back to more than a year ago. In order to help Constantine save Angela, he went to the hell controlled by the demon king of greed. It was the prototype of the stone disc he saw at that time, a giant stone with a diameter of 100 meters. At that time, he was in a hurry to run away, so after he took the stone carving, he forgot it in a corner. However, he did not expect to see the legendary Akkadian language in this 1,000 meters deep underground. Moreover, the stone disc in his hand seemed to be a key prop to open this secret. Akkadian language. Lord's brows furrowed, and countless questions came to his mind. What is the connection between the caster of this giant bronze gate and the caster of the disc stone carvings in hell? There is no accident in the world, all things were inevitable. All things are connected in countless ways. Everything that appears to be accidental on the surface is inevitable. It is like the final result of being connected by countless karma threads and presented in front of us. Therefore, Laud thought. The moment he obtained the Akkadian stone plate in hell, his future was destined to appear here. Is it an invitation or a trap? Laud was silent for a moment. In the end, he decided to give it a try. Michael should not harm him, so he let out a long breath and pressed the stone plate into the depression. Since it is a fated future, let me see what is hidden inside. Pitter-patter dash. The stone disc was tightly sewn together and embedded into the depression on the rock wall. He saw strange and complicated patterns on the grey rock wall. They were like candles in the night, lighting up the originally dim cave like it was daytime. The rock wall that was covered in strange patterns became like water, rippling. Laud raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised by this change. He tentatively stretched out his hand and directly passed through the rock wall. There seemed to be a bigger space behind it, and there was also the feeling of a cool breeze blowing. Needless to say, the rock wall was the real secret he was looking for. It was true or false. He didn't expect that the forger from a million years ago was quite good at playing mind tactics. Laud no longer hesitated and stepped into the rock wall. As the ripples on the rock wall rippled, a strange power surged over and gradually swallowed him whole. After a long time, the power faded away. Feeling that he should have arrived, Laud slowly opened his eyes. But the moment he opened his eyes, he was deeply shocked by the scene that greeted his eyes. Towering ancient trees stood between heaven and earth. The lush branches and leaves stretched out like a canopy, covering the entire ancient forest below. Laud couldn't recognize all kinds of plants. Only plants that belonged to the prehistoric era grew wantonly. He could even see the sun hanging in the sky. Laud never thought that after passing through the rock wall, he would actually see an ancient forest. Could it be that the creator of the bronze door was a member of the World Environmental Protection Organization? Just as he was feeling puzzled, he caught a glimpse of a huge shadow being hidden behind the towering ancient trees. It seemed to be towering into the sky, but the distance was too far, so he couldn't see what it was. With a thought, Laud stepped on Ho-Ho and approached the shadow. As the distance got closer and closer, he could finally see clearly that the huge creation that went straight into the sky was actually a Tower of Babel. The tower was made of bricks, tiles, and stones. It was a circular structure that extended upwards one by one. Its entire body was beautifully carved with all kinds of murals. Countless circular arches were embedded in it. One had to look up to see its magnificence, as if it were for a towering jade pillar that pierced the sky. This is Tower of Babel. Laud's pupils constricted slightly as he instantly recognized the name of the tower. However, rather than being recognized, it was more accurate to say that in his impression, only this legendary tower that reached the heavens could describe how magnificent the tower before him was. This was a ruin. It was a ruin left behind by the person who forged the bronze door by all means. Chapter 415, Broken War. Tower of Babel, also known as Tower of Trials. This ancient word that originated from the Bible had two completely different meanings. One was to the door of the kingdom of God, and the other was the chaos initiated by the people of to the sky. According to the only documents left in modern times, this tower was the king of the Babylon kingdom, who presided over and repaired it. The main purpose was to show off his strength and greatness, and prove to the gods living in the kingdom of heaven that the great power of humans could already touch the domain of gods. There was one thing to pay attention to here, and that was that Nebuchadnezzar too was not the creator of the Tower of Babel. He was only responsible for continuing to repair the Tower of Babel on the original basis. Moreover, it was not only Nebuchadnezzar too, there were several kings who had participated and repaired the Tower of Babel before him. In other words, the exact time when the Tower of Babel appeared, and the builders have long been unknown, and those who came later were only responsible for repairs. According to the historical records of the modern era, this magnificent human wonder had long been destroyed by the flames of war of the Persians. Even the remains of the tower could not be found, so it could only be identified as a religious legend. However, it was obvious. The real Tower of Babel was not destroyed by the flames of war of the Persians. Instead, it was inside the bronze door from beginning to end. Such a huge tower was not built by human hands. Even if modern society used all its strength, it was impossible to build this magnificent spectacle that pierced the clouds. The Tower of Babel was almost 10,000 meters high just by observing it with the naked eye, and it was made of bricks and tiles, completely ignoring modern architecture theory and other theories. As Laud gradually approached, he saw the original appearance of the Tower of Babel, and he even had an idea of admiration for the creator. The structure of the entire Tower of Babel was circular from bottom to top. Every 10 meters in the middle, there was a huge platform. As the height increased, it became smaller and smaller. At the same time, there was a spiral staircase outside the tower, which could be climbed around the tower. At the bottom of the Tower of Babel, there was a temple that occupied an area of several thousand square meters. It was square like a pyramid in Egypt, and it was divided into 6 levels from the outside. It was like a boulder that was stacked up, and the level was magnificent and magnificent. A huge stone staircase extended up. After crossing 3 stone doors, one could enter this ancient temple and then climb the tall tower that could reach the heavens. Even though Laud crushed his spirit energy into threads, it was impossible to see the full appearance of the tower even if it extended up to the limit, so it was obvious how high it was. I'm afraid that, as the legends say, the end of the Babel Tower is heaven. It was hard to imagine what the Creator had done to build such a tall tower that led to the sky in such an ancient era. It's getting more and more interesting. Laud narrowed his eyes and walked to the temple at the bottom of the Tower of Babel. He wanted to see what secrets were hidden in this ancient ruin. Walking up the stairs of the temple and observing this magnificent building at a close distance, Laud couldn't help but sigh again. The overall structure and style of the temple was the same as the bronze door that stood under the ground for millions of years. There were no traces of artificial carving carved by sword, as if it was creation of nature. After passing through 3 memorial archways, Laud finally arrived at the last door of the temple. It was 2 large stone doors that were about 10 meters high and 5 or 6 meters wide. They could accommodate many people walking together. The surface of the stone door was engraved with many characters of Akkadian. If one could understand the meaning of it, there should be clues, but unfortunately, no one could understand the characters of Akkadian, so Laud only glanced at them and strode into the temple. The temple used a special construction method. The lighting inside was good, so it was not as dark as he had imagined. Instead, it was very bright, as if it was daytime. The internal situation was very clear. In the center of the temple, there was a spiral staircase that went up. It was obviously leading to the top of the Tower of Babel, but there was no need to go up at the moment, so he temporarily put it aside and did not need to pay too much attention to it. The main point was inside the temple, 8 huge stone tablets that were several meters tall. These stone tablets were lined up in a row. There were giant snakes below the tablets that opened their mouths and swallowed. The stone tablets were painted with ancient paint, and there were 8 colorful murals. Finally, there is something I am good at. Laud smiled. He was best at imagining things in his previous life. Although he could not understand the words of Akkadian, he could still understand the inscriptions on the stone tablet. This is. However, it was fine if he didn't look at it. When he looked at it, Laud's heart shook violently, and he couldn't stop for a long time. What was depicted on the 8 stone steels was not what he had guessed before, but a tragic war. However, the 2 sides depicted on the stone steels were what truly made Laud feel shocked and even unbelievable. There were countless angels wielding their swords, ferocious demons crawling out of the abyss, and a large number of humans in armor and helmets. They all looked at the enemies above the murals with a charging and roaring expression. There were also countless dead people who had fallen from the sky. They were broken angels, demons, and human corpses. The blood almost dyed the entire earth into an endless sea of blood. As his eyes gradually moved upward, in the middle of the mural, Laud even saw several acquaintances. Although their relationship was not very good, they could still be considered acquaintances. At least that was what Laud thought. For example, 4 6-winged angels. The angel who was surrounded by waves and was playing the flute should be Gabriel, whom he had once met. And that beautiful, long golden hair, with 2 hands holding a sword, 6 sacred wings spread out, and the angel that emitted endless brilliance, must be Michael. There was also the angel who held the sword of flames in one hand and held a single snake coiled around a wooden staff in the other. As expected, it was Raphael, the seraph known for healing and flames. The last angel was different from the other 3. He had the appearance of a male. He was handsome, mighty, and charming. Just by standing there, he was enough to attract everyone's attention. He was as bright and dazzling as the morning star. Needless to say, it was Lucifer. This was already shocking enough, but what was even more shocking was what followed. A huge body that was as red as lava, flowing with flames, a curved goat horn on its head, and a demon with a red cape on its back was fighting side by side with the 4 great seraph. 2 forks, a red cape. These 2 symbolic objects almost hammered the red demon. It was Mephisto who he had tricked not long ago. Not only that, there were 2 mysterious demons on the side of the demons. However, the murals were too blurry, so Laud did not know who they were. However, to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mephistopheles and the 4 great seraph, his background should not be small. However, the enemy that could make the 3 forces of the angel, demon, and human forces unite together was very strange. There was no substance on the entire mural, only a large amount of black fog. The painting of the monument was vivid and lifelike, making the observer feel as if they were in the real world, and also using a large amount of bright red dye to embellish the tragic degree of this war. Even though it was 1,000,000 years old, Laud seemed to be able to smell the thick scent of blood that had already seeped into the monument, and the deep despair. Chapter 416, Mysterious Man. Who? Laud took a deep breath to calm the shock in his heart. Although he had been mentally prepared before coming here and might discover a shocking secret, he did not expect it to be so shocking that even now, his heart was still beating wildly. The content recorded on these 8 stone tablets almost subverted his previous knowledge. The 3 forces of heaven and earth had joined hands to resist an unknown enemy a long time ago. Moreover, if what he expected was correct. Standing in the temple below the pagoda, the contents of the 8 murals depicted the truth that he had been searching for all this time. The great battle that shattered heaven and hell in ancient times was most likely from this place. Outsiders invaded the world of that time, attracting the 3 forces of heaven, hell, and earth to join forces to resist the enemy hidden by the black fog. Although they won in the end, they also paid a heavy price, which was the collapse of heaven and hell. Who would have thought that the two mortal enemies, the angel and demon, would join hands? If the Vatican Pope found out that the angel they believed in had joined hands with the demon, who knew if he would be angered to death? However, according to his understanding of the Pope, he reckoned that he would say that this was God's will the next day. In order to save mankind, he had no choice but to join hands with the demon. He might even come up with a lie that was similar to the Lord once said. This is not Laud spreading rumors. Otherwise, where do you think the crusade is from? After thinking about it for a while, Laud noticed that he had returned to the stone tablet. There was one thing that made him feel very strange. The painter who was responsible for recording this history could be said to have the best painting skills of humanity. Even though it was millions of years ago, the paintings left behind were still vivid and lifelike. It was as if one was immersed in that battle. Even the appearance of the Seraph and Mephistopheles were not missing. The problem was, since his painting skills were so powerful, why did he choose to use the black fog instead of drawing the enemy? This black fog is so strange. Laud did not take a closer look just now. Now, when he carefully observed the black fog, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. Moreover, there was a natural feeling of disgust, and he wanted to smash it and destroy it. However, he forced himself to resist and looked away from the black fog. Is it because you don't want to draw, or you can't? Laud frowned slightly. Based on his judgment, there were two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the enemy's true body was like this. A strange black fog filled with an evil aura was not processed by the artist. The second was not that the artist did not want to paint the enemy's true body, but because of some special reason, he could not depict the enemy's appearance. It was like the legendary Zhang Xinyu who didn't draw the eyes of a dragon. Once the eyes were lit, there would be an ominous occurrence. Laud couldn't decide what the two were more inclined to. At the moment, he still had too few available clues, and he couldn't infer what had really happened in those few bits and pieces of clues. The layout of the entire temple was very simple. Other than the 8 stone tablets painting accidents, there was only the spiral staircase leading to the Tower of Babel. Obviously, if he wanted to know the follow-up content, he had no choice but to climb the tower. It seems that I have no other choice. Laud looked at the spiral staircase in the center of the temple and murmured, if you want to find the next answer, you can only climb up this Tower of Babel and see if there are any hidden secrets at the end. The Tower of Babel, which was known as the Tower of Trials. It was said that at the end of the tower was the legendary heaven where God was. Fortunately, he had the opportunity to verify the authenticity of this legend. But he didn't want to walk up step by step like a mortal. Not to mention the ridiculously tall Tower of Babel, who knows how long it would take to walk with 2 legs. He was not a religious fanatic, so why not fly up to save time and effort? Therefore, Laud decided to cheat. The ability to manipulate the Quincy was to simulate the wings of Ryūjin behind his back, and then with a light shake, his whole body turned into a ray of light, and rushed up the spiral staircase directly to the Tower of Babel. Ho-ho! The strong wind howled by his ears, making the tyrant outfit flutter. Laud flew up along the Tower of Babel. Every time the wings of Ryūjin were waved, the speed would increase several times. Finally, the speed broke through the sound barrier, like a blue comet going against the current, dragging the rolling air wave and rushing to the sky. 1,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 100,000 meters. If it was Earth, he was probably on the stratosphere right now. Looking at the ancient forest on the ground from this distance, there was only a green dot the size of a fingernail. But what was even more shocking was that Laud still could not see the end of the Tower of Babel. I don't believe it. If you have the ability, build it in the universe. At this moment, Laud was also stubborn. He wanted to see how high this Babel Tower was. While absorbing spirit particles to replenish it, he also rushed up at an even faster speed. Boom! A huge ring of energy that could be seen with the naked eye continuously burst out from Laud's body. An ear-piercing roar that tore through the sky burst out from it. The shockwave spread to a range of at least 1,000 meters, instantly tearing the white clouds surrounding it into pieces. It was ignited by the flames produced by the friction when the speed was too fast and turned into a sea of fire. This was because the speed at which Lod was flying was already infinitely close to the speed of when the man-made rocket entered the track. It was almost 28 to 29 Machs, which was the flying speed of 10 km per second. This speed meant that it was a considerable amount of kinetic energy. Even if Lod did not do anything, traveling through New York at this speed would cause the destruction of a city. After flying at this speed for dozens of minutes, Lod finally saw the end of the Tower of Babel. That was a temple? At the end of the Tower of Babel, it was not God's paradise, but a sacrificial temple. The scale of the temple was not very large. It was about 30 to 40 square meters. It was built on the last platform on the top of the Tower of Babel. It was not made of the previous bricks and stones. It was made of material similar to the bronze door. There were also many characters of Akkadian engraved on the outside. With doubts in his mind, Lod flapped his wings and climbed up the temple. "Welcome, outsider!" A man with black hair, brown skin, and blue eyes, wearing an ancient costume made of sackcloth, was standing quietly outside the door of the temple. His whole body exuded a disgusting aura, as if the whole world was rejecting his existence. "Who are you?" Lod's eyes shone with a cold light. He quietly pressed a hand on sword's handle and said in a deep voice, "Looking at you, you seem to know that I am coming. I will answer your question, but not now." The man's eyes were extremely indifferent, with a kind of indifference that repelled people thousands of miles away, and a strange mechanical feeling. "The things you want to know, the history of thousands of years ago, are hidden in this temple." Chapter 417, The Cursed. The cold man sent an invitation. However, Lod was very careful and did not rush in to find out the truth. Although the truth of the battle between heaven and hell could be said to be within his reach at this moment, he only needed to step into this temple to know. However, he was still extremely vigilant. Before he figured out the origin of the cold man, he would never easily step into that temple. The reason was clear. In such a relic that had been left by civilization for millions of years or even longer, the appearance of Tower of Babel was already amazing enough. Now, a living person with an even stranger appearance suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he not be vigilant? Especially the first impression of the cold man, which made Lod feel deeply disgusted. Although even he himself could not tell where this sense of disgust came from, it was like a shadow that lingered in the bottom of his heart, as if it was a natural source of exclusion of human beings, so serious that he wanted to give the other person sword. This feeling was very wrong for Lod. Because if Death God wanted to grasp more power, the first trial he had to go through was to have a deep soul exchange with ZANPAKUTOU. The benefit of doing so was that it would gradually cause Death God's mental state and mind to undergo a world-shaking change. Therefore, along with the progress of Death God's strength level, the soul and mental state would become stronger. The two were a process that complemented each other. Perhaps Lod was slightly inferior in terms of spiritual energy level, but after his mental state and soul had gone through tempering, they had long surpassed most of the captain-level Death God. Thus, it was almost impossible for external factors to affect him. However, when facing this cold and indifferent man, he was still inevitably affected by. Seeing that Lod was not willing to take action, the cold man's blue eyes flashed, as if he had seen through the misgivings in his heart. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Don't be vigilant and confused. It is normal for you to hate me. Don't worry, I won't hurt you." What an interesting excuse. Lod pressed his right hand on sword's hilt, maintaining a posture that could counterattack at any time. He said lightly, "But it is a pity that it is not convincing at all. Instead of using these words to prevaricate me, why don't you tell me why you want me to go in?" Seeing that the other party was soft and stubborn, a trace of helplessness flashed across the cold man's face. He said, it is not that I want you to go in, but the truth you want to know. It can only be seen in the temple. I can't say it out loud. Can't say it out loud. Is there some kind of restriction placed on it? Then if I tell you, I am not interested in the truth, will you stop me? Lod raised his eyebrows and said, the choice is always in your hands. The cold man shook his head and said with a deep gaze, but I firmly believe that you will not leave just like this. Lod sneered and said, are you so sure? The die of fate has already fallen, and no one can change the result. The indifferent man looked at Lord, sighed deeply, and said, I've been waiting here for millions of years, just waiting for a person to come over. Only those who hold the Destiny Clay Tablet can open this legacy monuments, and that person, that's you. Destiny Clay Tablet? You mean, the stone carved with Akkadian words? Lod was shocked. He didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary thing had such a big background. To be precise, that is a part of it. The cold man said, the real Destiny Clay Tablet records everything about, but it has long been broken along with the Great War. All you see is one of them. There are 7 Destiny Clay Tablet in total, and it is said that it records the scene of the creation of God. But now, judging from the indifferent man's expression, what was recorded on the Destiny Clay Tablet should not be as simple as he had imagined. At least, it was definitely not the scene when God created the world. There are no coincidences in the world. There are only certain things. Lod murmured these words softly. Just as he had guessed earlier, ever since the moment he obtained the Destiny Clay Tablet, invisible karma threads had already wrapped around him. Therefore, there was no use in escaping. Even if he turned back today and left this place, he would eventually return to this ancient ruin under the guidance of fate. A sentence that contains philosophy is very consistent with the current situation. The indifferent man nodded slightly, expressing his certainty. When fate guides you here, it is better to face it head-on than to delay an escape. That makes sense. Lod suddenly chuckled. He slowly let out a breath and said, either way, it will come. Why don't we do as you wish? With that, he walked into the temple. However, if one looked closely, they would find that ZANPAKUTOU, who was held by Lod's right hand, had been unsheathed for about half an inch. He could pull sword out at any time and cut off the head of the indifferent man with a fierce and unparalleled momentum. The indifferent man did not care about this. After a casual glance, he turned around and led the way to the temple. He faintly reminded, it is a good thing to be vigilant, but it is best not to attack me. Otherwise, you will be the one to suffer. Lod followed behind him. When he heard this, the tip of his eyebrows sank, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. I can understand the meaning of this sentence. If you have sufficient confidence, won't you be killed by me, sword? This is neither provocation nor confidence. The cold man paused for about half a second before he said in a self-deprecating manner, maybe you can kill me in the future, but not now. I am looking forward to that day. From what you're saying, you seem to be looking forward to me killing you. To a certain extent, yes. Can you tell me the reason? I am a sinner who is cursed by God, so I look forward to the arrival of death. At this point, Lod could hear a trace of sorrow and grief in the cold man's voice, as if he was regretting the sins he had committed. What sins have you committed? Lod asked curiously. I killed someone. After a moment of silence, the cold man slowly said, he is my younger brother. Lod asked again, who are you? However, this time, the indifferent man still did not answer. He only said, I am a cursed person. He spoke without any rhyme or reason. He was clearly another riddle person. Lod knew that it was useless even if he asked, so he was too lazy to ask why. He just followed the indifferent man into the temple silently. The internal structure of the temple was square, and the area it occupied was not large. There was neither a high platform statue used for sacrificial offerings nor any related reliefs and murals. There was only a completely black stone tablet. But unlike the stone tablet he saw in the temple below, this completely black stone tablet did not have any drawings, only dense characters of Akkadian. Like inscriptions used to record important events, it was deeply embedded into the stone tablet several inches deep. You don't want me to see this, do you? The veins on the corners of Lod's eyebrows twitched. He looked at the indifferent man snappily and said, I don't know how to read these words. Why don't you read them for me? No need. The cold man pointed at the stone tablet and said, you only need to touch the stone tablet and you can hear its voice. Chapter 418, Cain. Touch the stone tablet? The corners of Lod's mouth twitched as he looked at the pitch-black stone tablet. He was a little unwilling in his heart. After all, under normal circumstances, 80% of this kind of thing had a trap, and rashly touching it was not the best choice. However, the key problem was that he had no other choice now. Looking at the indifferent man's appearance, it was estimated that he would not translate the contents of the stone tablet for him. Therefore, if he wanted to know the truth of the shattering of heaven and hell, he would have to touch this stone tablet and listen to the nonsense of unknown people. Whether he believed it or not was not important. What was important was that it was worth the risk. If he wanted to become a spirit king to rebuild the three realms, he must find out the truth of the shattering of heaven and hell. Lod took a deep breath and released ZANPAKUTOU to the side. The benefit of doing so was that if something unexpected happened later, he could still use Kansame's power to break out of the encirclement. It could be considered a backup plan. After doing this, Lod pressed his hand on the stone tablet. Wang! The entirely black stone tablet trembled slightly, as if it had sensed the arrival of the prophesied person. The Akkadian inscriptions engraved on the stone tablet were currently emitting a dim blue light, flickering rhythmically as if they were breathing. Then, a strange power was emitted, transmitting along the stone tablet inscriptions, and gradually spread throughout Lod's entire body. In the next moment, everything was pitch black before his eyes. The change that followed was that the center of gravity of his entire body instantly sank, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, continuously falling down, falling. It was hazy and muddled. It was as if a long time had passed, but it was also as if it were only an instant. Suddenly, Lod seemed to hear someone speaking in the distance. That person's voice was very old, and it was filled with exhaustion. From the tone of his voice, it sounded like he was reprimanding someone, but because it was too far away, it was very blurry. Hawa! Atone for your sins. The twin saint trees. Stop! Lod pricked up his ears, wanting to hear it clearly. However, his entire being was in chaos, making it impossible for him to concentrate, let alone listen to that person's words. In the end, when all the voices suddenly disappeared and the entire space returned to silence, darkness and hollow were the only elements. When all things did not exist and heaven and earth did not fall, a strange scene was directly imprinted in Lod's mind. It was a root that was as black as ink, rooted in the endless abyss, growing between the Milky Way galaxy. The petals were like garlic petals, and the bright red flower. It was unknown how much time had passed. Lod slowly woke up and slowly opened his eyes. He found that he was still in the temple, and his surroundings were still the same as before. Lod's consciousness was still somewhat blurry. He rubbed his temples and asked, How long did I sleep? Not long. The cold man sat cross-legged by the door. He noticed that Lod's originally stable breath was suddenly disordered for a moment. He said, if we use the human time calculation method, it will be about 15 days in total. 15 days. Hearing this, Lod's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. He didn't expect that the pitch-black stone tablet would be so strange, causing him to unconsciously fall asleep for such a long time. Moreover, it felt like only an instant had passed. The cold and indifferent man supported himself with one hand on the ground and slowly stood up. He made a gesture of invitation and said indifferently, since you have already seen the stone tablet, then please leave this place. Don't disturb the peace of this ruin." Hearing this, Laud was furious. He stared at the cold man and said, "You told me that as long as I touched the stone tablet, I would know the truth I wanted. But I touched the stone tablet, but I still didn't know anything. How should I settle this score?" "No, you already know." Unexpectedly, the indifferent man shook his head, raised his finger to his head, and said, "All the truths about that battle are now sealed in the depths of your memory, and will surface little by little in the future." "Why in the future?" Laud narrowed his eyes. He did not understand this behavior. "Since you have decided to tell me, why do you need to do something unnecessary and seal it in the depths of my memory?" The cold man suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. However, Laud noticed that in his pair of azure eyes that were like the sea, deep and sorrowful, an extremely obscure expression appeared. He said in a low voice, "There are some things that cannot be said, cannot be heard, cannot be thought, cannot be read. Do you understand what I mean?" "You mean?" Laud's pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes flashed crazily. Looking at the indifferent man who kept his mouth shut and spoke with extreme caution, combined with the stone steel painting in the temple, he seemed to have vaguely guessed the reason, and his heart could not help but beat wildly. The indifferent man raised a finger and pressed it against his lips to indicate that he should keep quiet. He said, "I guessed it. Don't think about it, don't read it, don't talk about it. Just pretend that nothing happened and walk down your path until the end. You will naturally know the answer." "I have another question." Laud no longer bothered with the answer to the question. Instead, he turned to ask the flower in his mind, "Do you know, what is that flower?" "I know." The cold man hesitated and shook his head. "But I can't tell you now. I can only say that it is very important. Even the cause of the war is because of it." "I understand what you mean." Laud sighed. It seemed that he could not answer this question. He said helplessly, "I have one last question. Who exactly are you? You can always tell me this, right? I thought you had already guessed it." The cold man looked at Laud in surprise. "Sorry, I can't guess." Laud curled his lips, waved his hand, and said, "I hate guessing games the most in my life, so please tell me directly." "Well, it's my fault." The indifferent man sighed, as if he was calming down some emotions. After a few seconds of silence, the man slowly said, "I was born in the beginning of human beings. I was the son of Adam and Eve. Because I was jealous of my own brother, I committed the earliest crime of killing humans. Then I was expelled from the Garden of Eden by God and drifted away from the human world. I carried the sin of killing my brother and was hated by all things in the world. Any land I set foot on, any life will wither. Anyone who kills me will be punished 7 times. My name is Cain." Cain narrated his deeds in a calm tone while taking off his ancient linen clothes with his hands. As the ancient linen clothes fell to the ground, Cain revealed his upper body. His upper limbs, lower limbs, spine, and shoulder blades were all replaced by the material that was similar to casting a bronze door. Moreover, there was an acid symbol between his eyebrows, which was exactly the same as the symbol carved on the bronze door. "Now, you know, right?" When everything was revealed, Cain's deep and calm eyes flowed with a touch of sadness that could not be wiped away. "I am the person cursed by God. Carrying a heavy crime of killing, I only stayed here to atone for my sins." Chapter 419, Poor Fenrir. Cain, its meaning was obtain. The characters recorded in the book, the human ancestor Adam and Eve's earliest 2 sons. Because the offerings were not accepted by God, the sinner who committed the crime of killing his relative, was rumored to be the source of the evil in the world. There weren't many legends about Cain. There were only a few records in the Bible, and most of them were focused on condemnation. The most famous one among them should be the identity of the ancestor of the vampire. But in fact, it was fake. In fact, Cain was not the origin of vampires. The legends left behind by him had nothing to do with the origin of vampires. Whether it was the Orthodox Bible, the secondary scriptures, or the pseudo-scriptures, there was no relevant record. The reason why there was a rumor that Cain was the ancestor of all vampires was probably because of the crime of killing his relatives and being cursed by God and turning into a monster, and had to drink the blood of the living. Whether Cain sucked blood or not, he was not a monster. After he left Garden of Eden, he established a city-state and married a wife and had Seireitei to reproduce. Until God sent a flood to cleanse the sins of the world, there was no record of Cain. In the later generations, scholars and religions who studied the Bible generally believed that Cain, who killed his relatives, died in the disaster of the flood. But now it seems Cain did not die in the flood, but in order to redeem his sins, he was ordered by God to guard the Temple of Babel. Lot was only stunned for a moment, but soon recovered from the shock. He shook his head with a smile and said, "Lucifer, Michael, Gabriel, and now it's you. I would not be surprised if I meet God in the future." After all, if he followed this order, it was estimated that he would see the so-called God in the future. Perhaps he could ask God in person what was going on. Maybe. Cain saw through his thoughts, so he did not give a direct answer. He was just a little ambiguous. By the way, he directed the topic to him and urged, "I have fulfilled my promise, and you should leave here." "All right." Seeing that he had no words to say, Lot said. He simply stopped pestering Cain and cupped his hands. "Then we will meet again in the future." After saying that, Lot no longer hesitated. He turned around and left the divine hall. He condensed the spiritual wings and rushed straight into the clouds, disappearing from Cain's vision. When Lot left Akkadian ancient ruins, he wanted to take away the mud board that had been embedded into the wall. But when he wanted to achieve it, he found that it was not so simple. The mud board was embedded into the rock wall as if it was one, and no external force could take it off. In other words, the mud board could not be taken away, and the entrance of this ancient site could not be closed. If someone rashly broke in the future, they would inevitably see the ruins of Akkad and the Babel Tower. At that time, it would cause unnecessary trouble. This place called out to criticize Shield, but in the area of Earth, no matter whether it was good or bad, they would always stick their feet in, often causing great trouble, and finally, they had to rely on others to wipe their butts. Therefore, to be safe, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lot thought for a moment and thought of a way. Move the door. Since he could not take the destiny clay tablet, wouldn't he move the entire bronze door once and for all? After all, the entire Akkadian ruins was located in the space created by the bronze door, so Lot only needed to solve the problem, and the source of this problem would be enough. After making up his mind, Lot turned around and walked outside. He discovered that the bronze door had already been closed. When he got closer, it opened again. Rumble. The heavy giant door opened to both sides. Lot slowly walked out and discovered that Valkyrie was waiting outside, but there was no trace of Null. Seeing Lot walk out of the door, the eyes of Valkyrie and Brunhild lit up, and they immediately surrounded him. "Lord Spirit King, are you all right?" Yalwet spoke in front of the crowd. The nervous expression on her face hadn't dissipated yet. When the other Valkyries saw him, they let out a sigh of relief. The anxious expression on their faces eased. Even the weak-skulled collapsed on the ground. From the reaction of the crowd, it could be seen that the Valkyries hadn't been living well for more than 10 days after Lot disappeared. They were anxious, afraid that something would happen to him. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Lot waved his hand and comforted Valkyrie for a moment. Then, he asked, "I was slightly delayed in there. Where is the god of symbiotes, Null?" After hearing this, Yvette lowered her head in shame. She seemed to be a little embarrassed. She hemmed and hawed, not daring to speak at all. "I'm sorry. Lord Spirit King." Seeing this, Brunhild braced herself and stepped forward. We accidentally let it run away. It ran away. Lod raised his eyebrows slightly and was a little surprised by this result. This is strange, quickly tell me in detail, how did it run away? There is the encirclement of Valkyrie inside, outside there are Swaifon, Lil Shiro and Ulquira, and Null is a giant dragon controlled by a fragment of its true power. Wanting to break through this kind of blockade is no different from a fantasy. According to reason, this matter should have been a certainty, but I didn't expect that the result was still an accident. Let the symbiotic god Nair run away. Although it wouldn't affect the overall situation, there were still some hidden dangers. Therefore, Lod was very curious about how this guy ran away. It's like this. Lord Spirit King. Yvette had an ugly expression on her face as she explained everything that had happened. It turned out that after Lod entered the bronze door, Null's dragon breath had spread to the entire underground. It had even brought the Valkyries to use their own methods, causing the level of the battle to suddenly rise several levels. After several fierce battles, Yalwet's all-powerful eye suddenly saw a trace of a fighter. She ordered all the Valkyrie to protect Brunhild, aimed at Null's throat, and threw out the Spear of Judgment and Victory. The Spear of Judgment and Victory combined with the power of the Quincy and her own power, and in an instant, it pierced through Nar's weakness. Then the Valkyrie seized the opportunity to chase after him. She used the storm of attacks to drown him, and his body disintegrated inch by inch. The general power of the living god Null was gone, and he could no longer control this body. Originally, Yalwet had thought that after the collapse of the dragon body, they had already grasped the victory ticket. However, she had not expected that Null would decisively abandon this powerful body. He used a small piece of meat to escape along the cracks in the ground. Tisk, 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 he even managed to escape. Lod felt a slight toothache. Seeing Valkyrie's guilty expression, he waved his hand and said, "It's fine if he ran away. There's no need to care too much about it. Go and call Fenrir over." Brunhild tilted her head and asked curiously, "Why did you call it over?" "Move things." Lod pointed at the bronze door and said, "Let's get him to move this thing outta here." Brunhild raised her head to take a look at the bronze door that weighed several tens of thousands of tons, and she couldn't help but mourn for Fenrir for 3 seconds. "I hope he's fine." Chapter 420, Towards the New and Better Future. Not long after, Brunhild returned, followed by a grey and black wolf about the height of a man. When the wolf came closer, its 2 front limbs bent slightly, and it lowered its head and spoke in human language, "Lord Lod, I'm here." This greyish-black wolf was Fenrir, the devourer of gods. The reason why it became like this was actually because of Lod's request. Fenrir was too huge, so in order to avoid unnecessary trouble in the human world, Lod asked Fenrir to shrink its body a little, so it became what it was now, an ordinary greyish-black wolf. Looking at Fenrir's cute appearance now, Yvette couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It was hard to imagine that it was actually a fierce beast that destroyed Northern Europe. In fact, since last time, after being taught and threatened by Swaifo and Ulquira and Lod, Fenrir became extremely obedient. Basically, Lod let it go east and never dare to go west, almost hanging the word loyalty on his forehead. "See that door?" Lod pointed at the bronze door behind him and said, "Move it away and be careful. If you rub off even half a bit of paint, I will peel off your skin and paste it on. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Fenrir was so scared that his pupils shrank. He instantly shivered and looked at the bronze door over there. Then, he repeatedly promised Lod that there would be no damage. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Fenrir was very clear that the man in front of him was definitely a man who would do what he said. If he really accidentally rubbed off some paint, Lod would definitely peel off his skin. Fenrir walked to the bronze door, and then its body began to slowly grow larger until it was about the same height as the door, and then it expanded its mouth to the limit, and its upper and lower jaws pressed against the top and bottom of the cave. As a famous beast of Northern Europe, Fenrir's size was terrifying. It was said that when its upper and lower jaws expanded to the limit, it could resist the sky and the ground. Gulp. Fenrir looked at the bronze door and felt that this level should be enough, so it swallowed the entire bronze door in one gulp. It was as easy as swallowing a date seed. After swallowing the bronze door, Fenrir shrank again and returned to his previous appearance. Lord Lod, I have completed the task you gave me. The bronze door is not damaged at all. Well done. Lod looked at this scene and nodded thoughtfully. He said, "Thank you for your hard work. If there are similar jobs in the future, I will leave them to you." Fenrir. Although it wanted to argue that it was a fierce beast that devoured the gods, not a large mobile storage cabinet. However, as soon as it raised its head, it met Lod's kind eyes. Its heart suddenly tightened for no reason. The remaining words were just about to come out of its mouth, but it was immediately swallowed back. Forget it. A large storage cabinet is just a large storage cabinet, it's better than being chopped up and used as food. Fenrir squeezed out an ugly smile on his face and said against his heart, "It's my honor to be able to share your worries. Inform the others that it's time to go home." Seeing that this matter was over, Lod had no intention of staying any longer. Although it seemed like there was no harvest on the surface, there was actually an unexpected discovery. Regardless of whether it was the truth of the Battle of the Shattering of Heaven or the information about the flower that was suspected to have been left behind by God, it could currently be said to be rather valuable information. Its value was no less than a dozen superior souls. Right now, what he needed to consider was how to unseal the memory that was buried deep in his mind as soon as possible. Compared to this matter, the importance of other matters could be shifted back a little. Brunhild asked in a low voice, "Are we not going to take care of that evil dragon?" "Don't worry about it." Lod shook his head. "When it is almost fully recovered, it will naturally jump out. We will deal with it when the time comes." Considering that Nar was only left with a piece of meat, if he wanted to track the difficulty of its movements, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, it wouldn't affect the overall development of the situation at the moment, so he could temporarily put it aside. Brunhild was still somewhat puzzled. "But if this is the case, won't we just let it become stronger?" "That isn't the case, Brunhild." Yalwet laughed and rubbed Brunhild's hair. She softly said, "Lord Spirit King means that rather than having us waste our energy searching for the whereabouts of a piece of minced meat, we might as well wait for it to recover. When it recovers, it will naturally jump out and we can annihilate it." "Oh. I seem to understand, but I don't seem to understand." Brunhild nodded as if she didn't understand. Ever since the sisters had returned to life, she had become even more dumbstruck. After burying the tunnel that led to the underground, everyone returned to the small town. Arbite told the news of evil dragon Grendel's death to Wiglaf and the villagers of the small town who had been waiting bitterly for dozens of days. However, he concealed the fact that he had escaped with his flesh. First, it was to prevent the villagers from worrying about him. Second, he didn't want the villagers to be bound by the contract for thousands of years. Thus, at this point, from the goddess of Valkyries from over 10,000 years ago, to the legend of the hero Beowulf, and then to the heroic descendants of today thousands of years later, the promise that Yalwet had made for this inheritance for a long time finally came to an end that was not too perfect. Considering that these people did not have official identities, it would be difficult for them to integrate into society in the future, so Lod made an exception and contacted Jessica to contact Hydra, asking Alexander Pierce to arrange their identities for them. Although Pierce had doubts in his heart, he still readily agreed. After all, a small matter like arranging an identity was almost negligible compared to the value of the Stern Ritter. Vivian hinted to all the villagers in the small town that they could not say anything about Valkyrie, Beowulf, and so on to ensure that Hydra would not get any information about Null from them. Then it was Lod's turn. He took out his memory from his dimensional pocket to exchange for a divine armament. This was a device that Death God had specially used to erase ordinary people's memories. It had never been used before, and now it was finally useful. He used his memory to exchange for a divine armament, erasing their memories of this period of time. When the villagers of the small town woke up, they would only remember that their 1,000-year promise was over. As for who did it, it was unknown. After making sure that everything was safe, Lod was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He still remembered that old man Axel had said that his biggest wish was to let his grandson live in Copenhagen, so Lod left a large amount of US dollars. It was enough for him to buy a property in Copenhagen, so he led everyone to leave quietly. From today onwards, everyone in this small town no longer had to stay in the barren land. They could return to normal society. This was the peaceful life that all of them dreamed of. There was no need to be on tenterhooks, no longer bound by ancient vow, but to live freely for his own sake. When the sun rose tomorrow, what awaited them would be a brand new, beautiful, and hopeful future. Chapter 421, The Great Spirit Corridor New Administrator. Soul Society. After a few months, Lod finally returned. Everyone followed them out of the door, but their reactions were different. Swafon and Chwirhit Shugaya, two captains, were originally a member of Soul Society. Now seeing this scene in front of him, it instantly evoked the nostalgia buried in the heart, and the corners of the lips could not help but rise with a pleased arc. But for the Valkyrie who first saw Soul Society, as well as the Norse fierce beast Fenrir, the degree of shock in their hearts was no less than that of landslides and the earth cracking. Each and every one of them opened their mouths wide and looked at the dead world like they were struck by lightning. In the air of Soul Society, there was a rich reishi. Every breath of air was accompanied by spirit particles entering his body, filling his hungry soul. It made Valkyrie and Fenrir feel extremely comfortable, as if they were soaking in a hot spring. Their entire bodies felt warm. This kind of feeling was something they had never felt before. Arbeit and the others were still reserved, only sucking in small mouthfuls. But when it was Brunhild's turn, it was different. She was actually secretly sucking in the air. Her delicate nose was moving, and her chest was undulating. For a moment, it made people feel somewhat funny. As for Fenrir, it was even more shameless. With the advantage of not being a human, he directly opened his big mouth and began to suck wildly, causing Swafon and Lil Shiro next to him to cast a deep look of contempt. If not for the fear of Lod, Fenrir might have revealed his true form at this time. As for Ulquira, he did not follow back, but returned to Hollow Circle in advance, and also introduced the other 10 blades with Lod. It was estimated that he was busy with Grimjo and others. This is... Lod was even more shocked. At the moment of stepping on Soul Society's land, he had a feeling of being in another world. The Seireitei in front of him was refreshed. Not only did the area of the land area expand several times again, but even some of the vacant buildings stood up. Welcome back, Lord Soul King. Kisukura still looked out of tune. Carrying a walking stick with Captain Hayori, he smiled and said, "How does Lord Soul King feel?" In order to completely copy the memory of Seireitei, I have spent a lot of effort, and the dark circles are out. After seeing him, Swafon couldn't help but curl her lips and snort. Since Yuruki was abducted, she had always been somewhat biased against Kisukura, so the relationship between the two had always been bad. Kisukura was well aware of it. She just smiled awkwardly and did not care about it. Instead, she cast a kind look at Chwirhit Shugaya. Chwirhit Shugaya nodded slightly and then stopped talking. Lod looked at Kisukura and found that the latter really had thick dark circles under his eyes, and his mental state seemed not very good. It was estimated that he had endured for many days. However, he did not lie at all. Not only are the missing buildings repaired, even the walls around Seireitei, as well as the 4 gates of the southeast and northwest, have been transformed into murderous stones by Kisukura, and also completed the defensive barrier. If the previous Seireitei is just a prototype, then the current Seireitei, except for no ordinary death god and captain, is almost the same as the Seireitei in memory. Thank you, Kisokura Hara. Laud took a deep breath and did not hide the appreciation and praise on his face. Where is it? I am sorry for the entrustment of Soul King. But Kisokura Hara scratched his head in embarrassment and said, the progress of the man-made death god plan is not smooth, so I can only take time to modify Seireitei a little. Please give me a period of time. It doesn't matter, I have a way. Laud smiled and waved his hand, not blaming Kisokura Hara. After the special building, 13th Division team building is drawn, ordinary death god could be mass-produced. Therefore, the previous artificial death god plan did not have much significance at this time. In addition, the problem of death god and Asachi was solved. Kisokura Hara tactfully did not ask, silently retreated to the side, and glanced at other people who did not know. Kisuk, you take them to walk around. Laud pointed to Valkyrie and others on the side and said, by the way, introduce them to the situation. Swafon and Lil Shiro, you two can move freely. Fenrir, you come with me. After that, without waiting for everyone to respond, Laud pulled Fenrir, who was still absorbing Rishi, and directly Ho-Ho disappeared. Swafon coldly snorted, followed by Ho-Ho disappearing, looking at the direction of 2nd Division. I will go first, Captain Kisuk. Chweer Hitsugaya said faintly, and then Ho-Ho went to the position of 10th Division. Finally, Kisokura Hara, who stayed, was stunned. The Great Spirit Book Corridor. It was located underground in the central 46th room. It recorded all the major events and secrets that Soul Society had been born to this day. Moreover, it had nothing to do with the will of Death God or any living creature. It would forcibly collect and record all of Soul Society's matters and information. Up until now, the Great Spirit Book Corridor not only recorded the construction method of the instruments that led to the parallel universe, but also about the battle of the shattering of heaven and hell. It could be said to be the most important place in the entire Soul Society apart from the Tower of Penitence. Laud had thought about it over and over again, where to place the bronze door. In the end, the result he got was to place the bronze door inside the Great Spirit Book Corridor because there was no one in this world more suitable than Cain to guard and protect these secrets. After Fenrir spat out the bronze door, it was placed in the deepest layer of the Great Spirit Book Corridor according to the requirements. After confirming that the bronze door was not damaged, Laud waved his hand and ordered Fenrir to retreat. He let it guard outside the central 46th room. After Fenrir left, the bronze door slowly opened. Cain, who was dressed in ancient linen clothes, slowly walked out from inside. He stared at his surroundings and frowned. I no longer belong to this era. You shouldn't have come to disturb the slumber of the ruins, and you shouldn't have moved it to this place. You are wrong. If you stay there, the danger will be even greater. Laud shook his head and rejected Cain's idea. He said, being unable to take away the Heaven's Will mud tablet means that anyone can enter the ancient historical site. At that time, this history will definitely be exposed. Is this what you want to see? Unable to take it away? This is impossible. Cain frowned. He realized the seriousness of the problem and said in surprise, you are the person chosen by the Heaven's Will mud tablet. Why can't you take it away? Who knows? If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Laud shrugged, indicating that he didn't know the reason. He then shrugged helplessly and sighed, so I had no choice but to move the bronze door here. At least it is much safer here than outside. Cain was silent for a while. There was a ripple in his blue pupils. It was as if he had seen through Laud's thoughts. He said indifferently, you should have something else to ask. You want to tell me, right? Laud smiled. He knew that he could not hide it from his eyes. He said, I just want you to guard this place for me. Cain was expressionless. He said, what's the reason? This is called the Great Spirit Book Corridor. It will automatically record everything that I have seen and known. Laud pointed at the surrounding buildings that extended downwards in a circular manner. He said seriously, "It needs a guardian who knows everything and will keep it a secret." Kane's cold face was slightly moved. "Is this true? If you don't believe me, you can take a look." Laud casually waved his hand and took out the information about the Battle of Heaven and Hell, showing it to Kane. There wasn't much information, and it could be read at a glance. It was indeed as Laud had said. "I promised you." Kane sighed. He knew that there was no way to escape. He closed his eyes helplessly and said, "I will protect this place for you, but I have another request. I hope that you won't let others disturb me. Is that okay?" "As you wish." Hearing this, Laud smiled. The Great Spirit Book Corridor finally welcomed its administrator, the Cursed Son, Kane. Chapter 422, Soul King Palace. Kane said, "I know that I have committed a grave sin. Now that I have been driven out of this pure land, anyone who meets me will kill me out of jealousy." God said, "Whoever kills Kane will be punished sevenfold." Taken from the Bible, Genesis. The general contents of this passage that originated from the Bible were: after Cain killed his younger brother, Abel, he faced the possibility of being expelled from the Garden of Eden by God and bearing the curse of blood kin. When he drifted away from here on the earth, he felt reluctant, fearful, and worried that he would be killed by the people on the ground. In order to prevent such things from happening, God carved a mark on Cain's forehead and said that anyone who killed Cain would suffer 7 times the retaliation, so as not to be jealous of the humans on the ground. The reason why Laud trusted Cain and allowed him to be the guardian of the Great Spirit Book Corridor. On one hand, Cain originally belonged to the ancient descendants of Akkad, and he was responsible for guarding the secret of the shattering of heaven and hell. On the other hand, it was because of the symbol on Cain's forehead, as well as the so-called 7 times reward. After some simple probing, Laud found that Cain's abilities could be roughly divided into 3 parts. The first part was the bloodline curse of the kill loved ones. Cain would naturally cause all living things to feel disgusted. Moreover, the area within a radius of 20 meters would become barren with the death of oxygen bacteria. Any crops produced from the soil would cause the object to corrode and fester. Even more derivatives, including aquatic creatures, would be affected by this. The second part was that all the violent actions directly aimed at Cain would be sent back to the attacker by multiple levels. Even the indirect damage caused by the medium would also be sent back to the caster, and Cain himself would not suffer any damage. Regarding this, Laud tried to attack Cain with sword. However, the result was that Cain was not injured at all. Instead, Laud himself was suddenly injured and a scar appeared on his body. The third part was that Cain was indestructible and would not die from any irreversible damage. According to the description, he had once been in Mexico in the previous 65 million years and had been hit by a meteorite with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. The impact of the meteorite melted the outer shell of the Earth that was tens of thousands of kilometers away. It was equivalent to 100 billion tons of TNT explosives exploding. The tsunami and fire swept the world. The smoke and dust covered the sky all year round and directly caused the extinction of creatures in the age of dinosaurs. The damage caused by the meteorite was still in Mexico. It was a huge crater with a diameter of about 180 kilometers and a depth of nearly 1,000 meters, as if it was telling the horror of the past. Laud did not believe that someone could resist such a meteorite. Even if it was for Ancient One, Odin, Thanos, and the others, they would not dare to be arrogant enough to receive a meteorite with a diameter of 10 kilometers, unless they wanted their ashes to float around the world with the shock wave. With Cain guarding the Great Spirit Book Corridor, it could basically be said to be foolproof. Unless an overlord of the multivariate universe level invaded Soul Society, even if Thanos and Odin drove their fleet over, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Cain, especially with the special nature his God-given ability. After settling Cain, Laud returned to the Soul King Palace. After careful consideration, he decided to move this Soul King Palace into another space and use Zero Division Hall there. The Phoenix Hall that forged ZANPAKUTOU was extremely important, so there must not be any accidents. Rather than staying in Soul Society, it was better to take this opportunity to directly create the spirit world where a Soul King lived. The spirit world was above the three realms. Hollow, the human world, and Soul Society all had their own duties. The Soul King lived in the spirit world and was in charge of the operations of the three realms. In fact, Laud had thought about this idea for a long time. It was just that he had been suffering from being unable to realize it before, so he temporarily put it aside. However, the fragment of heaven that he had robbed the last time, Zanpakutou, finally allowed his idea to be realized. Thinking of this, Laud no longer hesitated and said, "System, use fragment of Zanpakutou. Ding dash dash. Are you sure you want to use it, heavenly fragment, Zanpakutou? Note, once the host uses this fragment, it may attract the hatred of heaven. Please make a careful decision." Yes. Laud ignored the system's warning and said, "Build a space independent of Soul Society, Hollow, and the outside world, and move the spirit palace to this space." Buzz dash. The translucent crystal fragment floated up and trembled slightly in the air. As the power of the system continued to pour into it, the Zanpakutou fragment gradually bloomed with an incomparably dazzling brilliance, appearing out of thin air like a brilliant sun. Right now, above Soul Society, an ancient imposing aura that seemed to have crossed countless years spread out like mercury. Boom! The fragment erupted with an extremely tyrannical power, turning into a huge pillar of light that pierced through layers of space. For a time, the entire Soul Society seemed to be shaking. The spirit particles contained in the atmosphere seemed to be attracted by the crazy fish. They gathered together to form a huge vortex, causing the entire sky to twist and crack. Hiss! What a big movement! Laud widened his eyes. He did not expect that a heavenly fragment could actually produce such a terrifying momentum. Almost everyone in Soul Society saw this scene. But then, from the depths of the shattered and distorted hollow, a pure white light suddenly descended. The pure white light, accompanied by boundless spirit energy, enveloped the entire Soul King Palace and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Kisokura-hara's pupils contracted slightly. He discovered that it was not just the Soul King Palace that had disappeared. A portion of the space around the Soul King Palace had been cut off from thin air, and then showed signs of collapse. It was obvious that after being cut off by this tyrannical power, it had forcefully moved to an unknown hollow space. Is that the real Soul King Palace? Kisokura-hara raised his head and looked at Hollow, who was gradually closing up. He took a deep breath and understood what was going on. At the end of the holy light was a brand new world. Although there was no sun in the sky, there was endless light. Pure white clouds rose up and replaced the ground in the conventional sense, continuing to the end of the world. Compared to Soul Society, who was initially dead, this place was full of life and holy aura. Moreover, the concentration of spirit particles in the atmosphere was so high that it was almost comparable to the deep sea below 10,000 meters. The terrifying pressure from all directions was so strong that even Death God, a vice-captain, was curled up on the ground and could not breathe. In essence, Zanpakutou originated from one of the broken heavens. Therefore, this world itself possessed an extremely lofty and sacred power. Regardless of whether it was the concentration of spirit particles or the dimensional class, they were both stronger than Soul Society and Hollow. Let's begin. The corners of Laud's lips curled up into a smile. After familiarizing himself with the authority given by the fragment of heaven, he planned to start the reformation of the spirit world. Chapter 423, Zero Division. How to design the spirit world. Laud pondered for a few seconds and decided to refer to the design in the original work. In this way, not only could it save time and effort, but it could also maintain the overall style. He only needed to do some appropriate optimization on the original foundation. According to the original design of the Soul King Palace, it could be roughly divided into 4 regions. In other words, block, appearance Taoism, Zero Division Palace, Great Inner Palace. After simulating it in his mind and finalizing the overall structure, Laud began the journey of creating. Because he had the experience of constructing Soul Society before, the construction process was quite smooth. First, it was the Soul King Palace block, located at the bottom of the entire world, directly built above the white clouds. The houses were arranged in rows and orderly spread in a fan shape. Second, the Zero Division was the only entrance to Soul King Palace. It was located in the air above the block. The stairs were suspended in the air and extended from the bottom to the center of the world. At the end, there was a huge fan-shaped platform. The lower level of the entire world had been completed so far. According to Laud's ideal expectations, the entire spirit world should be divided into 3 levels, symbolizing the 3 realms under the control of the Soul King. The spirit world was the middle level area, and naturally it was Zero Division Hall. It was no longer the duty of guarding in the original work, but the strongest power to guard the Soul King. 5 circular platforms that were as big as a city floated above the entire block and the surface road, surrounding the central area, a strange building that looked like a giant cone, and the overall structure was like a column. In the original work, the column building was actually the area where the Soul King lived, called the Soul King or the Imperial Palace. No, I can't live here. Laud was a little dissatisfied, because the area where the Soul King lived, instead of saying it was a palace, it was more like a prison, so he began to modify it. It would become the only way to go to the top of the column, the only way to the Soul King Palace, and then there would be 9 different space areas inside, which could be guarded by 9 people in the future. The real Soul King Palace was just above the column, a pure white giant palace suspended in the sky. Not bad. It's much more pleasing to the eye now. Laud looked at his creation and nodded with satisfaction. He then said, System, use Zero Division, Phoenix Hall. Ding dash dash. Special Building, Zero Division, Phoenix Hall. The construction has been completed. Host, please check. As the voice of the system fell, Laud's eyes gathered on one of the platforms. A huge amount of Ryūjin gradually condensed into form, and the image of a city appeared. That was one of Zero Division Hall, one of Zero Division Captain, Phoenix Hall where Sword God and Nimeyaitsu were, and also the prototype of all ZANPAKUTOU, the first forging place. At this point, the spirit world had a model. Whew! It is finally completed. Laud wiped the sweat from his forehead. The spiritual energy in his body had been used up. After all, constructing a world consumed a lot of soul energy. Even if he constructed so many buildings in one go, it was still a bit too much for him to bear. However, looking at the masterpiece he had created, Laud still smiled in satisfaction. The current spirit world was still very simple, and there was only one Phoenix Hall. Due to Zero Division being a special building, the rest could only depend on luck and wait until he got it. After all, Zero Division is different from other buildings. It can be said that in the whole spirit world, apart from the Soul King Palace, the 5 most important buildings are even directly related to whether Zero Division can be established. According to the system, only after having Zero Division Hall can he draw the relevant characters, namely the 5 captains of Zero Division. Speaking of this Zero Division, it is awesome. In the original work, the existence time of Zero Division is early in the history of the completion of Seireitei. And all the members of Zero Division are independent of 13th Division. They are not commanded by the Central 46. They are special forces under the command of Soul King. In name, they are the special forces under the direct command of the royal family. In fact, they are the prison guards who guard Soul King. But whether it is the prison guards or the direct subordinates of the royal family, the only undeniable thing is the strength of the members of Zero Division. The selection standard of members of Zero Division is unusually harsh. The lowest standard of all members is based on the person whose soul society created something, so that the person who is recognized by Soul King as the person who created Soul Society history will be selected and join Zero Division. For example, the owner of this Phoenix Hall, the two-house Urtsunemeya, who is known as Sword God, is the inventor of ZANPAKUTOU, promoted to Zero Division with a credit. In summary, it can be seen how harsh the selection conditions are. Since the birth of Soul Society and the establishment of Seireitei 13th Division, there are only 5 members of Zero Division. But such harsh selection conditions, corresponding to it is combat strength. In the original work, it was mentioned that the 5 captains of Zero Division have the strength of the whole army of Godei 13th. Whether this sentence is true or false, Lord has no way to judge. But if Aizen and Yamamoto Old Man, these 2 superstandard ceiling combat power are removed, then Lord believes that with the strength of Zero Division, it is not a big problem to sweep the entire Godei 13th, and it may even take less than a cup of tea time. Every member of Zero Division has their own building. As long as Zero Division is not destroyed, the members of Zero Division will not die. As long as the name is called back to life, the only price to pay is that eternal life cannot leave Soul King Palace. So the system will have this request. Only when Zero Division is selected will the corresponding members of Zero Division be unlocked. He has a Phoenix Hall, so the system only unlocked Urtsunemeya. Well, with Phoenix Hall, do I still need Urtsunemeya? Lord looked at the system prompt and could not help but shake his head. It seemed that the system still had not figured out the key to the problem. The value of Urtsunemeya was only to forge Zanpakutou's prototype Asachi. Now that there was Phoenix Hall, it could automatically produce Asachi every day. What was the use of having Urtsunemeya? Moreover, he did not have a good impression of Zero Division in the original work, so instead of letting them guard Zero Division, it was better to choose a new batch by himself. Anyway, he had the final say in his spirit world. Lord already had a candidate in his heart. Compared to Urtsunemeya, who was simply forging Zanpakutou, it was better to let a more suitable person take on the responsibility of the Phoenix Hall Master. At least Lord thought that his ability was obviously more suitable. There was no need to say who it was. Marvel Genius Inventor, Tony Stark, the future leader of Phoenix Hall and Zero Division. Tony Stark. Lord pinched his chin and thought about how to plan. After all, in the next stage of his plan, Tony Stark took the heroine script and the Captain America took the hero script. The two of them played together, and the disaster invaded Soul Society's play in Sukyaku. Chapter 424, A Goal to Pursue. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. All the stories started from this house. Lord walked in with light steps and looked around at the familiar setting. He walked out of this broken hut and then walked step by step to where he was today. Since the establishment of Soul Society, many things came one after another, which suddenly made him flustered. He had not come back to see it for a long time. Basically, only Nimue would occasionally come back to clean and tidy up after he was free. Although the furnishings of the house were very simple and not as prosperous as Soul King Palace. However, it gave him a kind of inexplicable peace of mind. It was like a traveler who finally returned home after traveling for several years. Naturally, he could get rid of the exhaustion all over his body and just wanted to lie on the sofa and have a good rest. Dash. At this time, a petite figure ran out from the kitchen on the side of the hall. Cough, cough, cough. The person who ran out was Nimue. Nimue was wearing a black, fluffy princess dress. She was wearing black cotton socks, revealing half of her fair and white calves. Her small face was stained with black smoke. It was obvious that she had been choked by the smoke in the kitchen. She was desperately rubbing her red eyes. As if she had sensed the presence of an outsider, Nimue suddenly raised her head and looked at her. Two sharp eyes suddenly shot out from her black and round eyes. Spiritual power, who was in her body, was like a surging wave, as if she was about to gush out in the next second. When she saw that it was Laud, the agitated spiritual power instantly dispersed. Instead, Nimu's eyes gradually became moist, and her cheeks bulged. Her big black eyes were filled with unspeakable sadness and grievance. "Brother! Brother!" Nimu cried out with tears. She could not wait to rush over. Her two arms were like a koala bear, hanging her whole body on Laud. Then, she buried her head in her arms and cried. "I'm back, Nimu." Laud hugged the crying Nimu in his arms. He gently rubbed her black hair and felt a little upset. "It's all my fault. I ignored your feelings during this time." "Woo." Nimu raised her head and looked at Laud with tears in her eyes. She said, Then brother, you have to promise me that no matter where you go in the future, you have to take me with you, okay? I was wrong this time. Hearing Nimu's request, Laud's heart softened. He said softly, "I will definitely bring you with me next time, okay?" During this period of time, he had been busy with serious business, but he had neglected Nimu's feelings. Now that he thought about it carefully, letting Nimu stay alone in that cold laboratory, and not seeing him for a long time, it was easy to imagine how much grievances he felt. In order to make up for it, Laud also promised all kinds of conditions. For example, taking her to the amusement park, eating hamburgers, buying clothes, and other conditions made Nimu laugh through her tears. She also wiped the snot that flowed out on his dead tyrant suit. If Kisokura saw this scene, his jaw would probably hit the ground in surprise. In the entire three realms, only Nimu dared to wipe her nose on the Soul King's clothes. In fact, Laud did not care about these small things. Not to mention wiping his snot on his clothes, even if he wiped it on his body, he would not blame Nimu at all. Because among all creations, Nimu was not only the first to be born, but also the most special to him. Laud never regarded her as a tool, but always regarded her as his sister. So why would his brother blame his lovely sister for such a small matter? Nimu raised her head, pinched her fingers and whispered, "Brother, I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs." Speaking of which, he had not seen Nimu for a long time. Even sitting with her for a meal seemed to have been a long time ago. Okay. Laud rubbed Nimu's black hair and revealed a doting gaze. He smiled and said, "I haven't cooked for a long time. I don't know if you've regressed. Sit and watch TV for a while. I'll cook for you right now." "Yay! I love you the most, brother." Nimu cheered happily and kissed Laud on the cheek. Then, she bounced onto the sofa and clicked on her favorite program. Laud smiled and shook his head. He put on the apron and walked into the kitchen. The cold oil entered the pot. When the oil temperature was 80 hot, the ribs were heated. In turn, the wine would whip the old vinegar and blow it to the cool golden color. After pouring water and adding 3 spoons of white sugar, the small fire would boil and boil for 10 minutes. After that, the big fire would collect the juice and sprinkle a spoonful of fragrant vinegar to stimulate the smell. In front of the pot, he sprinkled some green onions and sesame seeds. After a series of operations, the sweet and sour ribs came out of the pot, and the aroma instantly overflowed. Grumble! Nimu smelled it and the greedy bug in her stomach was lured out. She couldn't help but lean outside the kitchen door. She looked at the plate of red and hot ribs with envy. She swallowed her saliva and asked, "Brother, let me taste a piece, okay?" As he spoke, Nimu reached out to grab the ribs. "Pa-dash! It's not done yet." Laud flicked Nimu's head and smiled. "Also, little glutton, did you forget to wash your hands before eating?" "Oh, I know." Without stealing the ribs, Nimu pouted angrily, shook his arms and reluctantly ran to the bathroom to wash her hands. "Ha ha ha!" Laud laughed loudly and then went to prepare the second dish. "We haven't eaten together for a long time. How can we only prepare one sweet and sour pork ribs?" It should at least be 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable, and 1 soup. Chi la dash. The hot oil was cooked and the fireworks rose. The sun was setting outside and all the dishes were finally ready. The fragrance of the whole house was overflowing, and the rich smell made Nimue, who was hanging outside the door, anxious, and she wanted to rush in quickly. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised lion head, shredded sweet potato, cold mixed 3 threads, mushroom oil vegetables, fried crispy meat, steamed bass fish, and a plate of pork and onion filling dumplings. Wow, it's so rich! Nimue's eyes were almost staring straight, and the saliva on her mouth kept flowing down. She said blankly, "Brother, what day is it today? Why are there so many dishes? Today is my birthday." Lod smiled and rubbed Nimue's hair. He smiled and said, "When I was celebrating my birthday, I always had a plate of pork and green onion dumplings. Now if I want to eat them again, I can only make them myself." Although his tone seemed calm, Nimue could still hear the lingering sadness in it. "Brother, happy birthday!" Nimue held Lod's face with both hands and smiled cutely. "Nimue will learn how to make dumplings and make them for you every year, okay, brother?" "Okay dash. Lod pinched the little girl's nose and said with a smile, "Eat quickly, or the dishes will get cold later." "Yes." Nimue couldn't wait to eat and wolfed down the dishes in front of her. Lod looked at the warm scene in front of him and felt that there was an invisible hand that calmed the restlessness in the depths of his heart. Nimue reminded him of something. No matter if he was a soul king in the future or any powerful existence, what he pursued should not be to surpass everything, but to be able to protect everything he wanted to protect. This was what he truly wanted to pursue. Chapter 425, Frank forgotten in the corner. At this time, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Nimue, who was eating happily, was stunned when she heard the sound. She raised her head and looked at the door facing the living room. "Who is it?" Nimue kept stuffing meat into her mouth. Both sides of her cheeks were bulging. She looked like a greedy little hamster. She mumbled, "We are not open today. Come back tomorrow. Don't bother us. Come in." Lod raised his eyebrows, his eyes indicating for Nimue to continue eating. He already knew who the person was. As the door was pushed open, a tall and sturdy man walked in. He was wearing a black jacket and a white skull was printed on the t-shirt on his chest. A familiar old face covered in stubble was the Punisher, Frank Castle. "We meet again, Lod." The moment they met, Frank showed great resentment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know how I've been doing all this time? I've been cleaning your butt day and night." "No. Why are you wiping my butt for me?" When he met that pair of eyes full of resentment, Lod suddenly felt a little puzzled. Why didn't he remember that he had asked Frank to help wipe his butt? **ck. The muscles in the corners of Frank's eyes twitched. When he saw Lod's expression, he understood what was going on. He immediately cursed in anger, "You damn bastard, have you forgotten me?" No. Then why did you turn your head around?" It doesn't matter. **ck, I dare to bet with God's asshole. You must have forgotten." "Ahem, don't swear randomly." Lod changed the topic. "Be careful of being struck by lightning when you walk." Hucky. Frank's chest heaved up and down continuously. His eyes had turned red. It was obvious that he was very angry with Lod. If he did not know that he could not beat him, he would have shot this guy in the head twice. Calm down. Lod wiped the sweat off his forehead. Hollow looked at Frank and asked in a low voice, "So, what did you wipe my butt for me? You really forgot?" Frank forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his heart and took out a mobile phone from his arms. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is the messenger you gave me. I am responsible for cleaning and guiding the souls in Hollow of New York City." I remember. It seems that there is such a thing. Laud's face froze. He remembered this matter. At that time, he had just created Soul Society. He was short of manpower and the number of souls was insufficient. Therefore, Laud had no choice but to let Frank be in charge of the souls in the New York area. Considering that they would be rich in manpower in the future, he let Frank do other things. In the end, for various reasons, he was so busy that he forgot all about it. Do you know how I spent this period of time? Frank roared angrily, I fucking work 23 hours a day. I ran from Manhattan to Staten Island. I buried hundreds of people and killed dozens of hollow. You sucked my blood more than those damn capitalists. It was really too much. Laud couldn't help but sympathize with Frank. Such a high-intensity work could actually last for a few months. But, this was not normal. He remembered that he had warned Nemu not to let Frank work too hard. When necessary, he could disguise Frank as Death God and share the heavy tasks in New York District for him. How could it become like this? Laud secretly gave Nemu a look and asked her what was going on. Unexpectedly, Nemu lowered her head and did not dare to look at him and Frank. She continued to use her oily little hands to grab the ribs in the plate and struggled hard. Obviously, she had forgotten. Seeing Nemu's behavior, Laud had already guessed the ins and outs of the situation. It was likely that Nemu was busy with technological development department and had forgotten about this matter. However, the system that issued the messenger did not stop, so Frank could only constantly issue tasks. The result was that he almost drove this iron-boned man crazy. Therefore, he was going to take the blame. Laud could not help but cover his face and let out a long sigh. Trust me, this is a misunderstanding. I accepted a mission some time ago, so I never knew about this matter. When I respond to the higher UPS, I will send someone to replace you very soon. You didn't lie to me. Frank glared at Laud angrily and said doubtfully, Did Soul Society really send someone to take over my duties? It's true, it's definitely true. Laud patted his chest and assured him, as long as the report is submitted, in less than 12 hours, there will be new Death God to take over your job. When the time comes, it will be your turn to supervise them. I will believe you for the last time. Frank was finally in a better mood. After releasing the heavy burden, his entire body relaxed. He pulled out a stool and sat down. You weren't here the last few times, so I didn't come in. This time, we finally met. Quickly take out your hidden wine and let me satisfy my craving. All right, just you wait. After all, he had been squeezing the other party for a few months, so a few bottles of wine was nothing at all. Laud got up and took out a few bottles of booze, then handed them to Frank who was at the side. Romani Conti. Frank's eyes lit up when he saw the wine tag. This is a good wine. I have been craving it for a long time. After saying that, he did not stand on ceremony. After that, he forcefully unscrewed it and blew it into his mouth. A ton of tons. Burp dash. After drinking the whole bottle of booze in one go, Frank was finally satisfied. Half of the pent-up anger in his chest was released. By the way, I almost forgot that there is another thing. Frank suddenly remembered that he was not only here today for this matter. He asked, I have something to ask you. Recently, my ZANPAKUTOU will change into human form from time to time. Is there a problem? Change into human form. Laud's expression was a little stiff, as if he had thought of a possibility. Yes, it's a man. Frank grabbed another bottle of wine. He unscrewed it and took a sip. He wiped the liquid on his beard and said with some annoyance, and every time he appears, he will force me to fight with him. What the hell is going on? The corners of Laud's eyes twitched slightly. Are you sure it is materialized and fighting you? Yes, what's wrong? Frank looked at Laud in surprise and asked in confusion, besides, is it difficult to materialize ZANPAKUTOU? Don't keep me in suspense. tell me what is going on, so that I won't have to worry about it every day. Congratulations. Laud was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, this is one of the necessary conditions for all Death God to learn Bankai. Chapter 426, Pinch. Bankai. It is the second stage after Shikai, which is the final form of Zanpakuto. As the captain of Godi I-13, the lowest requirement is to learn Bankai. If you want to achieve Zanpakuto's Bankai, you must first make Zanpakuto materialize, and then by fighting, make it into a state of submission, so that you can ask its real name from your Zanpakuto, and then complete Bankai. But what surprised Laud was that Frank actually came to this step ahead of time. Frank became Death God until now, in just a year, he could actually make Zanpakuto materialize. His speed was so fast, and the time was so short that he had surpassed Soul Society's past geniuses. Even Chwer Hitsugaya was afraid to be inferior. But when he thought about it carefully, it was not impossible. This was not Death God's world, but Marvel world. Frank was the protagonist of the comic, The Punisher. His willpower could even resist the trial's eye, and his soul had experienced countless destruction and rebirth. He could definitely be considered a genius. Moreover, in this year, Frank was in charge of the entire New York area. The number of Hollow he had killed had already exceeded 1,000. Among them, the Great Hollow of Jillian level occupied the majority. There was even an extremely small number of Ajichas. His combat experience and number of times could be said to be astonishing. With the influence of these two factors, it was indeed possible to achieve such a fast speed. However, even though he understood the reason, Laud was still a little shocked for a moment. He could only take a sip of the ice water in front of him to hide his fluctuating expression. Congratulations, Frank. Laud coughed and cleared his throat. He continued, this is a lot of Death God, the realm that you dream of reaching, and you are already within reach of it. I don't quite understand. Frank was a little confused and looked at Laud with a puzzled face. Isn't Death God only use Shikai? What is Bankai? Laud looked to the side. Nemu's heart shrank. She stuck out half of her tongue cutely, as if she was acting like a spoiled child. Laud covered his face and sighed. He roughly guessed a few points in his heart. Needless to say, it must be that this little girl was lazy. When compiling, Death God had to know that it was 100 things. She only popularized some common sense problems, but forgot to record information about Bankai, so this led to Frank not knowing. It's like this. Laud pondered for a moment and told Frank about Bankai. After listening to Frank, he showed a self-deprecating smile, shook his head and sighed, even if you have stronger strength, what can you do? Can't you even protect a girl? He watched helplessly as Gwen died in front of him, but he could not do anything about it. That feeling of powerlessness was deeply imprinted in his heart, making Frank unable to forget it. Being sentimental is not your style. Laud was a little surprised. He did not expect the famous Uncle Retribution to show such a weak expression one day. I am a human, not a stone. Frank glanced at Laud and finished the rest of the wine in one go. He slowly said, so, what I need to do now is to make it submit the next time it materialized and ask for its real name, right? The order is wrong. Laud shook his head and snapped his fingers. First, I took the initiative to make Zanpakuto materialize. Then, I made it submit through battle. Finally, I asked for its real name. Is there any difference? Frank frowned, not quite understanding. In any case, it's materialized. Whether it's active or passive, we just need to subdue it. There is a difference, and there is a big difference. Laud could only patiently explain, taking the initiative to materialize it means that the control is in the hands of someone, and the materialization can only mean that you can communicate with Zanpakuto to a deeper level. There were many reasons why Zanpakuto took the initiative to materialize, including the situation of protecting the user. For example, Kurosaki Ichigo had met many times, so the difference between active and passive materialization was still very big. Even if he borrowed the Bankai, there are still requirements to limit spiritual powers level, so if Frank wants to really achieve Bankai, the first step is to learn how to materialize Zanpakuto. Shield. An unknown military forbidden zone. Located in the area dozens of meters underground, it is a huge underground military place made of steel and cement, with hundreds of layers of alloy armor outside, even can defend against the impact of nuclear bombs. In the entire military forbidden zone, there were thousands of soldiers guarding the surface. There were dozens of machine guns and anti-aircraft guns. There were also hundreds of agents of SHIELD in the dark who were responsible for dealing with the enemies who sneaked in. The security of the entire base was almost comparable to that of the White House. A black fierce horse drove over. The door was printed with the logo of SHIELD. After several layers of inspection, it headed straight to the center of the military base, in a tunnel that led to the underground. The fierce horse soon arrived at the destination. A group of men in suits got off the car. Among them, black men with black coat and black pants were the most eye-catching among the group of white people. There was only one person in this outfit in the entire Marvels. That was the current leader of SHIELD, Nick Fury. Director. Coulson stepped forward to greet him, while also cursing Nick Fury in his heart. Wearing such thick clothes in the middle of summer, aren't you afraid of getting heat stroke? Speaking of this, no one knew why Nick Fury was so in love with this full black outfit. He had a long black leather jacket and black tactical trousers. However, according to Coulson's guess, perhaps it was because in the dark of the night, such clothing could be invisible. How is the situation? Nick Fury's expression was very serious. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Has the evacuation of personnel been completed? What is the current index? Most of the personnel have been evacuated, but the index has already reached the critical point of explosion. Coulson wiped his sweat and said worriedly. Take me over to take a look. Nick Fury said and was about to go in to take a look. No, Director. Coulson's expression changed slightly, and he quickly reached out to stop him. It's going to explode inside. What if something happens? Get out of my way. Nick Fury raised his eyebrows and used his eyes to force Coulson back. Without another word, he directly pushed aside the people in front of him and strode into the depths of the base. When the rest of the people saw that the leaders had all come up, they had no choice but to follow them and rush into the laboratory in the base. The laboratory, which was almost half the size of a football field, was filled with mixed noises. A group of scientists in white lab coats were surrounding a blue cube, arguing about something. Gentlemen, calm down. Nick Fury's deep and hoarse voice instantly drowned out the noisy argument. It was as if there was a magical force that made everyone quiet down in an instant. Now, I need someone to tell me what happened. Nick Fury's expression was calm. There was not the slightest bit of panic, as if he did not care about the huge crisis that was about to explode. It seems that he was infected by Nick. One of the old scientists came out tremblingly and said, Director, the reading of the space stone is abnormal, and the temperature suddenly rises. If it goes on like this, it will explode soon. Nick Fury frowned and asked, what about the power of the explosion? 10,000 tons of TNT explosives. The old scientist swallowed and said in a trembling voice, it is equivalent to an atomic bomb placed on Hiroshima. Once it explodes, half of the city will be completely destroyed. Nick Fury's pupils suddenly contracted. His needle-like pupils trembled violently and he subconsciously swore, F***CK. Chapter 427, Space Stone. The index has reached the critical point and is about to explode. Following the exclamation of a researcher, everyone's eyes were attracted to him. The dark blue cube that was placed on the platform was currently flickering with a dazzling light as if it was breathing. An enormous amount of energy surged out from it and shook the surrounding hollow like a ripple, causing ripples that could be seen with the naked eye to emit a dangerous aura. F***ck, quickly control it. Nick Fury's expression changed greatly. He grabbed the old researcher and glared at him as he roared, "I don't care what methods you use. Control it. It absolutely cannot explode." It was equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT explosives. If it exploded, half of New York would be razed to the ground. There would be at least millions of casualties. It could be said to be the most serious and terrible incident since the founding of the country. He could not afford this responsibility. So no matter what price he had to pay, he had to stop the Tesseract from exploding. It's too late. Everything is too late. The old researcher slumped to the ground, his eyes devoid of color. He said miserably, "We are no longer able to control the Tesseract." Buzz. The energy gathered in the Tesseract had already far exceeded the controllable range. It was still constantly multiplying and changing, like a blue miniature sun that released endless energy. The blue light that contained an astonishing amount of energy shone on everyone. Their terrified faces were like an invisible hand that gripped their hearts tightly. Especially Nick Fury. His face looked even darker and darker under the blue light. Veins popped up around his eyes and scalp. Unlimited energy. This was the research project that Seild had been researching. It was a huge energy source that he had been longing for. It was used to develop new weapons. But unfortunately, he ignored one thing, which was whether human technology was qualified to control this inexhaustible energy. "Director, let's go. If we don't go now, it will be too late." Coulson was anxious. He couldn't care less for a moment and directly pulled Nick Fury to run out. Where to run? Nick Fury looked gloomy. He stared straight at Coulson with his bloodshot eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Half of the explosion range of New York. How far do you think we can run with just 2 legs in such a short time?" Coulson smiled bitterly and slowly put down his hand that was pulling on fever. In fact, everyone knew very well that everyone here had no time to run out of the explosion range. It was just the difference of where they died in the end. Since we can't escape, then we have to think of a way. Nick Fury was calm in the face of danger. He ordered his brain calmly, "It's not time to give up yet. As long as the universe cube has not exploded, we still have a glimmer of hope. What can we do?" The old researcher sighed with a bitter face. "Unless you can let God descend and take the Tesseract away, we are dead." "Wait, you mean God?" Coulson was stunned for a moment. Then, a light flashed through his mind and he muttered, "I've thought of a way. I know who can stop the explosion." Another researcher saw Coulson and couldn't help but ridicule him. "What? Looking at you, do you really know God?" "God? I don't know," Coulson said in a deep voice, "but I know another God, Death God." The moment he heard this, Nick Fury guessed what Coulson was thinking. "You mean? Ask him for help?" "That's right, Director." Coulson nodded and said, "Do you still remember what happened last time? They have the technology to seal off space and can use it to transfer the Tesseract." "Yes, but the problem is..." Nick Fury frowned and said, "Can you contact him now?" "I'm not sure. I haven't been able to contact him during this period of time." There was a hint of hesitation on Coulson's bitter face as he shook his head. "But there is no other way now. We can only try our luck." "In that case, let's give it a try." Nick Fury helplessly agreed to Coulson's suggestion. After all, they really had no other way. The only thing that could save millions of people in New York from this disaster was Seoul Society's space freeze technology. After getting permission from his superiors, Coulson did not dare to delay at all. He immediately took out his phone and dialed the landline of the Spirit Cleansing Pavilion nervously. Beep, 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 beep. Hearing the voice from the phone, everyone's heart clenched. "Please, Please, 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 answer the phone quickly, answer the phone quickly. Carlson was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. From time to time, his eyes glanced at the increasingly dangerous tesseract, and his mouth kept repeating the urging voice. Beep, hello, who is it? The call was suddenly connected, and the voice of a young and childish girl was heard. A trace of confusion appeared in the eyes of the researchers. They did not understand why Carlson would call a little girl at such a critical juncture. Could it be that they were counting on a half-grown child to save America? It was simply the biggest joke in the world. However, to Carlson, this voice was even more wonderful than the sound of nature. His mood was like riding a roller coaster, instantly speeding up from the bottom to the clouds. Although they had only met a few times, Carlson could still tell that the person who picked up the phone was Nimue. It's me, I'm Carlson. Carlson was so nervous that his hands were trembling. He said with the fastest speed in his life, Nimue, is Lod with you? We are in big trouble. There is a very terrifying bomb about to explode. If we can't stop it, half of New York will be razed to the ground. Well, since it's so dangerous, why don't you remove the bomb yourself? Nimue asked stupidly. I can't remove it. I can't explain it in 1 or 2 sentences. The bomb is going to explode soon. Carlson was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He said in a trembling voice, now, only you can save millions of people in New York. Please help us. But, we can't dismantle bombs. How can we help you? Nimue asked again. Your space freeze technology. Carlson hurriedly said, as long as we lock this area with the space freeze technology, we can avoid this disaster. Well, then I'll ask my brother Dudu. Nimue said and hung up the phone. Everyone else looked at each other, especially Carlson, who was stunned. He had never expected this to happen. And did this count as agreeing or not agreeing? It's over, it's completely over. Several researchers completely lost hope on their faces and sat on the ground like walking corpses. The old researcher was chanting the Bible in his mouth. Carlson heard it vaguely, as if he was begging for forgiveness from God. F***ck, in the end, we still have to rely on ourselves. Nick Fury finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He rolled up his sleeves and planned to go up himself to forcefully stop the explosion of the Tesseract. However, in the next moment, without waiting for Nick Fury to put his thoughts into action, a black figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Lord Carl. That signature short, silver hair and long black dress made Carlson recognize this person at a glance. It was the savior they were looking forward to. Chapter 428, Loki. Savior, came. But what made Carlson feel ironic was that the one who saved mankind was not God, but a death god. Death god, who was clearly responsible for harvesting souls, was now doing a job to save mankind. Especially with the prayers of the old researcher next to him, it made the scene more ironic and mocking. Quick, the source of the explosion is that cube. Nick Fury pointed at the Tesseract and shouted, it is about to explode. He couldn't care less about the shock now, and he couldn't care less about Death God in Hollow. The situation was really very dangerous. The Tesseract could explode at any time. They had to hurry up and transfer the stone. Otherwise, millions of people in New York would die for it. This is the second time. Lod's cold eyes were like a sharp blade, as if they were deeply piercing into the hearts of everyone. Your endless greed has attracted an uncontrollable great disaster, but every time, you let Soul Society wipe your ass. It's not what you think. Nick Fury was still struggling to argue. It was really an accident this time. We just wanted to use its infinite energy to realize the global energy sharing. This is a major development for humanity, not for our own selfish desires. Lod revealed a look of disdain and sneered, a person standing on the moral high ground and shooting down with his back to the sun. Sure enough, at any time, he will always be bright, great, and righteous. Do you think so, Mr. Nick Fury? Nick Fury's face was gloomy, and the corners of his eyebrows twitched faintly. He could not think of any reason to refute. No matter how many excuses he found, he could not avoid the most critical problem. In order to pursue greater power, he put millions of people in danger. Even because there was no solution, he could only seek help from the person he had identified as danger. The gun is ringing. Do you see who fired the gun? I can't see clearly. He is standing on the moral high ground. He is so dazzling under the sunday. Nick Fury thought that he was protecting humans, but he ignored the most important point, which was that he placed his own will above the entire group, causing humans to unknowingly push into an endless abyss. These vile characters that were engraved in the depths of his soul urged Nick Fury to gradually walk from light to the abyss. The reason why Laud said this was because he wanted to remind Nick Fury. No matter what, you must always remember that you must never let the excessive desire devour you. Mr. Laud, now is not the time to talk about this. Coulson, who was at the side, could not wait any longer and begged anxiously, no matter what our original intention is, I am worried that there are millions of people in danger now. I only ask you to help us, okay? This is the last time, Coulson. Laud took a deep look at him, turned around and faced the Tesseract. He took out his phone and put it close to his ear, saying indifferently, Technological Development Department, this is Laud Carl. Starting from my current position, apply to freeze the space within 100 kilometers radius. Application passed, freeze the space within 100 kilometers of Laud Carl. As the voice fell, a strange power suddenly descended. The empty space rippled visible to the naked eye, and spread out with lightning speed, covering the space within 100 kilometers. But the moment the space was frozen, the vibration frequency of the Tesseract suddenly accelerated several times. Anyone with eyes could see that the energy accumulated by the Tesseract had reached the critical point and was about to explode. Not good, we don't have time to leave. Coulson's face turned ashen as he shouted in despair, we can't leave. The next second. Rumble. In the deafening roar, a terrifying heat rose along with the mushroom cloud. The Tesseract released a massive kinetic energy that was comparable to a nuclear explosion, setting off a huge wave of energy that could be seen with the naked eye. It carried rolling destructive flames and swept out in all directions with unstoppable momentum. Large amounts of steel melted into molten iron and poured down. He was dead for sure. Everyone was in despair, planning to close their eyes and wait for death. Even Nick Fury, who had always been calm and collected, could not help but clench his teeth, silently planning to face death. However, Coulson did not know why, but he subconsciously looked at the man. He felt that as long as Laud was here, they would definitely not die, even if they faced a crisis that was comparable to a nuclear explosion. Laud raised a finger and said indifferently, Bakud number 81. Dank, splitting void. A transparent wall condensed by spiritual power stood in front of everyone, blocking the first wave of impact and vibration for them. Then, there was a triangular cone-shaped defensive barrier that protected everyone in order to prevent them from being cooked by the high temperature of the explosion. Boom! The earth shook violently, and it let out a cry that could not bear the burden. The huge shock wave carried tens of thousands of degrees of high heat and instantly set off a destructive wave hundreds of meters in diameter. Then, it slammed down heavily with overwhelming power, tearing the steel alloy base into pieces like a meat grinder. All tangible and intangible substances were annihilated in this instant. In the midst of the smoke and dust rolling ruins, a transparent wall stood still. In the inverted triangular cone-shaped defensive barrier, everyone miraculously survived. They were neither torn apart by the impact of the explosion nor cooked by the high temperature. And the creator of the miracle was the man who looked indifferent. Coulson, who had just survived a calamity, panted heavily. There was still a trace of lingering fear on his face. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Laud. If you hadn't saved us, I'm afraid, we would all be dead by now. However, Lod didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to him. Instead, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes as he stared in the direction of the tesseract. In the billowing smoke and dust, there seemed to be a golden light shining in it. Step, 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 step. In the empty ruins, a burst of footsteps suddenly sounded. Nick Fury and Coulson's expressions changed slightly. They widened their eyes as they looked inside the thick smoke. It was originally the location of the tesseract. The first thing that entered everyone's eyes was a curved golden antler. Then, a short staff with a blue gem embedded at the front end of the staff stretched out from the billowing smoke. Then, an old man finally appeared in front of everyone. The old man was wearing a curved golden antlered helmet. He was wearing a dark green gold-encrusted robe. His white and mottled hair spread out wantonly. His gloomy eyes seemed to have gone through years and hardships. His entire body exuded an invisible pressure. Ah, the timing is just right. The old man glanced at the tesseract that had fallen, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Sure enough, no matter how many thousands of years have passed, humans are still unable to contain their greed. Loki. Lod frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. You know me? Loki raised his eyebrows and looked at Lod in surprise. Why don't I remember? I seem to have seen you before. Chapter 429, Loki, the God King of Asgard. Parallel Universe. Lod closed his eyes and looked at the old version of Loki. He had already roughly guessed his origin. Regarding the concept of parallel universes, the scientific community had already had similar guesses, but there was no evidence, so it could not be confirmed. However, as a transmigrator, Lod naturally had the ability to sense ahead of time. The parallel universe actually existed, at least in Marvel World. Marvel World was actually a very broad concept. It was composed of countless parallel universes, and these universes were collectively known as MCU. Just like the universe he was in, it was actually just like the vast sea of Marvel World. Among them, the universe closest to the movie plot was the universe with the serial number Earth, 199999. As for the old version of Loki in front of him, if his speculation was not wrong, it was obvious that he came from another serial universe. In the final battle of Marvel movies, such a situation had occurred. This was used as a basis. Therefore, it was not difficult for Lod to guess that the old Loki came from a parallel universe. I'm very happy to see you again. The old version of Loki sneered. He raised the short golden staff in his hand and a chill surged in his eyes. But I won't be lenient this time. Director Shield Nick Fury, prepare to meet your death. Obviously. The old version of Loki in front of him had already experienced the invasion of Chitauri. He knew that the reason for his failure was this unremarkable black man in front of him. The moment his voice fell, the surrounding magical energy erupted. The dark green robe of the old man Loki moved without any wind. Following the golden short staff in his hand, he shot out a powerful energy pillar. You want to fight? Have you asked me? A glimmer flashed in the depths of Lod's eyes. He suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. He casually waved his hand like he was taking a stroll and shattered the energy pillar as thick as a bucket. The overflowing energy swept through the ruined ruins around him like a storm, like a stone thrown into the water, stirring up waves of ripples. Hey! It was only then that the old Loki realized that this man was not so simple. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, he did not feel any danger, so he just treated it as a superhero that he had never seen before. After all, this was a parallel universe, and there were a few unknown heroes that appeared. They belonged to the normal and understandable category. No matter how strong they were, could they overturn the heavens? However, the moment they fought, the old Loki sensed that something was wrong. The energy beam he shot out with the heart jewel scepter was not only smashed by the man and sword, but also appeared very relaxed. This was a bit abnormal. The silver-haired man in black stood there like a bottomless abyss, swallowing all the light around him, faintly emitting a powerful sense of oppression. The elderly Loki frowned and asked, "You? Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who it is." Lod stared at the old man in front of him and said lightly, "What's important is that I have a few things I want to ask you." "Young man, my time is very precious. It is not used to answer your questions." The old Loki's eyes were cold. He said, "I admit that you are very strong, but unfortunately, this time, no matter how you struggle, you are destined to fail. It seems that you know a lot." Lod narrowed his eyes. From his words, he could feel that this old man was definitely not simple. Everyone said that a good relationship started from the Q&A. "Why don't you tell me where your mind scepter came from first? Haven't you already guessed it?" The old Loki was expressionless, and there was even a trace of coldness in his voice. He said, "A guy who can feel sad and pitiful. He has lived his whole life in hollows, lies, and even escaped at the last moment, a coward." "Yes, the evaluation is very pertinent." Lod nodded in agreement and said, "He is like a child who wants to gain attention." "It is indeed very childish as you say. However, the person who escaped at the last moment should be you, right?" "It's me." The old Loki's eyes flashed with pain. After a long silence, he said hoarsely, "So I want to change all of this. For this, I will pay any price. Anyone who dares to stop me will suffer the wrath of Asgard." Asgard. Hearing this familiar word, Nick Fury suddenly could not sit still. He stared and shouted, "You are from Asgard. Who are you? Do you know Thor and Odin? We are in a friendly relationship with Asgard. You can't invade Earth without permission." Lod frowned and glanced at Nick Fury unhappily. "You reminded me. I almost forgot the most important thing." The old Loki had a cold smile on the corner of his lips. He said slowly like a gentleman, "According to the tradition of Asgard, before I execute you, I have to introduce myself formally. At least I have to let you know who killed you." After a short pause, the old Loki's eyes released a pressure. His dark green robe fluttered without wind, as if he was a high and mighty god. He looked at the small human with no sorrow or joy. His indifferent voice that was not mixed with any emotion echoed in the ruins of dozens of kilometers. "My name is Loki Odinson. I am the last god king of Asgard." The old Loki's eyes surged with coldness. He slowly raised the golden short staff in his hand, and the grand sound echoed through the sky. "In the name of Asgard, I shall cast God's wrath." Rumble. A huge roar resounded through the clouds, and the magic elements in the atmosphere were rioting. Magic power surged in the sky, and the endless sandstorm carried a vast wave of air. The momentum was so great that it spread dozens of kilometers away. The entire earth and ruins trembled slightly, as if they were crying out in fear. A moment later, the sky was suddenly covered by a blazing green light. Coulson and Nick Fury subconsciously raised their heads. They saw dark green fireballs that were as dense as raindrops. Each one was dozens of meters in diameter, like a meteor shower that was rarely seen in 100 years. After tearing through the clouds, they fell down. 10, 100, 1,000, 10 million. Coulson was instantly dumbfounded. His face was as pale as a wall. The number of green fireballs that fell from the clouds was as large as carps across the river. They densely covered half of the sky and covered a range of dozens of kilometers. It was impossible to count how many there were with the naked eye. Sure enough, the plot was raging. Although Lod had already prepared himself the moment he found out that it was the old Loki. But now, the old Loki waved his scepter and summoned a rain of flames that covered the sky. He couldn't help but be shocked. Loki, who liked to be a melee wizard, now remembered that he was a wizard. Chapter 430, Loki, the god of running away. Rumble. Endless fiery rain tore through the sky, accompanied by a heaven-shaking and earth-moving whistling sound, falling down with the momentum of destruction. All of a sudden, everyone looked terrified. It was as if an invisible hand was holding their hearts. They were tightly wrapped by a suffocating pressure. It was as if they would die in the next moment. Under the bombardment of such a dense and huge fire rain, there was no chance of survival. Tisk tisk, so troublesome. Just as everyone was in despair, Lod only frowned slightly and revealed a look of disgust. Mr. Lod. Even you can't do anything about it. Coulson cried and felt that he had completely lost hope. At this moment, he even thought of his last words. Lod glanced at him and was too lazy to explain the reason. The trouble he was talking about was not the fire rain above his head, but the group of people including Coulson, especially the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, this cunning bastard. It was not difficult for him to stop the fire rain. For example, the Daiguren Hyaran Meru could create a huge ice cover that covered a radius of tens of kilometers in an instant. For example, Golden Lightning Palace, attracting tens of thousands of lightning to directly destroy the fire rain, it was an easy thing for him. Even if it was Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi, the sword blade storm formed by hundreds of millions of sea of flowers could easily intercept the rain of fire. The truly difficult part was using only Shinso to block the rain of fire. He also needed to ensure that these people would not die. After all, in SHIELD's information, his Zanpakuto ability was instantly extended and shortened. If he suddenly revealed other abilities, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the old fox Nick Fury. From a mutual perspective, Shinso could be said to be the most unsuitable Zanpakuto to deal with the current situation. But unfortunately, he had no choice. Out of all the most convenient and simplest options, he could only choose the most troublesome and difficult one. Bankai. Lod looked helpless and pulled out Zanpakuto, who was at his waist. Akoros, Kamishini no Yuri. An extremely terrifying spiritual power rushed out of his body like a wave, almost filling up the entire sealed space, arousing countless dense and terrifying strength, whistling in all directions like a shaved sword, cutting out black cracks in hollow space. Kika. As the tremors on the ground grew stronger, it seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. The extremely powerful spiritual power hurricane howled and stirred, lifting up the steel ruins that weighed tens of millions of tons nearby. The earth let out a cry that could not bear the burden, and cracks visible to the naked eye quickly spread. The next moment, spiritual power suddenly dissipated. Lod held the unchanging short-haired sword and pointed at the endless rain of fire that fell from the sky. Buto. Renjin, Null Step, Serial Blade. The moment his voice fell, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, as if they were being stabbed. There was only an extremely stunning and dazzling sword light left in their sight. At this moment, everything in the world seemed to have lost its original color, leaving only a fierce grey that was full of deathly stillness and coldness. Buto Renjin was the strongest move of Ichimaru Jin. With the greatest speed, he constantly stretched the god-killing spear to the limit of the advantage, releasing a continuous and terrible attack like a rainstorm, and burying the poison in the inside of sword's blade in the chaos, so as to complete the real god-killing attack. However, at the moment, Lod did not need poison, as long as the speed was good. With the maximum stretching speed, coupled with the amazing penetrating force of the god-killing spear, he defeated all of them before the rain of fire fell. Shua! 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 One sword, another sword. It was impossible to tell with the naked eye how many sword had been slashed by Lod at this moment. The vast and boundless sword was like light and rain. Tens of millions of tiny sword lights gathered and turned into a mighty torrent of sword chi. They swept up endless astral winds and pulled out a 1,000-foot-long dragon. It roared as it charged into the sky that was raining fire. In the next moment, The rain of fire that carried the wrath of the gods collided head-on with the resplendent torrent of swords' blades. Rumble! A deafening roar resounded. In this instant, it was as if countless hailstones had smashed down, and the sound of dense shattering resounded in succession. It exploded wildly in the ears of everyone, and a tremendous shockwave flowed down. Coulson and the others were unable to endure it, and they revealed pained expressions. Two completely different forces violently collided in the sky. One green and one silver, one above and one below. The sky and earth were clearly divided into two special colors. Nick Fury relied on his astonishing willpower to forcefully endure his physiological discomfort. He raised his head and saw that in the middle area of the most intense collision, there was a destructive energy ripple. The chaotic and violent airflow roared and constantly washed in all directions, tearing out countless cracks in the surrounding space. Although both sides won by numbers, this time, it was clearly Lod who had the advantage. The god-killing spear gradually suppressed the fire rain, as if the anger of the gods descended. The fire rain with the power of destruction was crushed by the god-killing spear sword's blade storm. Boom! The terrifying storm exploded, causing the entire space to shake. The endless rain of fire was smashed into smithereens, turning into countless tiny sparks that bloomed in the sky, just like specks of ash that remained after a round of fireworks had bloomed. When the dust and smoke dispersed, Lod slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, but he frowned slightly. He saw that the old Loki had disappeared. Not only him, but even the older scientist beside Nick Fury had also disappeared. Lod's eyes moved slightly and his gaze drifted to a place in the ruins. When he saw that there was nothing in the place buried by the ruins, Lod sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he had disappeared. When the old Loki disappeared, not only did he take the scientist away, he also took the most important, space stone. The so-called rain of fire was actually just a cover. Lod was not stupid. He only thought for a moment and understood the intentions of the old Loki. Perhaps this old Loki had never intended to fight with him from the beginning. His real goal was to use this powerful magic to divert everyone's attention and take away the old scientist and the space stone. As for how he did it, it was not difficult to guess. The old Loki had a scepter embedded with a soul stone in his hand. It was easy to take a person away without him noticing. He was fooled. This old fellow has something. Thinking of this, Lod could not help but laugh. The god of trickery was indeed cunning. Putting aside whether he was strong or not, his running speed was really amazing. Chapter 431, Primary Target, Space Stone. The Tesseract. Coulson suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The most important thing was gone. The stone with infinite energy was stolen by Loki, who came from Asgard. He also took away Dr. Selvig, who was proficient in astronomy. No matter what he planned to do with it, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. F***ck. Nick Fury's face was as black as charcoal. He was so angry that he squeezed out a dirty word from his teeth. His single eye flashed with madness. This is a declaration of war against Earth. We must gather all the forces we have and prepare for the upcoming war. Chi. Hearing this, Lod couldn't help but laugh. He revealed a mocking gaze and said, Nick Fury, don't flatter yourself. If Asgard really wants to start a war, will you still alive to do anything? But that person's actions are declaring war on Earth. Nick Fury was clearly in a state of madness. He said fiercely, snatching the space stone is evidence. We must gather superheroes to defend against the war of Asgard. Lod sighed softly and no longer paid attention to Nick Fury. This was the typical case of being persecuted and delusional. He always felt that anyone would invade Earth and wanted to arm themselves at all times. They would be carried by this thought and forced to develop and explore a terrifying weapon beyond human control. It was like a marathon running and vomiting blood. It was an extremely sad idea, but there was nothing he could do. In fact, it was not only Shield who had this idea. Even the current countries in the world had the same thought. After all, humans could not even trust their own compatriots, let alone a group of aliens. Although Coulson also felt very angry, he still maintained a trace of rationality and asked, "Mr. Lod, you mean to say that this matter has nothing to do with Asgard?" "It has nothing to do with it." Lod put sword into the sheath and then said in a meaningful tone, "He is the fourth-generation divine king of Asgard, but as far as I know, the current Asgard is ruled by the second-generation divine king, Odin. Do you understand what I mean?" Unlike old Nick Fury, he had a good impression of Coulson, so it was fine to leak some information. Anyway, they would have to be used in the future. Could it be? Coulson's pupils contracted slightly. He had seen a big scene, so he instantly thought of a possibility. Is the man who calls himself Loki came from the future Asgard? Who knows? Lod shook his head and snapped his fingers to remove the space freeze. He said lightly, "This is the last time I'm cleaning up your SHIELD's ass. If there is a similar situation next time, you can solve it yourself." Again and again, again and again. If he didn't show them his might today, he was afraid that he would really treat Seoul society as a firefighter in the future. "Yes, we understand." Coulson nodded with a bitter face. SHIELD had repeatedly used the name of righteousness to carry Seoul society to help them take care of the aftermath. Now, he finally tasted the consequences that he had planted. Not only did he push away the allies that he should have roped in, but he also lost a large amount of combat strength in vain. And the one who made all these mistakes was SHIELD's director, Nick Fury. If not for the series of wrong orders he issued, trying to control things beyond the scope of human understanding, and then causing several disasters, how could they have fallen to this situation? At this time, in Coulson's heart, for the first time, he questioned Nick Fury. This veteran who joined SHIELD in the Second World War was perhaps no longer suitable for an organization like leadership. If SHIELD continued to develop according to his wrong thoughts, sooner or later, he would be destroyed in his own hands. Although I hate SHIELD very much, I admire you very much. Lod patted Coulson on the shoulder and said with admiration, "When you die, I will personally escort you to Seoul society." Hearing this, Coulson did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only reluctantly nod in agreement. "That. Mr. Lod." Nick Fury, who was next to him, heard this and his expression changed slightly. He had a bad feeling in his heart. He hesitated and said, "May I ask if our souls will go to Seoul society after we die?" "You can't." Lod glanced at him in disgust. "With the sins you bear, you can only go to hell after you die." Nick Fury. Coulson. They had been dealing with Death God all this time, and they had almost forgotten. This group of people were the gods in charge of the souls of the dead. If they offended them now, would they have a good life in the future when they died? Nick Fury was a very obvious example. Before they died, they had already been judged by Death God. After they died, they would return to hell. Nick Fury, who had never believed in God, was also a little panicked at this time. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead and his face was ugly. "Mr. Lod. Don't joke with me anymore. Although I am not a good person, I shouldn't go to hell, right?" "Hee hee." Lod smiled sarcastically and did not answer his question. He stepped on Ho-Ho and disappeared from where he was. Nick Fury suddenly panicked a little. He smiled. "What does that mean?" Coulson said awkwardly, Maybe." He doesn't want to answer. "Coulson, do you really think I should go to hell?" Nick Fury looked at Coulson and asked slowly. I don't know." Coulson was suddenly under great pressure. He braced himself and said, "Maybe he was just joking. Don't mind it too much, Director." Huff, huff. Nick Fury took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He said in a deep voice, "Call Natasha and Barton back, Steve and Tony. Tell them that the war is coming. The establishment of the Avengers meant that the tide had finally come to an end. As for how Seild would react, what he would do, and what he would do, all of this had nothing to do with Laud. He only had one goal, and that was how to use appropriate methods to obtain the Space Stone. Although the sudden appearance of the old Loki had disrupted his original plan, the overall direction would not change. It was supposed to be the first appearance battle of the Avengers. It could be said to be the most appropriate and appropriate stage for the appearance of Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and Wandenreich. Taking this opportunity to walk to the front from behind the scenes, the audience was completely exposed to the public. In an unknown luxury apartment, Loki sat on the soft sofa, looking at the blue cube in his hand. His eyes seemed to be reminiscing the past. 2 streams of turbid tears streaked across his old face. There are still 4 more left. Father, Mother, Thor. I will definitely let Asgard reappear in his past glory. No one can stop me, not even Sorcerer Supreme. Chapter 432, The Creation of the Avenger. 17 hours had passed since the disappearance of the Tesseract. A behemoth hidden in the shadows, Shield finally revealed their teeth. Through the orders of the 5 members of the World Council, Nick Fury would temporarily have the highest authority. He could use all personnel and materials in the range of his authority to search for the missing Tesseract. The highest alert order issued by the American headquarters spread throughout the world in just a few hours. Europe, Africa, and Australia branches responded and entered the highest alert state of war. On the orbit nearly 20,000 kilometers away from Earth, there were a total of 600 military satellites scanning at all times. The cameras connected to all the electronic equipment in the 4 continents formed a huge net, searching for old Loki at all costs. Using the space carrier developed by the Tesseract, as Shield's base, it rose directly to 1,000 meters high. Moreover, this was not all. A few hours after the incident, Nick Fury had gathered all the known superheroes in this huge air base through all sorts of shady means. The superheroes arrived at the sky carrier one after another. The first to walk in was a middle-aged man. He did not seem to be a big threat, but everyone knew how terrifying he was when he was angry. The reputation of the Green Giant Hulk was like thunder in their ears. The one who followed him was a red-haired and attractive Black Widow Natasha. Will you really let me go after this? Dr. Banner took a deep breath, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at the others nervously. He was originally staying in a settlement in the South American rainforest. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a group of special attackers with tranquilizer guns. A very beautiful female agent told him that as long as he cooperated to find the cosmic cube, she would give him an official identity and cancel the pursuit. It had to be said that Natasha's words hit the bullseye and accurately grasped the desire of Banner. Therefore, after getting a guarantee, Dr. Banner followed Shield to the sky space carrier and was responsible for tracking the gamma rays of the Tesseract. Don't worry, Banner. Natasha rolled up the hair on her temples and smiled, as long as you find the Tesseract, we will let you go. I promise that I will keep my word. I will never lie to you. That's good. I hope you won't lie to me. Banner was not used to crowded places, so he just forced a smile and said, there will be no good end if you lie to me. I believe you won't want to see it. Not long after, Coulson led 2 people into the bridge. One of the handsome young men was the Captain America, Steve Rogers, while the other was a little boy, carrying a school bag and skateboard. He was obviously a student who was going to school. Wow! So cool! The boy's eyes sparkled with stars, and he cheered excitedly, this is even more handsome than the Sherry. By the way, what is this ship called? Is there a laser cannon? Can I take a picture? I want to show it to my friends. They will definitely be happy. Coulson said with a face full of headache, Parker, calm down first. Don't talk. This child was found by him occasionally. He claimed to be a friendly neighbor of the New York people. His personality and ability were outstanding. The only drawback was that he was a little talkative. Ever since he boarded the carrier Eagle, he had almost never stopped. Steve was a little speechless. He whispered, "Peter, this is not a school, don't be so loud." Peter Parker saw that everyone was looking at him, and immediately covered his mouth awkwardly. "Okay, I know, I promise not to talk." "Sure enough, it is your style." Banner looked at the boy in surprise and gave Natasha a look of disdain. "You didn't even let a child who is still in school go and let him participate in such a dangerous action, right?" Natasha frowned and did not answer the question. She only saw a trace of disgust in her eyes, as if she was questioning whether this behavior was correct. The last person to enter the bridge was naturally the well-known playboy, a genius inventor, the owner of Stark Group, Iron Man Tony Stark. Not bad. Unlike the others who were amazed by the sky space carrier, Tony Stark only glanced at it and then retracted his gaze with a sneer. His expression seemed to be a little disdainful. Nick Fury opened his arms, his expression full of pride. He introduced to the crowd with a dazzling tone, "Welcome to the Sky Space Carrier, SHIELD's highest technology, a combat command center suspended thousands of meters high in the air." But a voice that was not in line with the group suddenly interrupted his introduction. "Anti-gravity levitation system, 4 turbine engines, anti-light panels that reflect radar and light, as well as an observation tower and runway deck." Tony explained the structure of the entire sky space carrier as if he were familiar with it. Finally, he smacked his tongue and said, "It's barely passable. It's just that its defense is a little weak. A single strike of the Jake missile will turn it into a tomb in the sky." Nick Fury's eyes twitched and he could not speak for a long time. Steve frowned. He had looked down on Tony from the beginning. Now that he saw the other party slander the air carrier, he naturally could not stand it. He went forward and said, "You should be glad that we can stand here, instead of saying these childish jokes." Tony raised his eyebrows and could not stand Steve's serious look. He said sarcastically, "Oh, the famous Captain America. In your eyes, is it childish to point out flaws?" "No, I mean some people who only know how to point fingers and order." Steve looked at Tony with disgust and said, "I don't see a hero in you. Instead, you look like a child. You can't wait to pick out mistakes and show off." "Sorry, Captain." Tony put his hands in his pockets and tilted his head with a smile. "I don't need to show off, and I don't need the label of a hero. I am me. I have never changed. Only you need this kind of thing." I think the two of you are." "Shut up." *2. Tony and Steve shouted at the same time, making Peter, who was going to stop the fight, shrink back. Banner was a little impatient. "I'm not here to watch you quarrel. Can you start now?" "That." Peter raised his hand timidly and whispered, "I still have classes tomorrow, so, can you hurry up?" The rebellious Tony, the honest and firm Captain America, the talkative Spider-Man, the ticking time bomb Banner. Looking at the 4 superheroes with completely different personalities, Nick Fury could not help but frown deeply. The team he had expected should not be like this. It seemed that the first step they had to solve was how to integrate these people into the team. At this moment, the door to the bridge opened again. A tall and sturdy man with a white skull imprinted on his chest and a black coat followed behind Hawkeye Barton. Nick Fury's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed a little. He said with a smile, "The famous Punisher have arrived. Let's have a drink later, Frank." "No need, I'm not interested." Frank glanced at him and said coldly, "From now on, the debt I owe you will be paid off, Fury." Chapter 433, One of Them, God of Death. The Punisher, Frank. Just by mentioning his name, it was enough to frighten the gangsters in New York City. It could make those lawless and bold criminals run away in fear, and even a character who peed all over the place. "It's him. Steve frowned slightly, and there was a look of disgust on his face. He had heard of this guy. Unlike the gentle methods of other heroes, he was extremely cruel and never let go of any criminal. He was an executioner who wandered the edge of the darkness and could fall into the abyss at any time. This made obeying orders a heavenly duty, treating justice as a rule. Steve, who had been in the army for decades, hated and disliked behavior the most. Tony Stark was like this, Frank was the same, and both of them were the same, placing their individual will above the entire law. Could such a chaotic team really be, as Nick Fury said, taking up the responsibility of protecting the Earth? At the thought of this, Steve's heart could not help but be covered in a layer of haze. He missed the roaring assault team from before. Okay, no problem. Nick Fury was amused. An awkward expression flashed across his face. He spread his hands helplessly and said, "As long as I can find the Tesseract, I promise that I will never disturb you again in the future." "I hope so." Frank crossed his arms in front of his chest and said coldly, "So, have you found the guy who stole the Tesseract?" "Not yet." Coulson scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "We used all the satellites to use facial recognition to search the world, but there is no progress at the moment." "No, this search range is too big." Banner shook his head and turned to look at Coulson, asking, "We have to reduce the range. How many spectrometer can you borrow?" Coulson was stunned and asked in confusion, "We can borrow them, but what do you want them for?" Banner took off his suit and walked to the corridor of the bridge. "I need a large number of spectrometers to track down the gamma rays emitted by the cosmic cube. This way, I can narrow the search range." "Give him what he want." Nick Fury turned around and gave his assistant Hill a look. "Use all the optical spectrometer in the labs to cooperate with Dr. Banner." In just a few minutes, under SHIELD's pressure, a total of 5,000 optical specters in the entire US were temporarily transferred over. Banner set and adjusted the data of the optical specters, using it to track the specific spectrum, which was the gamma rays of the Tesseract. The search of the optical specters still needed some time. Tony was not willing to wait idly, so he ran over to help Dr. Banner and calibrate the data of the gamma rays together. The two of them chatted as they busied themselves. The two world-class scientists sat together, from quantum physics to basic physics. The content of the chat was like a heavenly book, making Coulson feel dizzy and uneducated. He simply moved his butt to the side, no longer participating in the discussion of the big shots. On the other hand, Peter Parker, although a student, showed an amazing mind, and could barely keep up with the discussion between the two, especially in biology. He had an insight that made Tony praise. Steve was similar to Coulson. Seeing that he did not need his help, he sat alone in the corner, leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the moment of the war. Nick Fury carried a bottle of wine, walked to Frank, and handed it over. "Old friend, do you mind talking to me?" Don Julio. 1942. Frank glanced at the wine that was handed over and asked in surprise, "I remember that this thing is limited. Where did you get it from?" "The home of a terrorist." A smile appeared in Nick Fury's eyes. He shrugged and said, "This bottle of wine is very lucky. It is the only thing that can still be preserved under the bombardment of artillery shells. Then I want to have a taste." Frank licked his lips, and his addiction was aroused. He took the bottle of wine, unscrewed it, poured himself a cup, and took a sip to express his appreciation. Nick Fury sat next to him and poured himself a cup. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Frank. You finally let go of your hatred and plan to return to your normal life." "Return to your normal life?" Frank's hand, which was holding the wine glass, suddenly stiffened. He laughed at himself and said, "I don't intend to let go of my hatred, nor will I return to my normal life. From the moment they died, I will never be able to return." Nick Fury's eyes narrowed slightly. There seemed to be a flash of light. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "This is strange. I haven't heard the news of the Punisher's operation in the past year. I thought you had retired. Frank looked at him sarcastically and sneered, Fury, don't use that ridiculous trick in front of me. I never intended to hide it. Nick Fury, who was exposed in front of him, was not surprised. After all, the combat strength of the man in front of him could be said to be the highest level of human beings, equivalent to SHIELD's level 10 agent. Nick Fury took a sip of wine and said lightly, you know my character. I have a skeptical attitude towards everyone, especially for a man like you. You suddenly disappeared for an entire year. I have to know what you are doing. What if I don't intend to tell you? Frank put down his wine glass and looked straight into Nick Fury's eyes without any expression. His tone was flat. I will investigate it myself. Nick Fury was not surprised. He only said calmly, you will not disappear for no reason. A year is too long. It is enough for you to prepare a lot of things. It is not impossible for a terrifying person like you to assassinate the president. Frank, who had undergone the strictest military training and was familiar with individual soldiers and team special combat techniques, was proficient in firearms, explosions, fighting, assassination, infiltration, diving, interrogation, intelligence gathering, camouflage, and many other combat techniques. It was no exaggeration to call him a modern super soldier king. If he wanted to subvert a country's regime, it would only take a week. Such a dangerous man not only hated the government system, but also used brutal methods to attack criminals. No one would allow him to disappear under their eyes for a whole year. Without figuring out Frank's whereabouts, the person in the White House could not even sleep peacefully. Under the pressure of the White House combined with multiple parties, Nick Fury drove SHIELD to ask Frank for the reason. I hope you can understand me, Frank. Nick Fury rubbed his temples with one hand. If I don't find out your whereabouts, those white pigs sitting in the office won't be able to sleep. They are afraid that you will blow them up in the middle of the night. Looking at his good friend's helpless expression, the resentment in Frank's heart was mostly gone. He sipped his wine and said, don't worry. I disappeared not to do anything bad to this country, but I was squeezed by some unscrupulous capitalist. Unscrupulous capitalist. Nick Fury's eyelids twitched and his face was filled with disbelief. Are you joking with me? Is there anyone in this world who dares to squeeze you, Frank? Is he tired of living or is there something wrong with your brain? None of them. Although Frank was expressionless, his twitching eyes revealed his thoughts. It's just that I can't beat him, that's all. This appearance made Nick Fury even more curious. He quickly poked his head over and asked, can you tell me which unscrupulous capitalist you are working for? Frank thought about it and hesitated for a moment. Before he came to SHIELD, Laud did not seem to have said that he could not reveal his identity, which meant that he should be able to say it. A place called Soul Society. Frank drank the last mouthful of wine and slowly said, for now, I can be considered, Death God. Chapter 434, Meet the God King. As soon as this was said, it was no less than the shock of the clear sky. Nick Fury looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His pupils were enlarged to a visible degree, and his heart seemed to have stirred up a storm. For a moment, he was shocked to the extreme. Even the wine cup in his hand slipped and fell heavily on the ground. Pa! With a crisp sound, the cup full of expensive wine broke, allowing the wine to splash on the steel floor of the bridge. The fragrance of tequila scattered in the air of the entire bridge. Everyone was shocked by the sudden voice. They all looked at each other in surprise and confusion. They seemed to be curious about what they were talking about. Nick Fury, who had always been calm and collected, showed such a big reaction. Sorry. I lost my composure. Nick Fury took several deep breaths to suppress the shock in his heart. But he was still in disbelief and asked again, you mean, you joined Soul Society and became, Death God? You know Death God? Frank raised the tip of his eyebrows and said in surprise, Schild's intelligence is so powerful that he even knows the existence of Death God. We were fortunate enough to meet the two captains. Nick Fury paused and asked cautiously, by the way, do you know Lord Carl? Of course I do. That damn vampire. Frank's expression became a little strange when he mentioned this name. He gritted his teeth and said, if not for his duty, I wouldn't have disappeared for a year. So that's how it is. Nick Fury suddenly realized. They had already known about Lod's duty in New York. A light flashed in his eyes as he tried to ask, since you are Death God, have you ever been to Soul Society? Not yet. Frank thought about it and added, he said that after a while, let me go back to Soul Society's office with him and choose a division to join. Nick Fury suddenly fell silent for a while, as if thinking about something. After a moment, his eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, since you can become Death God, does that mean that as long as you grasp the correct method, humans can become Death God? Fury, as an old comrade in arms, I advise you not to cross the line. Frank saw through his thoughts at a glance, shook his head and said, although the time of joining is not long, the Seireitei that rules Soul Society is not a charity organization. The ZANPAKUTOU in Death God's hand is not only used to kill those monsters. Do you understand what I mean? Half a warning and half a reminder, the meaning was self-evident. Soul Society had tens of thousands of Death God, 13 superpower captains, and the orders given by the Central 46. All aspects were undoubtedly revealed. This was a large organization with strict rules and a long history. Anyone who dared to provoke Soul Society's dignity would be punished severely. Especially as Fury thought, secretly studying and stealing Death God's power. Lod had already revealed before that it was Soul Society's most severe criminal behavior. Once it was discovered, there was no doubt that he would be killed. I know, don't worry. Although Nick Fury agreed with a smile on his face, no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Although their conversation was very quiet, another person heard it. Tony, are you all right? Banner, who was monitoring the data, saw that Tony was sweating profusely and was trembling slightly. Yes. I'm fine. Tony forced out a smile. It's all because the cold air here is too strong. But, there is no cold air here. Banner scratched his head in confusion. He really could not understand his behavior. Then it is too hot. Tony rolled his eyes and suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted, look, we found the gamma rays of the Tesseract. Sure enough, Banner's attention was diverted. He looked at the light source flashing on the screen and shouted in surprise, we found it, we found the data of the Tesseract. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they all looked over. Nick Fury resisted his excitement and asked, well done, Banner. Tell me where it is. Banner swiped the screen and projected the location information. Stuttgart, Germany, Koningstra, E28, National Gallery. In the projection of the world map, a huge red energy source was emitting waves. Captain! Nick Fury walked to the bridge, his eyes seemed to be entrusting hope. Next, it's your turn. National Gallery. There was a grand ceremony tonight, and all the upper-class celebrities were gathered here. The old Loki was dressed in a fitting black suit. His grey hair was neatly combed back to the back of his head. In his sunken eyes, there was a pair of eyes as deep and dazzling as the stars. He was holding an eagle head cane that was specially used by a gentleman. His appearance and temperament were like that of a king who was high up in the sky. Anyone who had yet to approach him would subconsciously make way for the road ahead. At this moment, he was like the host of this banquet, and the others seemed to be invited as guests. The old Loki stepped on the red carpet gracefully and followed the flow of people into the National Gallery. No one came out to stop him in the middle, and all of them seemed invisible. A moment later, the old Loki entered the hall. Without any intention of stopping, he went straight to the front of an old man, stretched out his finger, and forcibly dug out the old man's eyeball. The eyeball that was forcibly dug out should have been a heart-wrenching pain. However, the old man seemed to have no pain at all. He was still talking and laughing with his female companion next to him. He allowed the blood flowing out of his empty eye sockets to soak his entire face, making him look very ferocious and strange. The old Loki's eyes and face did not fluctuate at all. He twisted the bloody eyeball and suddenly disappeared from the hall. The next second, he came to the metal safety vault below the art gallery. He pressed the eyeball on the inspection device and the door of the vault opened immediately. The old Loki walked in and opened one of the safe, revealing a metal sealed by a special device. "I found it." The old Loki picked up the special device and a rare smile appeared on his lips. This was the target of his trip. The place where the important metal sheet was stored could form a powerful antithesis that could be used to open a huge spatial wormhole. However, this time, on the other side of the spatial wormhole, it would not be the army of the Chitauri. "It's about time." After the old Loki put away his metal sheet, a strange smile appeared on his face. "It's time to meet the guests outside." Outside the National Gallery, hundreds of socialites and high-ranking political figures gathered in the open square outside the art gallery like puppets. In the middle of this group of people was the old Loki, who was holding a cane and looking into the distance. A moment later, a carrier aircraft tore through the night sky. The captain of the United States jumped with a shield and slammed heavily on the concrete ground, causing a cloud of dust to fly. Spider-Man and Iron Man followed closely behind, falling to the ground one after the other. "Long time no see, Avengers." The old Loki smiled slightly. His cane turned into the Mind Stone scepter. After looking around, he said loudly, "Welcome to my kingdom. Now, have an audience with the God King. Kneel." Chapter 435, Joining Forces. Dong. The Mind Stone scepter slammed heavily on the marble brick. The figure of the old man standing in front of the human suddenly rose infinitely. The surging aura of pressure around him was like a surging tsunami, continuously attacking everyone. Boundless pressure enveloped the entire square. This was a domain belonging to the gods, a road that seemed to be piled up with countless corpses. Every warrior who went to the immortal palace would have to go through thousands of hardships if they wanted to see the true appearance of the God King. Only those with great willpower and great destiny could cross the thorny forest, step on this divine path forged from corpses and blood, and see the true appearance of the high and mighty God King who ruled over the 9 worlds. For a time, the ordinary people gathered around them prostrated on the ground like loyal servants who served the gods, shouting the old man's name. He is the god of mischief and trick. He is also the god of lies and wisdom. His name is known throughout the universe, and everyone knows him. He is a cunning person, a treacherous god, a shapeshifter, a liar. He is the grandson of the first god king, Bor. He is the son of Odin and Frigga. He is the younger brother of the god of thunder, Thor. The blood of the Asgardian race flows in his body. The king recognized by the world tree is destined to reappear in the glory of Asgard. Great God King, Loki Odinson. Have an audience with the Divine King, mortal. A golden ring domain spread out, covering the square with a diameter of over 100 meters at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. At this moment, the pupils of all the heroes contracted, and they could feel a pressure that was like the collapse of the heavens. In the golden ring domain, the originally light air suddenly became 1,000 times heavier, as if there was a great force pressing down on his body. The marble bricks could not withstand the gravity and made a series of explosions. The domain of the gods was terrifying enough. However, what was even more terrifying was that under this seemingly solid spiritual pressure, Steve used his steel-like will to forcefully stop himself from kneeling. Looking at the performance of the remaining 3 people, all of them were kneeling on one knee on the ground, barely holding on to the ground with their hands, and in an instant, they were in a high position. Is this his will? Tony's pupils contracted slightly, and he looked incredulous. The handsome man with the star shield, who stood tall like a mountain, was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone at this moment. No one can make me kneel. The veins on Steve's face bulged, and he looked like a ferocious black dragon. He roared and forced himself up. Even if you are a god king, don't even think about stripping away the freedom of humans. Kaka. Steve raised his heavy right foot and took a step forward. The sturdy bricks instantly cracked and his entire foot sank into the ground. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. As Steve advanced towards Loki, the terrifying pressure increased again. Boom. For a moment, the pressure suddenly increased, and endless waves seemed to appear in everyone's eyes, rolling up thousands of meters high tsunamis, roaring from all directions, trying to crush this disrespectful god into meat paste. The old Loki did not intend to fight, but looked at Steve with a playful look, as if he was looking at an ant struggling. Hucky! Hucky! Steve raised his head with difficulty and let out a heavy gasp. Large amounts of sweat wet his hair and dripped down his cheeks. At this time, he was only a few meters away from the old Loki. Normally, he could cross it in a breath, but now it was as difficult as climbing the sky. But he did not give up. With a conviction in his heart, Steve pushed his body to the limit. Every muscle and cell in his body burst out a hysterical cry, contributing the last of his strength. Until he came in front of the old Loki. Steve almost couldn't lift his waist. The marble under his feet was crushed, and his calves were deeply buried several inches into the ground. Boring persistence. The old Loki's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule. He looked down at the stubborn Steve and mocked, "You tried your best to come in front of me, but you didn't even have the strength to lift your hand. Aren't you just crawling on the ground like an ant and then looking up at me? You are wrong." Steve suddenly raised his head. His eyes were flashing with a violent scarlet light. The spiritual power in his body was like a fierce beast, and he suddenly broke free from the cage that bound him. Dong! 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 A burst of violent and dull heartbeat sounded like thousands of people beating a drum. The boiling blood was like a sports car at full speed, roaring in Steve's blood vessels as fast as lightning. Spiritual power poured out like a dam, and large black veins were coiled around his right arm. His skin was covered by a layer of black and red armor, and he looked like a demon who was laughing and howling. Spiritual power compressed the air and shook it, as if the sinister laughter of a demon echoed in his ears. Boom! His 5 fingers suddenly closed and crushed the air in his palm, causing a thunderous explosion. As the light blue spiritual power gathered at one point, Steve looked up at the sky and let out a loud roar, as if he was venting all the anger in his chest. In an instant, the old Loki's expression changed slightly, and he finally sensed a trace of danger. When he raised the Mind Stone scepter and was about to release magic to leave, there was a sharp chill between his eyebrows. A deadly huge threat made his brain twitch. At the same time, he heard a steady and hoarse male voice. "Justice is pale and humble, but it is definitely not powerless, pale justice." Frank was half kneeling on the ground, his black coat fluttering in the wind. He held a weapon that looked like a combination of an exaggerated gun blade, and the splashing flames bloomed from the gun chamber like flowers, pushing out bullets after bullets. 5 times acceleration. Flame. Frost. Split. Shock. Flash. Bang. 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 5 bullets with all kinds of attributes were fired at a speed 5 times faster than normal. The air was torn apart by the accelerated bullets, and in almost 1/100th of a second, they were already in front of the old Loki. Buzz. Boom. Along with the loud vibration sound wave, a dazzling light burst out in front of his eyes. The old Loki obviously did not expect this move. Not only was his head buzzing, but even his eyes were unable to open because of the strong light. He could only hastily set up a layer of magic shield to protect himself. Splitting bullets, blazing bullets, frost bullets. 3 bullets hit the magic shield at the same time, and the powerful spiritual power burst out, tearing it apart with a crushing momentum. Frank's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Now! Avengers! Attack!" Steve understood. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity of 1,000 years. He stepped on the ground in front of him, and countless gravel and dust flew up with the wind. He clenched his demon fist and punched directly at the old Loki. "Let me have a taste of free Iron Fist!" Boom! The violent wind from the fist blew over, and it was like countless sharp sword brushing past. The old Loki's cheeks were cut with blood, and the strong wind pressure made his muscles tremble, like the roar of an ancient giant, and the whole square shook violently. Chapter 436, God of Lies and Trickery. The strong wind was howling. The earth was weeping. Wherever the Scarlet Devil Fist went, the atmosphere was like breaking silk. It was like a giant dragon sweeping across thousands of miles, stirring up violent airflow visible to the naked eye, carrying a powerful momentum that seemed to pierce through the sky, turning into unstoppable comets flying across the sky, finally striking the old Loki's face. Rumble! An earth-shattering rumble suddenly tore through the night sky of the city. The moment the fist came into contact with the old Loki's face, it exploded with an unbelievable terrifying power. It was like a Jake missile that was meticulously manufactured by Stark Industry. The continuous ripples gathered into a wave of air that was dozens of meters high. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses galloping, crushing the bricks and stones that covered the square into powder. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. When Peter saw this scene, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. If he had not been more sensitive and predicted this scene in advance, and used the spider silk to pull out all the ordinary people, he was afraid that if Steve punched out, regardless of whether Loki was dead or not, they would definitely go to the military court tomorrow. After the smoke dispersed, Peter and Tony looked at the central area. The entire square was destroyed, and there was no place that could be considered complete where everyone looked. But what was even more terrifying was that the National Gallery was behind the old Loki, so half of it was destroyed by the wind, and even the ground was plowed out a deep gully. Tony looked at the ruined art gallery, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. At this moment, Fury, who was in the sky space carrier, saw this scene, and his heart was about to stop. This was a national gallery, and there were countless treasures inside. Even if he sold SHIELD, he might not be worthy. Of course, the premise was that the relics inside were real. But this does not prevent Tony from being frightened. He is the only celebrity in this group of people. If Fury can't bear the blame, he will definitely be dumped at that time. Just as he was thinking about it, Frank suddenly opened his mouth and reminded, "Don't let your guard down. Be careful. I can feel that he is not dead yet." "No, impossible." Peter was shocked by this and said in disbelief, "How can anyone still be alive after suffering such an attack?" "Hey, little spider." Tony glanced at him and said, "Didn't you hear him just now? He called himself a god. Even if he is a god." Peter still could not believe it. Even a 10-meter wide steel plate might not be able to withstand the power of Steve's punch, let alone the body of the old Loki. "Don't let your guard down." Frank stared at the thick fog vigilantly and asked about the situation of the Captain America. "Are you okay?" "I'm still okay." Steve put his hands on his knees, bent over, and let out a heavy breath. There was a burning pain in his lungs, and bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks. He was so exhausted that it was difficult for him to even move his fingers. He insisted on his willpower and did not fall down. "You are exhausted. Go to a safe place to rest." Frank frowned and saw at a glance that he was forcing himself. "No need. I am fine." Steve took a deep breath and stood up again. He gritted his teeth and said, "A mere physical strength is nothing. I can still fight with him for an entire day." Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that his physical strength had been severely depleted at this moment. But in this situation, Steve was still able to force out his physical strength and maintain his combat state. Just this steel-like will was enough to move Peter and Tony. The four of them waited, watching the thick fog. Pa-dash! A burst of applause came from the smoke, and everyone's expressions changed slightly. In the originally hot and humid square, a breeze suddenly swept up, blowing away the smoke and dust that obscured his vision, revealing the intact old Loki, looking at the four shocked superheroes with a hint of ridicule. No, impossible! Steve widened his eyes, his mind shocked and unable to accept this situation. I clearly hit you, why, are you fine? Although Frank did not speak, his trembling eyes betrayed his inner thoughts. Even Tony and Peter looked as if they had seen a ghost. No. This was even harder to accept than seeing a ghost. Their all-out attack actually did not cause any damage to Loki. Even his dark green robe was like a brand new one, not stained with any dust. The old Loki seemed to be enjoying the clown show. He said slowly in a sarcastic tone, "Your attack is indeed very strong. Even I do not dare to take it head-on. If I were really hit, I am afraid I would have been unable to stand up long ago." Steve clenched his teeth and stared at him with bloodshot eyes. "If that's the case, then why are you doing this?" "I know." Tony instantly thought of the reason and said in shock, "You mean, his attack did not hit you? You are still so smart." The old Loki smiled and said indifferently, "Just as you said, all of your attacks did not hit me from the beginning. They only hit a phantom I created." Phantom? Frank and Steve's faces suddenly changed. They had been deceived by a phantom. "No, I clearly touched you." Steve still did not believe it. The touch of his fist told him that he must have hit him. Touch? Ha ha ha. The old Loki couldn't help but laugh. He mocked, "Who told you that the touch must be real? Even the touch?" Frank was shocked. "No, he's lying." Tony noticed that the blood mark on Loki's face was still there. He suddenly understood, he can't control our five senses. Steve did hit him just now, but he used the Tesseract to transfer the attack to another space, so this happened. Steve and Frank suddenly realized that if it was the cosmic cube, it could be explained. "Ha, you're quite smart." The old Loki's eyes darkened slightly, and he smiled faintly as he read, "I didn't expect you to see through it." "Do I need you to tell me that I'm smart?" Tony sneered. He raised his cannon and aimed at the old Loki. "Put down your weapon and surrender now. We can consider reducing your sentence." Frank raised his gun and aimed at the same time. He said, "Your tricks have been exposed. I advise you not to resist." "That's right, that's right. Otherwise, I will hang you up." Peter symbolically shot out a spider silk to threaten. Steve silently raised his golden shield, and the giant clenched his right fist, ready to attack. However, to his surprise, the old Loki, who was surrounded by four people, did not panic at all. Instead, he revealed a smile of having succeeded in his plot. In everyone's eyes, that smile was filled with a strong sense of foreboding. "Tony, you are very smart." The old Loki praised him and said with a smile, "But smart people always think highly of themselves, so they forget some details. Just like now, you don't seem to notice that I am not a real person." The moment his voice fell, the old Loki disappeared like a soap bubble. Before the shock in everyone's hearts was over, Peter suddenly saw that behind Steve and Frank, the old Loki slowly walked out with a golden scepter in his hand, and then gently tapped on the back of the two people. "I want to thank you." The old Loki took back his scepter and smiled. "They sent me two powerful forces." Chapter 437, Two Lokis. An ominous premonition came true. Peter and Tony's faces suddenly changed, and they saw an unbelievable scene. They saw Steve Rogers, and the Punisher Frank Castle. After being touched by the golden scepter, their eyes were suddenly covered by dark ink. Then they felt as if they had been possessed, and they knelt down on one knee in front of Loki. "Captain! Captain!" Peter widened his eyes and his mouth wide open. He could not believe what he was seeing. You! What are you doing?" The Captain America, who symbolized the will of freedom, actually knelt in front of the man who claimed to be a god. The impact of this scene was no less than that of a bolt of lightning striking down from the sky, almost shattering his young heart. Tony's face was even uglier. He said with difficulty, "You controlled them." "No, I just released them." The old Loki's bright smile was full of sarcasm. "Frank, Steve, help me get rid of these two hindrances." Steve slowly got up and turned to Peter Parker without any hesitation. "Wait, Captain, you see clearly, it's me." Peter's spider senses responded to the buzzing sound of the bee. He subconsciously dodged to the side, and the fist brushed against the edge of the mask. The sharp wind tore the thin fabric, and a bloody wound was cut on his face. However, before he could catch his breath, the next blow came. Steve did not give Peter a chance to catch his breath. With his excellent bodily functions and rich experience, he almost beat up this young little spider until it was rolling on the ground and wailing. On the other side, Tony was received by Frank. But unfortunately, Frank was too strong. The bullet path that was shot out not only had a curve, but it also had all kinds of fancy attributes. Even Jarvis was unable to predict the landing point, causing Tony to be beaten until he ran away like a rat, rolling around on the ground in a sorry state. "I'll fight it out." Tony's eyes became fierce and he said, "Jarvis, load the melee master mode." "Jarvis, Mr. Stark, are you sure you want to fight in close combat?" "Yes, load me immediately." A bullet flew past the mask. Tony shouted angrily, "He only knows how to shoot from a distance. I want him to have a taste of my fist." "But..." "No buts." The flames at the bottom of his feet accelerated, and Tony quickly rushed out of the encirclement of bullets and instantly approached Frank. "Ha ha ha ha, this time, there's no more tricks." Tony laughed proudly and raised his fist to hit Frank. "At such a close distance, your gun won't do anything. Have a taste of the Iron Fist." However, Tony's complacent laughter did not last long, as if his neck had been forcefully grabbed. Frank was expressionless. He casually dodged the Iron Fist, and at the same time, he bent down and held the spear in his hand. Like holding a dagger, he slashed up from the bottom to the top, slashing out with a fierce sword. Chi-la! The spear blade easily cut through the armor, almost touching Tony inside. Frank did not give any time to catch his breath. He changed the angle of the spear to a straight grip and suddenly stabbed at Tony's heart. There was no longer any armor to protect him there. If he was hit, he would undoubtedly die. At the critical moment, Jarvis reacted quickly. He concentrated his energy at the bottom of his foot and used the recoil force to increase the distance between him and Frank. F***ck. F***ck. Tony was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He felt a chill on his chest. "Sir, I just wanted to say that Frank is an elite soldier. It is impossible for him to not be good at close combat skills. Moreover, his weapon is gun blade. It is obviously used for close combat." Jarvis silently reminded. Tony's mouth twitched as he vented his anger on Jarvis. "Say it earlier next time." 5 times the speed. Frank coldly raised his gun and fired 3 more shots. Tony did not continue to blame Jarvis. He rolled and crawled to avoid the bullets and took the time to glance at the situation next to him. It was even worse over there. Peter was no match for Steve at all. His face was swollen like a pig's head. Too strong. The battle strength was almost one-sided, showing a crushing posture. Tony and Peter worked together, but they could barely deal with the pincer attack. If this continued, it was not hard to believe what the outcome would be. Be careful of the scepter in his hand. Just as everyone was at a loss, a man walked out from the shadows and said with a dark face, he can control those two people because of the power of the scepter. As long as he doesn't get touched. Tony got up in a sorry state and looked at him. He felt that he looked familiar. F***ck, who the hell are you? The man curled his lips, seemingly unwilling to answer this question. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you must take back that scepter to save the two people he controls. The sudden appearance of a person made Frank and Steve stop attacking. They stared at him vigilantly, giving Tony and Peter a chance to breathe. "Ha, you actually came." The old Loki raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Cowardly person, are you planning to join hands with them and take back this scepter?" The young man's expression was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to take away the scepter, don't think that he will let you go." "So what?" The old Loki's expression was calm. He said lightly, "You are afraid of him, but that does not mean that I am afraid of him." "You?" The young man had nothing to say and could only clench his fists in anger. The old Loki narrowed his eyes and said with interest, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself to your allies?" "Who the hell are you?" Tony stared at the two of them warily. He secretly gripped his license and was ready to transform at any time. In this dangerous situation, if he continued to hide Death God's strength, he would probably be hammered to death by Frank before Soul Society could even deal with him. "You don't have to worry." The young man gritted his teeth and turned to look at Tony and Peter. He said, "My name is Loki Odinson. Asgardian." "Tony." "Peter." "Ha ha ha." The old Loki was very satisfied with everyone's expressions. He laughed and said, "How is it? Is it very interesting? There are two Loki, one young and one old, but they are all cowards." Wait, I am a little confused." Tony's eyes twitched and his brain was in chaos. What the hell is going on? Why are there two Loki? The reason is very simple. The young Loki's eyes were gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "He is the future me, and I am the past him." Loki and Loki. The past and the future. This scene not only subverted the common sense of physics, but also shook Tony's knowledge. The timeline that should have been moving forward and could never be bent or deviated, now had a 180-degree turn, forming some sort of closed ring that connected the past and the future. Chapter 438, Escape. This is impossible. Tony had a complicated expression on his face. He couldn't help but call out in his heart, "If what you said is true, then why didn't the two of you appear at the same time? Why didn't you cause a time paradox?" The past and the future were closely related. Once the past changed, would the future change with it? "I know." Peter's voice was a little low, as if he was suppressing some kind of sadness. He said, "You are Loki from a parallel universe, two similar but different worlds. Even if there are intersections, there will be no time and space paradoxes." "Oh." The old Loki raised his eyebrows. "You actually know about parallel universes? I've underestimated you." "This theory is indeed possible." Tony was suddenly enlightened and immediately looked at Peter in surprise. "Little guy, how did you guess?" "I have a friend who came from a parallel universe." Peter's eyes were dim. Thinking of the blonde girl, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. It seems to be a bad memory. Tony also lost someone important, so he could see Peter's mood at a glance. He couldn't help but rub the teenager's hair and sighed, "But no matter what we send, we must live well. Don't let down the person who sacrificed for you. Are you done?" The young man, Loki, shouted angrily, "Instead of talking nonsense there, why don't you hurry up and think about how to save those two people? This group of superheroes really had a lot of bad habits." At this time, these two people were still whispering over there. Did they really think that no one else existed? It doesn't matter, you guys continue. The old Loki looked at them with an insincere smile, as if he was watching a group of clowns. I don't mind waiting a little longer. After all, we can't destroy the atmosphere. Tony suffered a loss in silence, but he could not refute it. He could only suppress his anger and ask, "You haven't told us yet. What exactly is that scepter?" The young Loki's eyes flickered slightly, and he said vaguely, "That thing is called the Mind Scepter. It allows the user to control other creatures, so if you want to save your companions, you have to take back the scepter." Is that so? Tony narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He felt that this guy did not speak, as if he was hiding some of the content. The elderly Loki smiled but did not speak. He did not expose the young Loki's lies. In fact, the young man had also concealed the most important part of the information regarding the Mind Scepter. Its true name should be the Mind Stone Scepter. The blue crystal embedded at the top of the golden scepter was one of the 6 infinity stones. It could ignore anyone's will, forcibly manipulate, tamper, and read the thoughts of other creatures, and could control everything. Thanos handed the scepter inlaid with this gem to the young man Loki of this time and space. The purpose was to let him come to Earth and seize the space stone called the Tesseract. But who would have thought that someone would take away the scepter of the Mind Stone halfway through? This is good. Not to mention the Space Stone, even the Mind Stone was lost. If the brutal purple-skinned Titan knew about this, he would probably tear him to pieces on the warship at the first moment. At the thought of this ending, Loki couldn't help but shiver. The reason why he had to remind Tony and Peter was partly for his own life, and partly for the opportunity to take back the lost Mind Stone and Space Stone. Listen, the two of you. Seeing that the two of them were still uncertain, the young man, Loki, gritted his teeth and decided to do something more exciting. If we don't take back the Mind Scepter, then all the humans on Earth will be ruled by this guy. And don't forget, he still has the Tesseract. He can open it at any time, a path to other universes. Who knows what kind of monster will come over? If you don't want Earth to become a battlefield, then stop him with me. This speech was so impassioned that even the young Loki almost believed it. You are right. We must stop him. Tony's face turned green and purple, his eyes flashing with a tangled look, and one hand secretly clenched substitute Shinigami badge. Peter Parker, who was on the side, wanted to cry but had no tears. With a swollen face like a pig, he poured a basin of cold water on everyone, but the three of us are no match for them at all. How can we take back the scepter and the Tesseract? Steve crushed him one-sidedly, the Punisher crushed Tony Stark one-sidedly, and the remaining young Loki did not look like the opponent of the old fox over there. Although they had joined one person, the situation had not changed. They were still destined to lose. Not necessarily. Tony licked his lips and seemed to be very confident. He said, "Next, you don't have to do anything. You just have to watch my performance." The young Loki and Peter cast him a surprised look, as if saying, "Where did you get the confidence?" He was clearly beaten by Frank a few minutes ago. If not for Loki appearing in time to rescue him, he would have gone to see God. He actually came out to act tough at this time and even said that he did not need their help. At this moment, Nick Fury's voice suddenly came from the communication headset. "Do not continue to fight. Everyone evacuate. The reinforcements will arrive soon." Boom! The roar of the engine suddenly tore through the night sky. In the darkness of the night in the distance, several streaks of fiery light were rushing over, like fierce birds pouncing on their prey as they swept across the sky. Several F-22 Raptors filled with ammunition shot out long flames from the tail of the wings. Their speed was so fast that it created a ring-shaped sonic cloud. In just a few breaths of time, they had already swooped down. F-22. Is Fury crazy? Tony widened his eyes, his heart filled with horror. This was the territory in Germany. If they rashly dispatched several of the latest generation of fighters in the United States, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Europe. If there was a crossfire, they would not be able to speak clearly even if they were covered in mouths. Was Fury crazy? Of course not. His brain was clear, but he had no choice but to do so. Losing the two great generals of the Captain America and the Punisher once caused the Avengers, which had just been built for less than a day, to fall apart in the blink of an eye. Only Tony and Peter were left. Even if they were later blamed by the Council, Fury would protect them at all costs. Your luck is not bad. The old Loki shook his head with a smile and said regretfully, let's call it a day. Frank, Steve, it's time for us to leave. By choosing to retreat now, it did not mean that he was afraid. A mere 10 or so fighter jets made by humans could be annihilated with a flip of his hand. Retreating was just a waste of time. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal for this trip. There was no point in staying any longer. Light blue fog rose up and condensed into a circular space door. Peter's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to use the spider silk to stop them, Tony raised his hand and stopped him. Let them go. We can't stay, so don't ask for trouble. Peter was stunned for a moment, and then he retreated with a bitter expression. Just as Tony had said, with their strength alone, it was impossible for them to stop the old Loki who wanted to leave. The next time we meet. Inside the blue space door, the old Loki's eyes fell on everyone, his tone paused for a moment, and slowly said, it's the end of everything, the day Asgard reappears. Chapter 439, I Hate Thunder. From his appearance, he calmly left. He was like a cloud, floating over and taking away everything. As for the first mission of the Avengers, it could be said to be a complete and utter failure. Not only did the elderly Loki display his extraordinary strength, he also toyed with everyone, causing the Avengers that had just been built for less than a day to face a crisis of disbanding in the blink of an eye. As the team captain and symbol, Steve Rogers and Frank, the core member of the combat force, both of them were suddenly controlled by the old Loki. The action of turning against them was something that no one, even Fury, had expected. Come back. Fury's tired voice came from the headset. There was no point in blaming them now. They could only return first and then discuss how to stop the old Loki's conspiracy. Peter glanced at the young Loki next to him and asked innocently, what are you going to do? Do you want to come with us? Hee. Do I have the right to refuse? The young Loki glanced at the carrier eagle fighter in the sky that aimed his huge cannon at him. He said with a smirk, isn't it a little inappropriate to treat your ally like this? The premise of an ally is that you have to explain to us what exactly is going on. On this point, Tony was very much in favor of Fury's actions. Letting an alien with an unknown identity and purpose was obviously not a rational choice, especially this young Loki and that old Loki. They were also inextricably linked. The most important thing was that the information revealed by Loki was full of flaws. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that there was a big problem with his description, not to mention someone like Fury and Tony. Okay. Seeing Tony's unfriendly expression, the young Loki tactfully raised his hand and helplessly said, I will cooperate with your work. Since I just saved your lives, please be a little gentler later. A long-range carrier aircraft swept through the clouds 10,000 meters above. The endless sea of clouds churned like a tide, accompanied by a low atmosphere, as if it would rain at any time. In the relatively spacious cabin, there were 3 people sitting with their heads down. The young Loki's hands were tied up, and he leaned against the cabin wall with a look of despair. Next to him was the little spider Peter, who was in charge of watching him. In his hand was Shield's specially made ointment to wipe his face. He was thinking about how to explain it to Aunt May when he returned. Tony sat in the driver's seat at the very front and was having an intense argument with Fury. Peter pricked up his ears and listened. It was more or less Tony who suspected this mission. Fury had deliberately concealed the key information, causing their mission to fail and to be controlled by the old Loki. Of course, Fury would not admit it. He repeatedly said that it was because of the lack of information that caused the mission to fail. Rumble. The quarrel that was growing more and more intense was suddenly interrupted by a loud noise. Tony looked outside in frustration and found a huge branch of thunder shining in the dark clouds in front of him. The loud thunder resounded through the sky, accompanied by the airflow in the sky, which made the plane a little bumpy. The thunder was getting louder and louder, and suddenly became dense. There were countless lightning flowing in the clouds around him, and the dazzling light almost illuminated the night. It made people feel as if the whole plane was in the middle of a boundless sea of lightning. There were signs of being destroyed and falling at any time. Where did the lightning come from? At this time, Tony suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked at the value on the apparatus and said in surprise, according to the current weather, there shouldn't be such a large thunderstorm cloud. The young man, Loki, suddenly trembled. His face seemed to be a little ugly, and he moved his buttocks uneasily. Peter, who was sitting next to him, noticed his reaction and immediately felt a little funny. Are you afraid of lightning? What do you know? Young Loki twitched the corners of his mouth, glanced at Peter, and a trace of unease appeared on his face. I don't like the guy who came with the lightning. What do you mean? Peter had not finished speaking when he felt that the plane seemed to hit something and suddenly shook violently. Hey, little spider boy, look after that guy. Tony's expression changed slightly. After putting on the steel mask, he instructed, don't let him be taken away. I'll go outside and see what's going on. But before he could move, the cabin door was violently pulled open. A tall and sturdy blond man, dressed in silver armor, his red cape fluttering in the wind, his expression mixed with a hint of anger as he strode in with a short hammer in hand. Tony frowned, and after noticing that the strong man's target was Loki, he decisively raised the palm cannon in his right hand. While accumulating energy, he threatened, I advise you not to come over, otherwise. Bang! With a loud sound of metal colliding, Tony was smashed to the ground by the hammer thrown by the strong man. Peter, who had spider sense, reacted quickly. The moment he saw Tony being knocked down, he judged the strong man in front of him as an enemy. Several threads that were comparable to steel wires shot out from his wrist, trying to control this unknown enemy. Pili Pala. After a burst of dazzling hot light, the spider threads were torn apart by the surging thunder before they even approached the man. The blond man stepped forward and grabbed Loki by the neck. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around and left. He swung his hammer and flew outside. He disappeared into the dark night sky and disappeared in a flash. Very good, another troublemaker. Tony angrily got up and waved his hand. Wait, Mr. Stank, are we going to catch up? Peter swallowed his saliva and looked at the dark sky outside. He shrank his neck and said, should we make a plan first, just like? No need. Tony's eyes were filled with anger. He said coldly, you stay here. Leave him to me. Without waiting for Peter to respond, Tony rushed into the clouds. Peter was the only one left in the huge plane. Only the senior high school student was stunned. He wanted to jump down to help, but when he thought about how he had never learned how to jump an umbrella, jumping out in this thunderstorm weather was no different from courting death. Director Fury, are you still there? Peter came up with an idea and ran to the driver's seat. He shouted, please let the plane land. Mr. Stark needs help. Meanwhile, on the other side, Loki, who had been pulled out by his neck, was thrown to the ground after a stomach full of cold wind. The blond man asked, Loki, where is the Tesseract? I haven't seen you for such a long time. Is this how you treat me? Loki lay on the ground and panted. I am not in the mood to play with you right now. The blond man glared at him and clenched the hammer in his hand. His voice was full of thunderous pressure. I'll ask you one last time, Loki. Where is the Tesseract? Wow! Scary! Loki's exaggerated expression showed a hint of sarcasm, and said, "Do you want to kill me with your own hands? Come and see, the great Thor, god of thunder, is going to crusade a frost giant who bears the name of a kinslayer." Chapter 440, Misunderstanding. Kinslayer. This was the heaviest sin between the gods. All the races in the 9 worlds knew that the kinslayer Loki had personally killed the king of the frost giants, Laufey. He was stripped of his identity as a citizen and a prince by Asgard. He was exiled to the boundless starry sky and was never allowed to step into the 9 worlds. Perhaps it was to save Asgard, perhaps it was for the throne, or perhaps it was for other unknown reasons. Under the urging of countless factors, it finally turned into this situation. Regarding this outcome, Thor had once fought against Odin. However, no one could disobey the order of the Divine King. He could only watch helplessly as Loki was exiled. Before coming here, Thor had thought that this might be an opportunity to make the two brothers reconcile. Even if Loki was resentful, he firmly believed that the experience of the two of them playing and fighting together when they grew up would make Loki put down the resentment in his heart. But it was clear that Loki did not think so. From his tone, it could be heard that he was full of resentment towards Asgard and Odin. "Loki." Thor's eyes dimmed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "I know you still hate father, but it's your father." Loki got up and patted off the dust on his body, interrupting Thor's words. "The bloodline of the frost giant flows in my body. It can't compare to the bloodline of your Asgardian. Loki. It's not too late to turn back now." There seemed to be tears in Thor's eyes. He couldn't help but lower his body and beg, "As long as you hand over the Tesseract, I will explain everything to my father and take you back to Asgard. Let's go home together, okay? I can't go back long ago. Everything." A touch of sadness appeared in Loki's eyes, and then he said dejectedly, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Tesseract is not with me at all. You have found the wrong person, my brother. Now that things have come to this, do you still want to quibble?" Thor naturally did not believe his nonsense and thought that Loki was lying to him again. He said angrily, "I warn you, Loki, if you don't hand over the Tesseract, I will." Bang! Before Thor could finish his words, he was sent flying by Tony, who had suddenly attacked him. Loki raised his eyebrows. "Oh, so what?" Right now, Thor had no time to answer this question. After he was sent flying by Tony's acceleration, he smashed over a dozen trees and rolled several times on the ground, plowing a deep gully in the forest. Only then did he finally stop. "Hey, sexy muscle guy." Tony opened his steel mask and said coldly, "It's not a good habit to snatch things. Did you apply for a passport before you came to Earth?" Thor shook his head, picked up the hammer, and got up from the ground. He suppressed his anger and said, "Mortal, if you don't want to get hurt, get out of my way. Don't let me repeat it again. You sure talk big. Didn't you brush your teeth this morning?" Tony, who was full of taunting skills, naturally refused to take a step back and retorted, "I'm just afraid that a guy with a brain full of muscles like you would injure me 20,000 years earlier. You're courting death." There seemed to be lightning flashing in Thor's eyes as he raised his hammer and threw it. Phew! The thunder god's hammer broke through the air and let out a dull whistling sound. The place where the hammer passed by in the night, a branch-shaped thunderbolt appeared and smashed into Tony's chest like a comet. Bang! The sound of a huge metal collision rang out, and a terrifying power poured out from the collision. Tony was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away, just like how Thor had broken a dozen trees. After finally stopping, he almost couldn't catch his breath. It felt like he was hit by a high-speed train, and the bones all over his body were about to scatter. "Lie there and don't get up." Thor recalled the hammer with one hand and said coldly, "Next time, I won't show any mercy. Mr. Stark, the system is damaged in many places." Red warnings flashed in the mask, basically declaring that Mark 6 was about to be finished. In the depths of Tony's heart, there was a storm, so much so that he didn't get up for a long time. Mark 6 was the most outstanding armor in all aspects. However, even this creation that had condensed the technology crystal still could not block one attack from the Thunder God hammer. The armor on the chest had even cracked, and the energy core that was running inside could be vaguely seen. Was it outrageous? It was simply too outrageous, destroying Mark 6 in one blow. However, if one thought about it carefully, one would know that it was actually very normal. The Thunder God's hammer was a divine artifact forged from a star core and a magical metal made from ulu. The only metal on Earth that could be compared to it was the vibranium in the hands of the Captain America. No matter how high Mark 6's technology crystal was, the material was still inferior to the vibranium. It was just some relatively sturdy alloy. It was already quite powerful to be able to withstand a single strike from the Thunder God's hammer without dying. If the shock reduction system was slightly weaker, just the impact force of the Thunder God's hammer would be enough to shock Tony to death. Biasgard, you forced me to do this. Tony stood up angrily and gripped Substitute Shinigami Badge tightly with one hand. Originally, I didn't want to use this power. As the spirit energy poured into Substitute Shinigami Badge, it stimulated a powerful force, forcing Tony's soul to leave his body and transform into a black, dead, and domineering outfit. This is... Thor's expression suddenly froze, and the appearance of that person appeared in his mind. The same style of black clothing, and the words of releasing weapons, it was obvious that this person was in the same profession as the death god he had seen. Prepare to die, you damned Biasgard. Tony did not plan to delay at all. His eyes were blazing like fire, and his body surged violently. He directly pulled out ZANPAKUTOU and shouted, "Take the world into your palm and analyze the theory of all things, Hephaestus." A pitch-black hammer appeared in Tony's hand. The corners of Thor's mouth twitched. He didn't know if it was because of the hammer or because he thought of being abused by that man. In short, his mood suddenly became worse. Tony held the hammer in one hand, and spiritual power gradually climbed up inside his body. "Wait, don't do it yet, I have something to say." Thor hurriedly opened his mouth, wanting to ask if he knew Death God. "In the name of Hephaestus, melt, earth." Tony, who was thinking of ending the battle as soon as possible, did not listen to Thor's explanation. He directly raised his hammer and smashed it heavily on the ground, pouring his spiritual energy into the depths of the ground. Boom! 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 Scorching flames sprayed out like a fountain, and the radiance dyed half of the night sky red. One after another, flames rushed into the sky along with the magma that had melted on the ground. They emitted a deafening roar that was similar to a dragon's roar. After converging, they formed a huge wave that covered the sky and covered the earth, emitting an earth-shaking momentum as they pressed down. The other party didn't listen to his explanation at all. Thor had no choice but to raise the Thunder God hammer and summon the lightning in the sky. The lightning in the clouds in the sky was guided, and beams of light suddenly cut through the sky and struck the Thunder God hammer. The hammer gathered the power of endless thunder, and the surroundings were rippling with destructive and terrifying ripples. As Thor raised the hammer high up, he threw it hard into the flaming waves that were crashing down. Chapter 441, Congratulations, you have another brother. Tens of thousands of streaks of lightning burned like a tide, surging out in an extremely terrifying manner. After them Mjolnir swept past, hollow rolled through the air, leaving behind traces that looked like branches extending out, bursting with dazzling light. Accompanied by rumbling thunder and howling winds, he plunged into the lava waves. Boom! With a world-shaking bang, almost half of the night sky was lit up like daytime. The two most explosive forces in the world collided, and a mushroom cloud with a diameter of dozens of meters exploded. The rising clouds of smoke spread far and wide, and thousands of old trees were uprooted by the waves of air, mixed with tons of soil and rushed into the sky. The flames lit up the forest, and the rolling thunder exploded. The storm that had been triggered by the collision just now instantly destroyed the tangible things within hundreds of meters. The split branches of lightning spread, covering almost half of the original forest. It was like a strange plant extending to the sky. Under the illumination of the raging storm that rushed into the sky, the world looked like broken ice, with an indescribable sense of incomplete beauty. The originally lush and vibrant primitive forest suddenly turned into a wasteland after the war. The ground was charred brown after the raging mountain fire, and clear cracks crisscrossed like a spider web formed by a giant spider. Enough, let's stop here. Thor exhaled heavily and recalled the thunder god hammer with one hand. The bright red cloak behind him fluttered, bathing in the violent thunder and lightning. His golden hair that was as loose as lion's mane and hair could not hide his dazzling eyes. You want to end it just because you say so. Tony's face was slightly pale, his breathing was rapid and disordered, and he looked like he was not willing to admit defeat. Just now, he had melted the ground to create magma and flames, and most of his spiritual power had already been consumed. Now, he was strong on the outside, but he was weak on the inside. At most, spiritual power could only let him use the ability to melt or rebuild Hephaestus once. But on the other hand, Thor's situation was obviously better than Tony. Damn it! Tony cursed in his heart, regretting that he did not bring that mech with him. If not for the fact that he had been maintaining the Shikai state for several months in order to create that mech, his spiritual power would not have been exhausted so quickly. If that mech was here, even if he was facing a god, he was confident that he could kill a god. But unfortunately, there were no ifs in everything. Human, there is no point in continuing. Thor could tell at a glance that Tony was being stubborn. He shook his head and said, looking at your appearance and ability, it should be Death God. Since that is the case, there is no need for us to continue fighting. Tony's face froze. You, no Death God? Well, I guess I know him. The corner of Thor's mouth twitched. He remembered a bad memory and shook his head. I have seen Death God before. He is much more powerful than you. He seems to be a captain. Captain! Captain! Tony's face turned pale and he couldn't help but shiver. Thor looked at Tony and felt a little strange. He asked, why is your face a little strange? Nothing, I just have a cold. Tony squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said stiffly, the weather is a bit cold. Pay attention to your health. Otherwise, you will be like me, ha ha, ha ha ha. This guy, he actually knows captain-level Death God. In an instant, Tony's heart was half cold, and his face was pale as if he had just painted a layer of white paint. According to the law issued by the Central 46 in the middle of Seireitei, Soul Society is strictly prohibited from obtaining Death God's strength through other means. Once found, it must be immediately arrested and sentenced to extreme punishment. If there is a fierce resistance, it can be sent to captain level to fight, until the capture and execution is successful. He remembered clearly what Laud said at that time. Even when he slept at night, he would dream of himself being caught by Soul Society, and then he would be tortured by a cramp. This matter had always been a nightmare in Tony's heart, so he did not dare to let anyone know that he had Death God's power. Even if he was almost beaten into a pig head by Frank, he did not dare to transform into Death God in front of so many people. He was a criminal who violated Soul Society's ban. Once he was found, he would be directly arrested and sentenced to death. If one day this Thor slipped up, his life would be lost. No. He had to find a way to fool this. At the very least, he had to let Thor help him hide it. Otherwise, if the news were to leak out, he would really be dead. Aya, really, you should have said that you knew the captain earlier. We don't have to fight anymore. If you have anything to say, let's sit down and talk. Isn't it just Loki? Why are you looking for him? Tony suddenly put on a warm smile, trying to temporarily get away with it. Fortunately, Thor was not good at scheming, so he did not see any flaws in it. Seeing Tony so enthusiastic, he also laughed and said, "I'm here to pick up Loki and return to Asgard for trial." Tony was surprised and asked, "Well, can you tell me what crime he has committed?" Loki intends to use the power of the Tesseract to summon the army from a dark space to descend to Earth and build his own kingdom. Regarding this information, Thor did not hide it and directly told Tony. "Wait, you mean, that young Loki, his original plan was to use the Tesseract to invade Earth?" At this time, Tony suddenly realized, and together with Loki's previous actions, the entire sequence of events finally made sense. Thor nodded, "That's right, I want to stop Loki from taking away the Tesseract." "I'm afraid you won't be able to return for the time being, Thor." Tony shook his head and sighed. He patted Thor's broad shoulder. "Why?" Thor frowned and stared at Tony with an unfriendly gaze. "Do you still want to stop me? The main thing is that the Tesseract you want is not with this young Loki." Tony spread his hands and said helplessly, "In fact, the one who stole the Tesseract was a very old man. He also claimed to be Loki." Thor blinked and was a little confused. "What do you mean? I don't understand." Okay, then I'll change my statement." Tony took a deep breath and slowly said, "Currently, there are two Loki. One is the old Loki from the parallel time and space future, and the other is the young Loki you just took away. The Tesseract you are looking for is in the hands of the old Loki." "You mean, there are two Loki?" Thor's face was a little ugly. He felt that this matter had exceeded his control. "Yes." Tony wiped the sweat off his forehead. It seemed that he had managed to fool the old man. What's more unfortunate is that the old man, Loki, is very strong. Thor was speechless. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. "Congratulations, you have one more younger brother." Tony patted Thor on the shoulder and said earnestly. One Loki was enough to give people a headache, and now there was another one? Chapter 442, Absurd Plan. In an underground secret base. In the winding underground passage, countless mercenaries patrolled back and forth. Walking along the winding passage to the depths of the base, one could see a group of scholars in white research robes, each of them busy with their work on hand, occasionally looking up to discuss with each other. There were also some strong mercenaries carrying heavy metal pipes, moving along the passage to place and connect them one by one. Finally, they used the high-temperature flames from welding rifles to weld all the metal pipes together. Following the metal pipe further into the depths, there was a wide underground cave that was the size of a football field. Several huge mechanical arms that were full of metal texture were assisting the mercenaries and researchers to move the parts, creating a huge circular object that looked like a platform and was of unknown use. "Ha ha ha ha, that's great!" The kidnapped astronomy doctor, Eric Selvig, couldn't help laughing while looking at the busy crowd. "Frank, where did you find these people? With their help, we will be able to complete the construction soon. Schild's enemies are everywhere. As long as the news is leaked, they will be like sharks that smell blood. They will gather impatiently and tear off a piece of meat from that behemoth." Frank crossed his arms in front of his chest and said coldly, "I think it's better to be careful. The more people there are, the more dangerous it is." Steve frowned and looked at Frank next to him. He was a little dissatisfied and said, "Such a big move can't hide from Schild's eyes. We will be in trouble soon. Do you think you can hide it from Schild just because your movements are small?" Frank did not mind and said lightly, "I know Nick Fury better than you. Rather than being careful and being slowly discovered, it is better to take advantage of the chaos inside Schild to speed up." "You are too impulsive, Frank," Steve said in a low voice. "Ha, you are too cautious, Captain," Frank sneered. Neither of them could convince the other, so they could only stare at each other. Even though they had already been controlled by the mind jewel, their personalities had not changed. They still could not bear to see the other party's style. Wang dash. Space shook. Blue rings rose. A spatial door suddenly appeared. The old Loki slowly walked out from it. Upon seeing the old Loki, the two of them immediately shut their mouths and stopped talking. However, from their tightly knitted brows and expressions, one could vaguely see a trace of anger that had yet to dissipate. It seems that the relationship between the two of you isn't very good. The old Loki's examining gaze wandered between the two of them. Anyone could hear the anger contained in his deep voice. Before the plan is completed, I don't want any internal strife in this team. Do you understand what I mean? Frank and Steve's faces changed slightly and they said in a low voice, "Understood." "Very good, I like a united team." The elderly Loki nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then, Mr. Eric, can you tell me why they are arguing?" Eric looked at the two of them and described the reason. "Actually, it's because of SHIELD. Ha ha ha, don't worry about SHIELD. The old Loki showed a confident smile and said, "They are just a bunch of clowns. I have found a way to destroy them." "Destroy SHIELD. Hearing this, Steve was slightly stunned. Then he could not believe it. He said in surprise, "Forgive me for being direct, but it is impossible. SHIELD's power is spread across the 4 continents of the world. If you want to destroy it, you have to do it yourself." The old Loki smiled and did not explain. He looked at Frank beside him and asked, "What do you think? How confident are we that we can destroy SHIELD in one fell swoop?" "Almost zero." Frank sneered, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said bluntly, "No one can destroy SHIELD, just like no one knows how many secrets are hidden in Nick Fury's head." Tisk tisk. The old Loki clicked his tongue twice, and the smile on his face became more and more brilliant. He said meaningfully, "SHIELD's power is deeply rooted. It is almost impossible to pull it out in one go. But what if I tell you that the one who destroyed it is SHIELD himself? If you mean provoking chaos from the inside to destroy SHIELD, then I can only say that you are too naive." Steve looked meaningfully at the old Loki and said, "Trust me, there are more than one people who have thought this way, but their endings are all extinction. If it were for so simple to destroy SHIELD, why would they wait until now?" Every SHIELD's agent had received the harshest training, and every level of authority was strictly regulated. It had long since put an end to the crisis of a certain agent's betrayal, which led to the fall of the entire organization. Therefore, wanting to use this method to destroy SHIELD was no different from a dream. "Ha ha ha, you are too naive." The old Loki suddenly burst into laughter. He patted Steve on the shoulder and looked at him with pity. "You don't know what SHIELD is now, so you just have to watch quietly how I destroyed him." There were 2 types of people in the world who were the most pitiful. One was thinking that he knew the truth, but he had been kept in the dark. The other was betrayed by the person he trusted and overturned everything he knew. Unfortunately, Steve had both of these points. However, Steve did not understand now, so he felt a little strange. He did not know why the old Loki would look at him like that. "Now, let's talk about the second thing." The old Loki did not give him the chance to ask. His eyes suddenly fell on Frank and he changed the topic. "I heard some interesting news from my old friend." "Frank? You should be Death God, right? Your friend is very well informed." A hint of surprise appeared in Frank's eyes, but he quickly returned to his calm appearance. He nodded and said, "Just as you said, I am indeed Death God." "Then you should know, a Death God called Lord Karl." The old Loki asked with a smile. "I know." Frank's expression changed slightly. "Very good." The old Loki nodded slightly and said, "Frank, tell me all the information about him." "No." Frank shook his head decisively. Seeing that the old Loki's face suddenly darkened, he explained, it's not that I don't want to say, but I have Keto seal in my body. I can't reveal any information about him. Otherwise, my soul will die instantly. It seems that I have underestimated him. The old Loki's face turned slightly better. He then asked, how much do you know about Soul Society? Not really. I have never been to Soul Society. Frank paused and added, I have not been promoted to official death god for long, so I am not qualified to go to Soul Society. However, Lod said that he will send me to Soul Society to participate in the team entry ceremony for a period of time. Interesting. The old Loki stroked his white beard and said with a meaningful smile, maybe we can meet him. A group that controls the power of the soul is the most suitable army under the Divine King. You want to control the entire Soul Society. Frank combined his previous words and instantly thought of the plan of the old Loki. His heart was suddenly in turmoil. He did not expect this guy to be so crazy and wanted to turn the entire Soul Society into his army. This is very interesting, isn't it? The old Loki laughed wildly, and the veins on his old face bulged. He looked extremely ferocious. If you want to revive the glory of Asgard and conquer the 9 great worlds and even more worlds, how can you not be a little crazy? Hiss. Frank, who had always been calm, was shocked by the crazy plan of the old Loki. He could not help but take a cold breath and forcibly suppress the shock in his heart. He asked worriedly, as far as I know, Soul Society has 13 captains, and each of them is an absolute expert. Can the few of us really do it? Don't worry. The old Loki waved his hand and said confidently, I have found a partner. Frank frowned and said, no matter how many humans unite, it is impossible to capture Soul Society. Who told you that humans can't do it? The old Loki revealed an enigmatic smile and said, aren't they all humans? Chapter 443, Failed to Pretend. You mean, the Wandenreich? Frank's pupils suddenly trembled. He was shocked by the madness of the old Loki. He dared to talk about cooperation with this group of madmen. Yes, that old friend told me that they have Hashwalth's contact information. We will meet him later. The old Loki smiled. Hashwalth. When he heard this name, Steve's face suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with a struggling light, and he said that name with a tone of wanting to eat meat. He hated it to the bones. His good brother, Bucky, died indirectly in the hands of this person. Now that he heard Hashwalth again, he could not suppress the anger in his heart at all. The old Loki did not care about him and continued to talk to himself. I heard that Quincy and Death God are blood feuds that have lasted for thousands of years, which can be used by us. Wait. I don't think so. Frank directly interrupted him and retorted, you have no idea how big the threat of the Wandenreich is. We must not cooperate with them, otherwise the world will collapse. Although he did not know much about the Quincy family, from the few descriptions in Lod's mouth, the terrible crimes they committed could almost be called innumerable. Everything in the world is in the cycle of reincarnation. Death God's responsibility was to maintain the order of the 3 realms, sending innocent people to Soul Society, and those who were deeply guilty to hell. He also used the ZANPAKUTOU in his hand to kill those fallen Hollow and let them return to the origin of the world. Death God killed Hollow, and Hollow ate human beings. And human beings were between the two, as material to supplement the source of life of the 2 sides. This was an extremely delicate balance. No matter which side was destroyed, it would cause the origin of the world to be scarce, which would cause even more serious disasters, and even the structure of the 3 realms to be destroyed. But there is only one exception. That is the Quincy. Their strength is extremely terrible, and they can completely destroy the soul, even Ryūjin will not be left. Thousands of years ago, with the rise of the Quincy family, a large number of Hollow was eliminated, the balance of the 3 realms was destroyed, and the whole world almost collapsed, so it triggered the bloody battle of the previous year, and Death God almost killed him. It was not until thousands of years of hibernation, until modern times, that the Quincy family came out of the water, and under the leadership of Hashwalth, they were active again in the eyes of the world. Just from the several times that Hashwalth showed up, the impact and destruction caused by his appearance were more than all the base organizations added up. If Death God was the one who maintained order, then the Quincy was the one who destroyed the order, and its nature was countless times worse than that of Hollow. But now, the old Loki said that they wanted to unite such a group of madmen? Even though he was being controlled by the spirit gem, Frank still showed a struggle, and there was even a faint trace of resistance in his expression. "Are you going to disobey my orders?" The old Loki frowned slightly, as if he had not expected such a situation to occur. He raised his hand and tapped the spirit gem scepter on Frank's chest, strengthening his control over him. Frank struggled for a moment, and then his eyes returned to emptiness. He said woodenly, "I understand what you mean. Join forces with the Wandenreich and destroy Soul Society." "Very good." The elderly Loki withdrew his scepter and said indifferently, "The two of you, prepare yourselves. Follow me to meet that Wandenreich's Hashwalth." "Yes." The hand building. In the empty hall, the space suddenly rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the silence in the hall. "Shua! Shua! Shua!" Countless men in black emerged from the shadows. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire hall. Under the black cloth, pairs of emotionless eyes stared indifferently at the strange area. A cold killing intent filled the air. Buzz! The dark blue energy surged, suddenly tearing apart the flat space. The edge of the torn space looked extremely irregular and was in the shape of a sawtooth. The torn space continuously pressed inwards, trying to close under the rules, but it was stopped by the dark blue energy, forming a seemingly unstable space channel. 3 figures walked out of the space channel. The old man in the lead held a short golden staff, and the other 2 were about half a body behind. It was obvious that they were guards. These 2 people were dressed differently. One was wearing a star flag battle suit, holding a star flag shield, and the other was wearing a black death tyrant suit, with ZANPAKUTOU on his waist. With such a symbolic outfit, the identity of the 3 people was naturally needless to say, and they came here to seek cooperation: Old Loki, Steve Rogers, Frank Castle. Under the eyes of hundreds of ninjas full of killing intent, even Steve and Frank felt a faint pressure and secretly raised their guard, in case this group of people suddenly burst out. "Good afternoon, beautiful lady." The old Loki bowed slightly, without any panic. As expected of the Quincy family, the ceremony to welcome guests is very grand. Dressed in seductive red skin-tight clothes, Erika, dressed in ninja attire, was quite conspicuous among the many ninjas dressed in black. No wonder he was noticed at a glance, and regarded as the leader of this group. "You are not a guest." Erika didn't buy it at all. Killing intent seemed to float in her eyes. She said coldly, "Tell me your purpose of coming here. Otherwise, the intruders will die." Hundreds of people slowly pulled out the short-haired sword on their waists. The sharp cold light reflected on their faces. The cold killing intent of hundreds of people rose to the peak, causing the temperature in the hall to drop sharply. Even the skin exposed outside the clothes felt like it had been cut by countless sword. Especially the leading ninja in red, whose killing intent was mixed with a tyrannical aura. Even Steve and Frank, who were used to life and death, could not help but be shocked by this brutal killing intent. The hairs on their bodies stood on end, as if they were being stared at by some ferocious beast. The old Loki smiled and calmly said his purpose: "I am the Asgardian God King. I came to find the leader of the Quincy, Hashwalth, to discuss a cooperation that is beneficial to each other. I wonder if we can meet." Unfortunately, the answer is wrong. Erika slowly pulled out the short sword, and the red in her eyes flashed. "Now that you're here, leave your life behind, intruders." The negotiation was over. The fluctuations produced by the killing intent had reached a critical point. It was like a taut thread that had a chain reaction after breaking apart in an instant. Hundreds of black-clothed people surged out from the shadows from all directions like a tide, rushing towards the three people who were shocked. Wait, I have something important to discuss with Hashwalth. Erika's answer was completely beyond the expectation of the old Loki. His calm expression instantly disappeared and changed to a look of disbelief. It seemed that he could not understand why such a situation happened. Why did it become like this? The old Loki's face was full of doubts, completely unable to understand Erika's behavior. After listening to his willingness to cooperate, shouldn't the next step be to remove the misunderstanding and introduce Hashwalth to him on his own initiative, and then the two sides would have a verbal battle, a fierce exchange of negotiations, and after plotting against each other, would they finally achieve a common goal? However, the scheme in his imagination had already ended before it even began. This is against the rules. Chapter 444, The Meeting. Don't hurt people. The old Loki's eyes were gloomy, and he roared at the two people beside him. Steve's expression changed slightly, and Frank was shocked. The absurdity of this order was simply absurd. The enemy had drawn their weapons, and each of them rushed over with the intention to kill them. Loki actually did not allow them to hurt each other. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? Did you not hear my order? The old Loki's face was as gloomy as water, and he said coldly, I don't care how you two are. Even if you die, you are not allowed to hurt them. The reason why he gave such an order was that he did not want to break the basic conditions of cooperation. After all, according to the information he knew, the number of Quincy was scarce. If there were casualties at this time, it was hard to ensure that the other party would refuse cooperation. Compared with the powerful strength of the Quincy family and the great benefits he could obtain after cooperation, Steve and Frank were not so important. They only needed to weigh the pros and cons slightly, and it was easy to make a choice. Yes. Frank and Steve looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. After being forcibly tampered with by the Mind Stone, no matter how unreasonable the other party's request was, they could only choose to obey, without any freedom or dignity, just like the puppets in the hands of the old Loki, who were at his mercy. The men in black gathered around, and short-haired sword, flashing with cold light, stabbed at the three people from various shadows. Steve and Frank decisively joined hands to deal with the enemy, but under the encirclement of hundreds of ninjas, they had to protect the old Loki while paying attention not to hurt people. In just a few seconds of distraction, several new wounds had been added to their bodies. These ninjas had received the harshest training, and their cooperation with each other was extremely skillful. In addition, the three of them did not dare to kill each other. Their attacks became more and more violent. Countless sword rained down like a storm, making Steve and Frank suffer. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. Stop! Buzz! Dozens of short sword, who was stabbing at everyone, suddenly stopped. He stopped abruptly. Cold sweat slid down his cheeks. Steve's pupils trembled slightly, and he gasped for breath with lingering fear. One of the short sword was less than 3 centimeters away from his eyes, and he could feel the sharpness on it. If not for the timely shout, he would have lost one of his eyes. The shadow squirmed and a figure rose up. From the looks of it, it should be a woman. The person was wearing a white double-breasted military uniform and a pure white pleated skirt. A pair of round and slender jade legs stepped on white boots. He walked over with his hands behind his back. His short black hair fluttered, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. The moment they saw the woman, all the men in black retreated like the tide. Even the cold red-clothed female ninja subconsciously lowered her head and knelt on one knee in a submissive posture. Lady Jessica. Erika's eyes were filled with respect. She lowered her head and said, "Why are you free to come up? Leave, Erika." After Jessica dismissed Erika, she glanced at the 3 people over there and said coldly, "Your luck is pretty good. Lord Hashwalth wants to see you. come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jace did not even look at them. She turned and walked to the elevator at the end of the hall. The veins on the old Loki's eyebrows twitched, and his face became a little ugly. At this point, how could he not see that the other party was clearly showing them his strength? However, they were the ones who took the initiative to seek cooperation. Even if they were angry, there was nothing they could do. Fortunately, the old Loki's breathing was good. He could barely hide his emotions. He suppressed his unhappiness and followed Jessica. They took the elevator and arrived at 90 meters underground. The old Loki and his group followed Jessica and walked through the long mural corridor that was engraved with the history of the Extermination Division. What shocked everyone was that the origin of the Annihilation Division came from a baby without eyes. Who is that baby? He gave the power of the Quincy, which was an existence that could be called an ancestor. The old Loki took a deep look at the mural, and his heart suddenly had a trace of greed and fantasy. If he could get the power of the baby, maybe even the Quincy family would submit to him. Not long after, he came to the end of the corridor of murals. Jessica pushed open the last door and walked in first. She said respectfully, "Lord Hashwalth, I brought them here." The elderly Loki and the others followed in. The first thing they saw was a blonde man with delicate features. He sat at the end of the palace, as if he was the center of the world. On both sides of the throne, there were 8 people dressed in white military uniforms. There was only one male among them, and the rest were all covered in exquisite half-armor. However, judging from their figures, it was not difficult to judge that they were basically women. He was Hashwalth. The old Loki's heart trembled slightly, and his eyes unconsciously narrowed. He subconsciously clenched the Mind Stone scepter. Jessica no longer paid attention to the 3 people, and walked straight to the end of the queue and stood still. A total of 9 people. Frank narrowed his eyes, and his heart shook for a moment. Just from the spiritual power emitted by these people, every one of them was almost stronger than him. Even the few people in the front row of the line made him feel like facing Lod, as if he was in the deep sea of 10,000 meters. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hashwalth." The corners of the old Loki's lips unconsciously rose. Sure enough, if it were for as he expected, the annihilation of the clan was very strong. After organizing his thoughts slightly, he said in a clear voice, "I am Loki, the God King of Asgard, Loki Odinson. I have specially come to give you a gift." "Get to the point." Hashwalth's eyes slightly raised, and there was no fluctuation of emotion in them. He said indifferently, "I don't have time to chat. I will give you 30 seconds to tell me your purpose, or you will stay forever." Since Mr. Hashwalth doesn't want to hear, then I will not talk nonsense. The old Loki did not show any unhappiness, but laughed and went straight to the point. "I came here to join hands with the Quincy family and then destroy Soul Society. Are you done?" Hashwalth shook his head in disappointment and said sarcastically, "I am very curious who gave you the courage. How dare you talk about joining hands to destroy Soul Society in front of us?" It seems that Mr. Hashwalth does not believe it. The old Loki was not surprised. The corners of his lips still held a confident smile, as if he had already had a card up his sleeve. "Do you know how strong Soul Society is?" Hashwalth said lightly. "I don't know, but..." After the old Loki finished speaking, he paused for a moment. A blue cube appeared out of thin air in his palm. He looked at Hashwalth with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Do you know what this thing is?" "Ha!" A light flashed in Hashwalth's eyes, and then he quickly hid. He pretended to be unfamiliar and frowned. "It's just an energy crystal. Do you think you can destroy Soul Society with it?" "No, no, no. You are wrong." The old Loki revealed a proud smile. The other party really did not know the Infinity Stones. This is not strange, not knowing the Infinity Stones is actually a very normal thing. Looking at the countless races in the universe, the ones who know the Infinity Stones are also rare existences. Most races have not even heard of legends, let alone a place like Earth. It is good that the Quincy does not know. In this way, his plan will be easier to implement, and even if he uses this well, maybe he can get more benefits. Its real name is the Space Stone. The old Loki raised the blue cube, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. The supreme power of the entire universe. As long as you have this stone, it is equivalent to having endless energy. Moreover, the power of space in the entire universe is controlled by you. Destroying Soul Society is just a piece of cake. Chapter 445, another piece on the chessboard. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. In the huge living room, only Nemu was there. She was curled up on the sofa, holding a 4-story beef burger that was bigger than her face in one hand and a big glass of soda in the other. She raised her 2 white feet and shook her little head in satisfaction. In the TV in front of him, the animation of cats and rats was playing. Although this animation was very old, the content was still very classic no matter when it was put in. Especially for Nemu, the attraction was only second to the food made by her brother. A gentle breeze blew past the wind chimes hanging outside the door, making a series of pleasant sounds. A white, straight military uniform Hashwolf suddenly appeared in the room on the bell. After looking around, he asked, "Miss Nemu, where is Lord Lod?" "Brother went to buy vegetables." Nemu stared at the TV without moving his eyes away for a second. He said perfunctorily, "Why don't you sit and wait for a while? He should be back soon." "Buy vegetables?" Hashwolf was stunned for half a second, and then he reacted with a strange expression. He shook his head and said helplessly, "In that case, I will wait a while." After a while, the wind chime outside the door rang again. Lod was dressed in casual clothes, carrying a bag of ingredients as he walked in. He looked very much like an ordinary civilian. Every day, he rushed about for his life. He did not have the airs of a soul king at all. If not for the fact that their souls were closely connected, even Hashwolf would not be able to recognize him. "Yo, you actually came." Lod looked up and saw Hashwolf. He said in surprise, "It's better to come early than to come. It's a good time to taste the dish I recently studied. It took me a lot of effort. If not for Nemu shouting to eat, I wouldn't bother to cook. Thank you for your kindness, but let's forget about eating." Hashwolf shook his head and said with an unusually serious expression, "There is something very important that I need to report to you in person." Lod raised his eyebrows and walked into the kitchen with 2 big bags of ingredients. He said while cleaning, "To be called important by you, it seems that the matter is not small, right? Do you still remember the Loki we met 2 days ago? He received news from the Hydra. He brought Frank Castle and Steve Rogers to the Hand Building to seek cooperation with me." Hashwolf tried to describe it as simply as possible. "Interesting." Lod chuckled and continued to wash the vegetables. He asked, "It seems that Furyui's Avengers plan is going to die in the womb. So what is he planning to cooperate with you?" According to him, he intends to use the power of the Space Stone to unite the Quincy of the Wandenreich and destroy the entire Soul Society in one fell swoop. Hashwolf adjusted his glasses with one hand, and his eyes flashed. "But I think he should be lying." "What's the reason?" "It's impossible to destroy Soul Society with just a Space Stone." Hashwolf calmly analyzed, "Moreover, he thinks that we don't know about the Infinity Stones and he deliberately concealed that he still has the Mind Stone. This alone is very suspicious." Lod thought for a moment and then laughed. "Then I probably know what medicine he bought in the gourd. Please forgive this subordinate for being stupid and not being able to think of the meaning behind it. Please tell me." Hashwolf lowered his head in shame. "I'll give you a hint." Lod put the washed dishes aside and wiped his hands. He smiled and asked, "What is the function of the Mind Stone? Look at what happened to Frank and Steve. Can't you imagine it?" "You mean?" Hashwolf was not stupid. He just did not understand Loki. After Lod's reminder, he instantly guessed the meaning of it. He said with a shocked face, he wants to use the Mind Stone to control all Death God of Soul Society. More than that Lod smiled and said, with Loki's greedy character, I'm afraid that what he wants to control is not only Soul Society, but also to control the Wandenreich, especially you who lead the Quincy. With just a stone, he can't help thinking too much, right? Hashwolf snorted coldly, and the killing intent in his eyes surged. He said coldly, some people do not know themselves. They stretch their hands too long and need to cut off 2 fingers. Only then will they remember how painful it is. He is just a mere trash, and he actually dares to touch the sphere of influence of the Soul King? A greedy and despicable person like Loki must be cut off by thunder and lightning. Only by giving him the most unforgettable pain can this kind of thing be completely cut off. Please happen, and protect the name of the Soul King with the power of the Wandenreich. Sir, please rest assured. Hashwolf pushed the frame with one hand and said coldly, I will use the fastest speed to let him understand how stupid he is and completely disappear from this world. Don't worry about him. Lod shook his head and said, doesn't he want to cooperate? Promise him that you can cooperate however you want. Just let him be. Since we already know his plan, why do we still agree to cooperate? Hashwolf frowned. He did not understand why Lod would do this. He asked in confusion, moreover, for a clown like him, keeping the Mind Stone is always a disaster. Shouldn't we eliminate the crisis ahead of time? The reason is very simple. I need him to be my bait. Lod patted Hashwolf on the shoulder and said with a faint smile, an important chess piece that can formally lure out the Quincy, Death God, and Hollow. If not for him, the play would not be good. Looks like I was overthinking things. Hashwolf instantly understood and laughed at himself. Sir has already prepared the script. Next, we just need to wait for the character to appear and play a good show together. Hee, that's right. Lod crossed his fingers and sat on the sofa with a smile. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. If he did not suddenly appear and interfere, I really can't think of a suitable reason to intervene in this matter from Soul Society's perspective. Is there a more perfect excuse than Frank? A foreign force, not only controlled the official death god of Seireitei, but also joined hands with the Wandenreich. There is no more perfect excuse than this. Pathetic guy. At the thought of the guy's confident appearance, Hashwolf suddenly felt some pity for him. Controlling Soul Society with the influence of the Wandenreich, Loki's idea is not a problem, and with the Mind Stone and Space Stone in hand, if everything is as he expected, the possibility of success is not low, even very high. But unfortunately, everything was wrong from the beginning. Whether it was the Wandenreich of the Quincy, or Death God's Soul Society, both belonged to the Soul King. The classic me hit myself, and not only my friend and my friend are from the same camp, but only Loki is foolishly kept in the dark. The stage has been built, and now only the star is waiting to appear. Chapter 446, Sudden Attack. SHIELD, Sky Space Carrier. A low pressure visible to the naked eye pervaded the entire bridge. Everyone's faces were very ugly, as if they had been painted with a layer of coal ash. Especially director Nick Fury. His already dark skin color had now become darker, and his only eye was flashing with anger. No one dared to approach the command station, fearing that if they provoked him at this time, they would be treated as a trash can that poured out anger. In fact, not only Nick Fury, but all of Agent, who had witnessed the scene, had ugly expressions on their faces. The Captain America and the Punisher had defected. The Avenger had only been built less than a day ago, but they had already suffered such a huge blow. It had a great impact on everyone's morale, and everyone's hearts were heavy. Coulson knew that this would not do. He had to think of a solution. Even if there was no solution for the time being, at least he had to motivate the low morale. Otherwise, they would not have to wait until the official battle before they would lose without fighting. Carlson took a deep breath, braced himself, and walked to the front of the command station. He asked carefully, "Director, what should we do next?" "Wait." Nick Fury's words were like gold, his face was gloomy and terrible, his eyes focused on the projection. Carlson followed his gaze. On the huge map projection, there was a red dot moving slowly. It was the fighter jet that Tony and the others were on. About an hour later, as the cabin door of the bridge rose, Tony and Peter walked in. The young Loki and Thor followed closely behind. Tony and Peter were dejected. They were no longer as high-spirited as before they left. Instead, they looked as if they had lost their souls. They sat silently on the chairs. Losing 2 pillars of combat power in one go was a devastating blow to the newly formed Avengers. Peter Parker, who usually chattered on, did not say anything at this time. He just looked down at his hands. Tony leaned against the chair with a livid face. He seemed to be thinking about something. His eyes glanced at Thor from time to time. "Gentlemen, ladies." Nick Fury's sharp eyes swept across everyone present. He asked 3 questions: have we lost? Have we admitted defeat? Are we going to choose to give up? "No, Director." Barton was the first to express his opinion. He held the alloy bow with one hand and said, unconvinced, "No matter what happens, we have to fight, because this is a war with no way out. Either he dies or we die." "Yes, now is not the time to admit defeat." Natasha nodded in agreement with Barton. She then said, "Although Steve and Frank are under control, we have other people, and we know his ability. We may have a chance of winning next time." In the eyes of SHIELD and Agent, Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha were almost like legends. The completion rate of the mission was close to 99%. Even if the mission was difficult and impossible to complete, the two of them could work together and even set the record of the fastest speed of Agent's promotion in SHIELD. With 2 Agent as representatives, the anxiety in the hearts of the others lessened a little. And according to what these 2 said, they seemed to really have hope, and the odds of winning were quite high. Carlson knew what Fury was thinking, so he followed him out and echoed, "That's right, we have already grasped his ability, and we also have Thunder God's help. If we have the initiative, that guy, Loki, will definitely lose." Not bad." The young Loki shrugged and winked at Thor, "Do you see that? Even this group of humans worship you." "Be quiet." Thor glared at him. Seeing the gazes everyone cast at him, he said somewhat uneasily, "If you can find him, I swear to the Great Father that I will definitely defeat that fake." "Raise your heads!" Nick Fury suddenly shouted. It was like a bomb had dropped into the water. Everyone looked up and cast their eyes at him. "It is not the time to admit defeat yet. Don't forget that you have a mission. Only we can protect the entire human race." Everyone's confidence immediately increased. They felt that hope was right in front of them. After pulling back the fallen morale, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Loki and asked, then, "Young Mr. Loki, can you tell us what your plan to come to Earth is first?" Loki rolled his eyes and planned to make up a lie to fool him. However, this scene was seen through by Thor, who was next to him, and he exposed it without any mercy. He plans to use the Tesseract to open up a tunnel that leads to the dark space and summon the army of the Chitauri people to descend to Earth, then occupy and rule this place. Hey! 6 sharp gazes were cast from all directions, and instantly focused on Loki. This is at most an attempted crime, and there is also a plot of turning myself in. It should be considered a meritorious service, right?" The smile on Loki's face suddenly froze. Looking at the hostile eyes of the people around him, he hated Thor's big mouth to death. It seems that Loki took away the Tesseract with the purpose of opening a passage, right? Dr. Banner rubbed the stubble on his chin and said thoughtfully, "But there is one more question. Why did he steal the metal iridium? He needs stability. Tony, who was sitting on the chair, raised his head and said, the effect of the metal iridium is equivalent to a stabilizer to prevent the portal from collapsing. Otherwise, it will be like SHIELD's base. The excessive energy impact will cause the portal to explode. Out of everyone present, Tony was the only one who was proficient in the use of all kinds of metals. Because he had tried countless kinds of composite metals in order to create the steel armor, he understood the function of the metal element. Tony then said, and with the involvement of the metal iridium, as a stabilizer, the portal can be as he wishes. No matter how big or how long he wants, it will not be a problem. At present, the only thing he lacks is energy. Carlson expressed that he did not understand, is the energy of the Tesseract not enough? Because it needs to be activated, I have seen your experiment report. Tony looked at him and continued, if you want to activate the Tesseract, you need a high density of energy to attack the surface of the Tesseract to reach the critical point. Nick Fury suddenly raised his hand and interrupted, wait, where did you see the experiment report? While you were in a daze, I had Jarvis hack into SHIELD's internal network. When Tony said this, his face did not have the slightest hint of hollow. Nick Fury's face was ashen. Tony, this is against the rules. Tony shrugged indifferently. Sorry, your rules are useless against me. Beep, beep, beep. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing alarm bell that sounded like the buzzing of a bee suddenly sounded. The next moment, before everyone could react, the entire sky capital suddenly shook violently. A dazzling and intense beam of light instantly pierced through the defense armor in front of the bridge. The remaining energy beam that was too hot plowed a deep red gully on the steel deck. Dozens of agents were unfortunately hit by the beam and evaporated on the spot, leaving only a pile of charred ashes. Everyone fell to the ground and were sent flying by the violent impact. Only Peter had the most sensitive reaction. The spider's senses allowed him to immediately transfer Tony, Barton, and Natasha before the light beam could pierce through the armor, allowing them to luckily escape. As for Thor, he was not so lucky. Although he had benefited from the power of the Thunder God and the Asgardian bloodline and did not die from the light beam piercing through his chest, he was unable to resist the impact. He was pierced through several steel walls and disappeared at the end of the tunnel. Chapter 447, To Make Matters Worse. Beep, beep, beep. An ear-piercing alarm like the buzzing of a bee sounded, mixed with cries of pain. No one had expected that the attack would come so suddenly. Caught off guard, they suffered heavy losses, and the entire bridge was instantly thrown into chaos. The steel beam that supported the top of the bridge was completely torn apart by the beam of light, destroying the stable structure of the entire body, and was constantly collapsing. Tony's luck was not bad. After being sent flying by the shock wave, he slammed into the wall. Although his internal organs were almost displaced, he could at least stand up. On the other hand, Nick Fury on the command platform was a little unlucky. He happened to be pressed down by the falling steel beam. One of his legs was still pierced by the steel beam. He was sweating and biting his teeth. He looked very miserable. Peter was not too injured. Thanks to his keen perception, he avoided all the falling steel beams. He was only shaken by the shock wave. There was a little blood in his chest. Tony resisted the dizziness and nausea. He climbed up from the ground with his hands and found that only Nick Fury and Peter Parker were left. The rest of the people were scattered by the shock wave. Report the damage. Nick Fury ignored the pierced leg and quickly called for the people who were still alive. Several agents quickly got up and ran to the control panel in 3 steps. After checking, they reported the damage. Fortunately, the command system in the bridge could still work. Only one of the 4 engines had been damaged. Otherwise, if they fell at this height, all of them would die. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief and stopped Tony from trying to save him. He shouted, "Don't worry about us. Hurry up and fight them." Don't let them destroy the remaining 3 engines. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. With this reminder, Tony suddenly remembered that right below the sky capital was the city with nearly 10 million people gathered in New York, an international metropolis. Once the remaining 3 engines went out, with the reserve energy level of the sky capital, the damage caused by the fall was no less than a super bomb, which was enough to destroy the entire New York City in an instant. But your legs? There was a hint of hesitation on Tony's face, because Fury's current situation was also very dangerous. If he did not move in time, he might be smashed to death by the subsequent falling steel beams. How about I stay and help you? Peter could not bear to see Fury suffer. He said, I am very strong. It won't take much time to move these steel beams. Stop talking nonsense. What we lack the most is time. Nick Fury's eyes were bloodshot and he roared, I won't die so easily. You and Peter's mission is to protect this spaceship. I wish you good luck. Tony gritted his teeth and dragged Peter, who was still hesitating, into the depths of the passage. This was the most correct choice. Compared to one life and death, it was obviously more important for the lives of thousands of people. The most important thing for them right now was to protect the safety of the remaining 3 engines. Seeing the 2 leave, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. He endured the pain of his thigh being pierced and the dizziness of losing blood. He continued to shout, everyone else, as long as they can still move, find a way to move to the sea. Director, we can't correct the direction. An operator shouted with sweat all over his forehead. Damn it, look up at the sky and see if there is any sun. Go to its right. Nick Fury commanded the crowd while trying to escape from the steel beam. On the other side, Natasha, Barton, and Banner were all sent flying by the shock wave, but their luck was extremely bad. They fell into the crack under the deck and fell into the cargo compartment on the lower floor. The violent impact made Natasha dizzy. When she woke up a little, she found that her legs were just falling off the steel beam card master. Nat, I will help you immediately. Barton landed not far away. Seeing that Natasha was suppressed by the steel beam, he quickly got up and ran over to help. However, the steel beam was too heavy. It was difficult to move it with the strength of ordinary people. Even if Barton used all his strength, he could not pull Natasha out of it. However, at this time, under the steel beam that was stacked next to them, there was a cry of pain. It sounded like the voice of a beast. Natasha and Barton turned around. Their faces were as pale as paper. Their pupils shrank to the point of a needle. The hairs on their bodies stood up. He saw that the man pressed under the steel beam was Bruce Banner. His neck swelled with blood and green veins bulged. His entire face was twisted. It looked like he was suppressing a terrifying existence. What the hell? Barton and Natasha felt their scalps go numb. Their bodies were covered in an uncontrollable chill. Fear spread wildly and swallowed them like an abyss. Anyone who was familiar with Banner knew that this was a sign that he was about to become a Hulk, and the best choice in this situation was to run as far away as possible. Otherwise, you will face a wild and violent beast. It will use brute force to easily tear apart your limbs. Green Giant, Hulk. A terrifying monster that made General Ross helpless. Even the army's tanks were unable to penetrate its skin, and as the anger rose, it would become stronger. What they needed was only Banner. No one wanted to see Hulk, especially under such circumstances. Hulk's appearance would only make things worse. Banner, calm down. Natasha swallowed her saliva and tried to suppress the fear that was spreading in her heart. She tried to use the gentlest tone to comfort him, it's okay. Trust us. I swear I won't let you get hurt. We will save you soon. You are lying. Banner suddenly raised his head. His pupils were very large due to the blood. Some of the whites of his eyes had been eroded by the green. They were filled with a violent aura. Even his voice became more inclined to beasts. Natasha and Barton's faces were pale. They were so scared that they did not dare to say anything. Even their breathing was deliberately suppressed to the limit, afraid that Banner would burst out. But they were very clear in their hearts that this situation would not last for too long. Barton held his breath while his right hand quietly touched the bow and arrow. He turned the special arrow in the quiver and equipped it with a sleeping arrow that could stun an elephant. "Wait, Barton, don't be impulsive." When Natasha saw Barton's action, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly tried to stop him, but she was still a step too late. Barton drew his bow, aimed, and pulled the bowstring. His movements were connected in one go, without any sloppiness. It could be said to be a set of smooth standard moves. Whoosh! The bowstring made a sound of vibration. A dark arrow broke through the air and accurately hit Banner's chest. The special arrow entered his flesh. "It's over." Natasha's face was ashen as she shouted in despair, "Run, run, Barton." The so-called helping was just like that. Chapter 448, Schutz's Tafel. Run? At first, Barton still had some doubts. He didn't understand why Natasha wanted him to run, but he soon understood the reason. Roar! A thunderous roar raised a violent airwave visible to the naked eye, shaking the bottom of the cargo compartment. Rumble! The steel beam, which was tens of tons in weight, was suddenly lifted up by a huge force. For a moment, it was like a fairy scattering flowers. With a heavy air-breaking sound, it burst out in all directions. Hulk! A green giant, who was 2 meters tall and had muscles bulging to the extreme, roared and rushed out. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Banner was already on the verge of breaking out. He relied on his willpower to forcefully suppress it, but he did not expect to be hit in the chest by Barton. The special sleeping potion not only did not suppress Hulk, but also pulled Bruce Banner's consciousness into the abyss. After losing the consciousness of the main persona, it released another terrifying monster. Barton had never taken over Hulk's case, so what he did not know was that the military had tried various methods such as anesthetic, sedatives, electroshock, cannon, freeze, and so on to control the angry beast, but in the end, they all ended in failure. Natasha had no time to blame Barton. After all, in the situation at that time, according to Agent's habitual thinking, he had only made the most correct choice. Roar! At this moment, Hulk was dominated by anger. The veins under his green skin trembled like giant dragons, and together with the terrifying muscles that looked like tree roots, it presented a rather shocking visual impact. "What are you still standing there for? Run!" Under the threat of death, the adrenaline in Natasha's body exploded. She forcefully pulled her leg out of the steel beam and pulled Barton, who was still in a daze. She turned around and ran up the narrow passage. Hulk noticed the 2 people who were running away and recognized Barton, who attacked it at first glance. He crossed his fists and smashed them to the ground above his head. The extremely violent force shook the entire warehouse and then jumped up like a cannonball towards the 2 of them. "Get out of the way!" Natasha's pupils shrank. He quickly pushed Barton to the side. Boom! The impact of Hulk's huge body falling suddenly caused a huge wave of air. The alloy floor couldn't withstand the impact and let out some kind of sad tearing sound. The entire passage and the deck collapsed. Natasha was too close and was sent flying several meters away by the wave of air, crashing into the wall and unconscious. Seeing that the situation was dangerous, Barton shouted through his headset, "Banner is out of control. I repeat, Banner is out of control. Hulk has appeared, requesting backup. Think of a way to solve it yourself." After the communicator flashed with electricity, there was the roar of fury. "No one can help you now. Lead Hulk to the special prison." Seeing that Hulk was about to kill Natasha, Barton's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He gritted his teeth and pulled out an arrow from his backpack. He aimed at Hulk, who was roaring in anger, and fired the most powerful explosive arrow. Boom! After a series of rapid beeps, the arrow exploded with smoke. But then Hulk let out a roar and dispersed the smoke. His eyes were filled with violent anger as he stared at Barton, who was shooting the arrow. His mountain-like body was completely unharmed. The explosive arrow seemed to tickle him again. "Hey, come over here!" Barton crazily provoked. "Monster, I'll wait for you here. If you have the ability, come and find me." Hulk, who was filled with anger, couldn't make a rational judgment at all. He instantly changed his target to Barton. He clenched his fists and fiercely pounded his chest. With a dull thud, he roared and rushed towards Barton. "That's right, that's it. Come after me." Barton saw that Hulk had successfully fallen into his trap and immediately shot an arrow upwards. He grabbed the rope and swung it to the other side. Roar! When Hulk saw that his attack failed, he angrily smashed the floor and jumped up again to chase after Barton. One chased, the other fled. The two of them quickly disappeared into the depths of the passageway, and there was only a roar from afar. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, after Thor was knocked away by the beam of light and collapsed several walls, he held his chest and stumbled to stand up. He shook his somewhat dazed head and the anger in his eyes was almost about to spurt out. He raised his hand and waved the Thunder God Hammer. "No matter who you are, I swear you are definitely dead." Bang bang bang! The Thunder God Hammer sensed the summoning and directly connected several walls, flying into Thor's hand. Bathed in the dazzling lightning, pieces of scale-like armor formed. The scarlet cape fluttered. Thor swung the Thunder God Hammer and directly rushed back along the original road. The distance of dozens of meters was arrived in a flash. After Thor returned to the bridge, he was stunned in place as if he had been struck by lightning. "Long time no see, brother." The old Loki held a short golden staff in his hand and looked at Thunder God with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Loki? You are really Loki?" Although he was mentally prepared, Thor was still shocked, especially that inexplicable bloodline connection, which made him confirm that the old man in front of him was his own brother, Loki. "I'm very happy to see you again, brother." The old Loki's eyes were a little moist. A certain chord in the depths of his heart was pulled. His face slightly struggled, but he quickly hid it. He said expressionlessly, "Although I really want to reminisce now, it is not the time yet. Can I trouble you to move aside? Don't even think about it." Thor quickly reacted. He took a deep breath and said, "No matter where you come from, Loki, I will stop you." That weathered old face, eyes full of vicissitudes and pain, and the faintly discernible surging divine power all reminded Thor that the old Loki in front of him was different from the Loki he was familiar with. "I knew it." The old Loki sighed softly, shook his head and said to Hollow, "I don't really want to fight with him, so I'll have to trouble you." As soon as he finished speaking, a person in a white military uniform and holding a light blue sword walked out from the air. The person was wearing a silver mask, so it was impossible to see her appearance clearly. However, judging from her curvaceous figure and her cold and arrogant eyes, she should be a woman with good looks and temperament. "Had I found a treasure?" The moment the woman saw Thor, an unknown anger appeared in her eyes. She said coldly, "The first prince of Asgard, no wonder that arrow didn't kill you. It seems that the armor that Odin gave you should also be a divine artifact. You? Who are you?" Thor held the Thunder God Hammer tightly, but he did not attack immediately. For some unknown reason, when he saw this woman, he suddenly felt a familiar feeling in his heart, as if he had seen her somewhere before. "Wandenreich, Schutz's Tafel." The woman's eyes were emotionless as she said indifferently, "Under the orders of Jugram Hashwalth, I have come." Chapter 449, Messy Martial Arts. Rumble. Nick Fury's face twisted as he froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind instantly went blank. Although he had already guessed it in his heart, when he heard that the person had personally said that she had come to suppress Shield under the orders of Hashwalth, his heart was immediately in turmoil. That Wandenreich hiding in the shadows had actually chosen to join hands with Loki. It was simply the worst news. Nick Fury looked gloomy and felt a sense of powerlessness. From the moment the Quincy intervened, the whole thing had been completely out of his control and gradually went out of control. Wandenreich? I have never heard of it. Thor frowned. He, who had always been slow in reaction, now vaguely noticed a trace of something wrong, and there was an inexplicable sense of incongruity. Wandenreich, old Loki, the Tesseract, and so on. It felt like there was an invisible big hand secretly manipulating the whole thing, making everything gradually deviate from the standard. It doesn't matter. The woman held the long sword condensed by Ryūjin and looked down at Thor. She said indifferently, a person who is about to die does not need to know these things. The old Loki looked deeply at Thor, as if to reflect the figure into the bottom of his heart. Then he closed his eyes and sighed, I'll leave this place to you. I'll deal with the other guy. Loki, don't even think about leaving this place. Come back to Asgard with me. Seeing that the old Loki was trying to escape, Thor shouted and rushed forward with the Thunder God hammer in his hand. Your opponent is me. The moment the last word fell, the woman suddenly disappeared from Thor's line of sight. Then almost at the same time, before his brain could react, a blue light reflected in his pupils. Su. A sharp sword that was condensed with killing intent, carrying a sharp whistle, was already in front of Thor in a flash. What a fast speed! Thor was startled, but he did not panic in the face of danger. With his experience of fighting on the battlefield all year round, his body reacted before his brain, and his whole body leaned back. The light sword brushed past the tip of his nose by a hair's breadth. The sharp wind was as graceful as a silk ribbon. It wrapped around the blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing, drawing out a few bloody wounds on Thor's handsome face, oozing out bright red blood beads rolling down. However, Thor was not a pushover either. He supported himself on the deck with his left hand as the pillar. The core power of his waist spread to his legs, and he jumped up like a hawk. The muscles on his right arm swelled to the limit, as if a giant in the legends had risen to the sky. He held the Thunder God hammer and used the centrifugal force brought by the rotation to smash it at the woman's head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This strike was shockingly powerful. The power that was recklessly released was like thunder and lightning, fierce and violent. It actually caused the air to explode, creating a loud explosion that sounded like hundreds of tires exploding at the same time. The shockwave caused rolling waves of air to rise from the top to the bottom. Even space seemed to show signs of collapsing. In the face of such a terrifying force from the hammer, the strong wind blew her black hair into the air. Not only did the woman not show any fear, but a strong fighting spirit rose in her eyes. She took a step towards Thor, and her entire body squeezed into Thor's arms. In an instant, they became close to zero distance. From the angle of fury, the two of them did not look like enemies. Instead, they were like lovers in love, unwilling to separate for a moment. Although the hammer was a close combat weapon, in the face of each other, it limited Thor's performance, making him unable to use his hands and feet at all. Damn it! Thor hesitated for a moment. He still did not want to abandon his beloved hammer, so he chose to retreat directly. He planned to use the Thunder God hammer to release lightning after a little distance, and defeat the one blocking the way in front of him in one breath. Hesitation in front of the battle was a great taboo in life and death battles. Childish! The woman coldly spat out a sentence. Seeing through Thor's hesitation and reluctance, she decisively threw away the long sword condensed by Ryūjin. She bent over and punched out a heavy fist, striking directly at Thor's lower abdomen. Bang! Even with the defense of Thunder God battle armor, this punch still made Thor see stars. There seemed to be countless bees buzzing around his ears. The intense pain from his ribs almost made him spit out all the wine he drank at the banquet yesterday. Before he could recover from the pain, the woman's next punch went straight to his eye socket. Ow, my eyes! The fragile eye sockets were soft bones, how could they withstand this punch? Even if the Asgardians had an extraordinary constitution, they still could not block the punch of the Quincy. With the sound of the soft bones breaking, thick blood splashed out. Thor, who boasted of being a tough man, could not help screaming, covering his right eye and retreating. Who? The violent wind from the fist came at him, and the other party obviously did not want to give him any chance to breathe. Although one eye was swollen and could not see, and there was a terrible pain that invaded the brain nerves, Thor still maintained the basic qualities of a warrior, reluctantly opening the other intact eye to distinguish the direction of the woman's next attack. A blurred figure of hollow suddenly appeared on the right side, which was exactly where his vision was blind. Go to hell! Thor let out a roar, raised his thunder god hammer, and turned around to smash it. However, the next moment, Thor's expression suddenly changed. Because the feeling of the thunder god hammer was not the feeling of striking a human body, but a light and powerless feeling. Experience told him that his hammer hit the air. Thor glanced at it with his left eye and found that it was a white coat. Impulsive, rash. Just based on feeling attacks. You don't even know the target and you dare to attack. The woman's mocking voice suddenly came from the other side of Thor. Crap, I was tricked. Thor felt that something was wrong and suddenly turned around to look at the sound. However, what he did not want to receive was another heavy punch, and this time it was his right eye. Ah! His right eye suffered 2 heavy punches, and the intense pain tore his nerves, making Thor feel that he might be blind, and could not help but curse, "Are you f***ing crazy? Why do you hit my right eye every time?" She didn't hit anywhere else, but aimed at his right eye every time. Thor now seriously suspected whether he had offended this person in the past. Otherwise, why would the other party obviously come for revenge? Humph! The woman snorted and punched at Thor's right eye again. Do you think I'm an idiot? Will I be tricked 3 times in a row unexpectedly? Thor suddenly became smarter. He grabbed the woman's fist with his left hand and raised the thunder god's hammer with his right hand. He roared, "Let's see where you can run now. Have a taste of thunder god's anger, damn woman." In his anger, the lightning was dazzling. Thor's eyes were filled with killing intent. He summoned endless lightning to gather on the hammer, planning to kill the person in front of him in one blow. "Hey, your martial skill is a complete mess." A trace of contempt appeared in the woman's eyes. She let out a mocking laugh and said, "Did Odin teach you this?" "What do you mean?" Thor was slightly stunned and was still pondering over the woman's meaning. "What I mean is, be careful of your lower part." The woman raised her round and slender thighs and kicked Thor's crotch with all her strength. It was a pity that the Thunder God battle armor did not have the ability to protect the crotch. Bang! With a dull bang, the entire deck was shattered. Thor's face turned pale little by little, and along with the violent convulsions of his facial muscles, he slowly knelt down on the ground with his hands covering his crotch. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ow dash! Chapter 450, Fallen Air Carrier. Thor was a god. But he was also a man. The common weakness of all men was that they could not be avoided even by Thunder God. This kick landed on Thor's egg, causing Fury, who was watching from the side, to suck in a few breaths of cold air, beads of sweat dripping down his face. The alloy deck under the woman's feet was broken. It was easy to imagine how much strength she had used. If it was someone else who had been kicked, their entire body would have exploded, and the lightest result would have been the egg breaking. However, Thunder God Thor was different. His egg had not broken yet, and just this point alone was worthy of Fury's admiration. And most importantly, Thor had endured the pain that ordinary people could not bear, and did not faint immediately. He could still barely retain a trace of consciousness. Fury finally understood a principle. It was the difference between gods and humans. Gods were called gods. It was because gods could do things that humans could never do, that was why they were gods. Ah! Thor curled up into a ball, looking like a maggot. He let out a meaningless groan of pain, and his entire face twisted. Cold sweat could not stop seeping out from the roots of his forehead. He could only squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. "You are despicable, shameless." No matter how experienced he was, he had never encountered such a situation even when he boasted that he was invincible in the battlefield for hundreds of years. In the past, no matter how sinister and cunning the enemies he faced were, they would never attack the lower part, especially when even the frost giants had despicable means of attack. "What do you think combat is?" The woman bent down slightly, her eyes flashing with ridicule. "I'm here to tell you, spoiled prince. The so-called battle is to dig out the most disgusting side in your heart and use all the vicious, despicable means to kill the enemy at all costs. This is not combat." Thor gritted his teeth and retorted with difficulty, You are just killing people." "Ha! Is there a difference?" The woman sneered and shook her head. He said, "No matter how noble a battle is, the goal is to kill the enemy. Even if you wear a lie woven from glory and faith, you still can't change the nature of it. You have to do everything you can to kill the enemy." Thor's pupils trembled, and he gritted his teeth and remained silent. He didn't know if it were because of his balls or because he couldn't find a reason to refute. "Let me tell you a truth." The woman raised her hand and condensed a Ryūjin light sword. She said indifferently, "The battle is not a child playing house. It is a cruel struggle that will kill people. Every time the battle begins, it means that a life must be ended. If you don't want to die, you can only use all means to kill the other party completely. Asgard never fears death." Rage surged in Thor's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and roared, "Our battle is glory, and it will be carried out under the witness of Odin. Even after death, the heroic soul will return to the Valhalla and enjoy the wine and singing of the Valkyrie." Clang! Blue light suddenly flashed, and Thor let out a scream, swallowing back the words he was about to say. The light sword directly pierced through the root of his thigh. Moreover, it was only a few inches away from his egg. If it was just a little bit off, he would probably have to change his name in the future. "Don't let me hear you say Valkyrie, do you understand?" The surging anger reflected in the woman's pupils, and the surging spiritual pressure around her body shook the entire bridge. Thor's forehead was covered in sweat. He tactfully shut his mouth. As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. If he continues to be stubborn, Odin will be doomed. Although he didn't know the specific reason, it was obvious that the woman in front of him didn't want to hear Valkyrie. It seemed that this name was very contradictory, as if it were for some kind of trigger mechanism. Boom! At this moment, the entire sky carrier shook violently again. The woman was caught off guard and took 2 steps back. She looked up and saw the young Loki suddenly rush out from nowhere. He picked up the injured Thor and directly jumped out of the bridge from the broken deck crack. He fell from the sky and disappeared. Director! Director! The driver in charge of controlling the mothership suddenly turned pale and shouted in a trembling voice, "Sky Capital! The power system has lost 80% of its reserve. All 3 engines are out. We are going to fall." Rumble! This grievous news was like a bolt of lightning striking through the sky, shaking Fury until he saw stars and almost fainted. When he finally recovered and had not asked about the specifics, the operator shouted again, "Agent Coulson's vital signs have disappeared, Barton Agent's vital signs are weak, and the Hulk is destroying the last engine. Where are Tony Stark and Peter Parker? Are the 2 of them dead?" Fury roared, "What are you doing? I asked you to protect the engine, not let you watch the engine be destroyed." ZZ. There was only the sound of electric current in the headset, and there was no reply at all. Fury's heart sank, and he vaguely had a bad feeling. No reply could only mean that the person who had gone to protect the engine was dead. Director! The operator seemed to have been pulled out of his anger. He fell to the ground in despair and said with lifeless eyes, "The Hulk destroyed the last engine. We have lost all power." The last straw that pressed the issue was Bruce Banner. The Green Giant Hulk had completely cut off their last hope. Losing all the engine power meant that they had no way to save the situation. Pfft! Fury overwhelmed him and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Report, our current location. We are in the sky above New York City." The pilot typed wildly on the keyboard for a few seconds and said with a face full of despair, "Estimated falling location. It is New York's Queens. Estimated falling time is 60 seconds. Estimated maximum destruction radius 3.5 kilometers. It's over." Fury's vision went black and he could no longer support himself. Blood loss accompanied by a blow made him faint. Mission completed. Time to go. The woman glanced at the survivors and disappeared. After losing 4 engines, the Sky Capital carrier was falling rapidly. And the target of the fall was Queens, who had a population of millions. At this moment, there was only 60 seconds left before the collision happened, and there was no time to evacuate the crowd. "Is this what you want?" The woman stood in the sky and raised her hand to pull up a strand of hair. She said indifferently, "Are you going to use the killing ordinary people to show off your strength?" "No. I'm not that boring." The old Loki smiled. "I just want to give Lord Karl a gift, such as this grand fireworks."